Fucking follow me, I'll show you the fucking way. Boycott this shit, make the fucking change. It's not fucking hard. Anyway, Chiefy, just give us 2 seconds. Gotta handle some bizzo.
It even believes.
That's funny as fuck. Brett just comes in, fucking, he doesn't watch mainstream media or anything at all, so he hasn't heard about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. It's good to be able to share that type of shit with people that haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that's funny.
Still is. It's the best shit I've got, right?
Yeah, he obviously just, doesn't keep up to date with shit.
He's a hermit like me, but in a different sort of variety, is what I
I
like
admire
to
it though that you don't need to know everything that's going on.
Yeah.
I like to know what sort of life you live though. Like, how much influence you have in your life. You don't need to know what's going on.
he's like one of the most educated people that you fucking like. He's like really fucking smart actually. He gets in trouble at work and he struggles because when he goes to work, he cuts trees and shit out in the forest and that, usually as part of a crew. So you know what those crews are like, you know, they're pretty close knit, fucking everybody's sitting there having a yard and smoke all stuff like that. He's not that character. You'll find Brett sitting by himself reading a book. Because that's what he wants to do. He wants to read a book. So he doesn't connect with the fucking group. So he becomes like an outcast within the group. Yeah. But then he becomes an outcast. You know what I mean? And then people start bitching and whinging about it because they'll try to approach him and try to get him to engage with the group and that. And he's a bit blunt like me. He's like, nah, fuck off. I'm just here to earn my fucking money and I just want to read my book. I'm not interested. It's like, leave you fuck alone type thing. And then they switch on him because he said that. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, that's not fair. I feel his pain. That's not fair. If you want to be left alone, just leave the person alone. You don't have to fucking force me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not over there forcing you to read a book, am I? So fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, it's rude. But it gets you outcast, gets you ostracized, and it makes you a hermit. I'm sorry, it makes you a fucking hermit. It does. Like, it's why.
You've got to still be who you are.
Well, no, but he'll tell you he hates people, and the reason he hates fucking people is they're too needy and shit. I fully agree with him. Like, no one's willing enough to let anyone be. You know what I mean? Like, just let people be. You know what I mean? And that's all he wants in his life, and that he knows he's got to have a job and pay his fucking mortgage and all the rest of it. So he knows that he needs to go through all this rigmarole to get it, and then he's forced to but then he goes home. But that's the thing. Then he goes home and he spends time by himself, just by himself. He doesn't have missus, kids, or anything like that. He just lives by himself. He drinks. He does his study because he's studying courses and all the rest of it. Listens to his music, and that's about it. That's Brett's life. Like, I mean, I lived with him. I lived with him for about a year.
That's pretty cool.
Exactly. I admired him, but I seen him lose his shit a lot of the time. I mean, he'd get drunk and he'd lose his shit, and that's what happens when you're alone.
Is that an underlying?
It's loneliness in those moments. It's in those moments you can see it. It's just loneliness. Nah. When he gets angry, when he's drunk, it's loneliness. It's because he's in an empty room by himself without the thoughts of the head allowed.
So it does get to him.
Oh fuck yeah. Like it does to everybody. That's why I can sympathise with the guy. He's a hermit like me, but he's of a different class because he still fights the fact of loneliness and stuff like that. I'm accepting of it. I don't give a fuck. Loneliness is loneliness. I like it. I've had it. He's the opposite. He's still fighting it. You know what I mean? He's slightly of a different breed. We both can live by ourselves. We both do live by ourselves. We're both the same guys there. You know what I mean? But he struggles with loneliness and uses drink and stuff like that to escape it. You know what I mean? Like me, however, I don't give a fuck. I'm happy to be alone. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, just a slightly different perspective on the same person. But I suffer the same things he suffers in the workforce and that type of stuff. I'm engaging with fucking people because I don't give a fuck about you. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm there to work. I'm not there to give a fuck about you. Plain and simple. That's it.
I was trying to make a guy that I work with at the moment, try and make him. I was trying to settle it down today because one of it was triggered about a woman at work that we work with, not saying good morning to him. Yeah. He's coming up to us and giving us a work order. Like, not pretty much, you know, and that's his thing. So he got angry about that, and then he went off his head to her about it.
And it's like, grow the hell up.
A bit of a heated moment, and then, but at the same time, I could see from his point of view, like, yeah, she doesn't, you know, it'd be nice to have someone to say, you know, acknowledge you and say, good morning, here's some work for you, rather than just come up to you and go, well, here's some work for you, you know, no good morning, you know. I can see that point of view, but at the same time,
the business is cold.
It's true. Look, we're in a working environment. As long as she's doing what she needs to be doing, then you shouldn't have to worry. You shouldn't expect, and I think it's that expectation. Once you get rid of expectation, you get rid of disappointment. I've just become accustomed to not expecting certain things. So I don't expect good morning from this person. I've been working with this person a lot longer than this year, and then he just sort of couldn't look past it. He's like, no, I've come from a world where you know you got to greet someone and this and that. I don't like that. I'm like, well, what about moments when you don't want to, you don't wish, you don't wish to say good morning to someone? To me, I say I'm fine with this because at least it reserves the right to me to not say hello to every cocksucker I walk past, you know. But when I don't want to say it, I'm not going to put on a smiley face and be fake and then just say hello. And like, you know, it's not,
exactly. But then you know the little social groups that, but then as you know, the little social groups that get established in the workforce, if you're one of those outsiders, you get outcast and they make your life hard, though, because they just want to get rid of you. They want to get another sheep in there to join their crew. That's what they want. Yeah, I mean, they want another sheep.
He's got a lot of anger management issues.
Yeah, that's why they took me out of the workforce, Chiefy, because I told them.
This guy's very angry, man.
I'm angry. I know I'm angry, Chief, but I maintain my anger. Like, you know, I'm never not angry. This way, I'm never not angry. I'm constantly angry. Constantly angry. I'm never not angry. That's the best thing. I'm never not angry. I'm constantly angry about something because the world's an unjust place. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm accepting of anger. That's just part of the fucking parcel. The world fucking makes you angry. Deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, but then also control your anger and shit too. You know what I mean? Like,
you need to control it. You can't let it consume you. Like, it'll fuck
but
you.
That's the thing. If you apply too much pressure to a person and all the rest of it, you start outcasting them and all the rest of it. You're gonna make them angrier. My psychiatrist is like, and all the rest of them that I seen, they're like, you need to go to anger management. And I turned around to him and I said, you for fucking real? You've just made me angrier by telling me I need anger management. I hate people like you that tell me I need to control my motherfucking anger. Now you've triggered my anger. I don't give a fuck. You've brought it on yourself.
So he
I'm being real.
Like he wanted to bring that anger out of you.
Oh no, I don't. Well, then guess what? Congratulations. Doesn't prove that I need anger fucking management at the end of the day.
Well, obviously,
because that's pointless class.
So
but that's the thing. It's a pointless class.
So you did get triggered by it. So
exactly.
You probably do need it.
No. But it's a pointless class, Chiefy. It's a pointless class because I'll tell you what. They hand you pamphlets out like this type of bullshit. You're driving home in your car and someone cuts you off. You know, as you're coming out of a corner. You know, your natural reaction would be to beat the horn and get angry about it. But hey, instead of getting angry about it, how about you stop yourself in that moment and go, oh, it's okay, you know, you could have just been in a hurry. What fucking moron walks around the world thinking like that? Please show me him. Nobody does.
Not a moron, it's someone who's rational.
Yeah. Now, you're a rational person. If somebody cuts you off when you take out of the driveway, you gonna get angry about it? Yeah, you are. And you're still a rational person. Everybody gets angry. That's a poor example, but this is the type of shit they'll feed you to try to change your mind. That's a poor example.
I wouldn't get angry initially.
I would.
That's not me.
I'd get angry. You're driving like a lunatic. You're endangering people. You've almost fucking injured me by fucking being a dickhead.
Initially, it would be like a reaction to it. Like,
my initial reaction is anger. Yeah.
And then it'd be like, okay, let me assess who's in the wrong here. Then I've got to establish first who's in the right and wrong.
We're going with the assumption you're just pulling out, so this person is 100% in the wrong. They've like come through at speed and cut you off, right? This is the example they give you. You're pulling out of the driveway. This person's come flying past.
That's just blatant. Like he's in the wrong. So
would you not get angry? Would you get angry?
You'd get a little bit upset, but you wouldn't let it get to you too much. It'd just be like
how many we've got road rage. Yeah, but you know yourself. Yeah, but think about it,
You drive behind the person. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Yeah, but you know yourself that road rage is a real thing and all the rest of it. So under this dude's opinion of handing me this pamphlet, 90% of the population should be in anger management because they lose their shit, in that scenario, which is just a moment.
Yeah, but just briefly. It's not.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
exactly. And that's
Not for
exactly.
like.
And that's what I
Just for
said to
like a
my
brief moment.
psychiatrist. That's what I
Until
said to my
you
psychiatrist.
can
You
think
can't tell,
rationally.
yeah, but you can't tell me to go to anger management and that I need anger management. If I can get fucking angry
No,
as a
but
motherfucker,
anger
but
can
then
linger for a
cool off,
long time.
nah,
That's
I
more
cool
for
off
people
quick.
that, because you said it yourself, you're always angry. So
Well,
that's what
yeah,
he's trying to get
but
at.
no,
He's
but
trying
that's
to
the
fix
thing.
the always anger.
But that's the
It's
key.
healthy to
That's
be
the key. Yeah,
angry
no,
here
but
and
that's
there,
but that's
but
the
it's
key, Chiefy,
irrational.
to me.
It's out of control
No,
anger
no,
that
because
they
that's the
want to
key
try
to
and
me.
fix.
Because I'm always angry, Chief. I can get angry about an issue for like a moment, right? But then I can go back to this casual tone of voice, which is nice and calm again, right? Because now I'm like calm. Whereas a second ago I was a bit boiled because I was, trying to express the point of
You can
anger.
speak
Do you know what I mean?
calmly and
Like,
still be angry on the
but
inside.
that's
It's
the
human.
thing. So if I need anger management, that's kind of stupid because I've just demonstrated to you that I am in control of my anger. I can go from angry back to sane
No,
person very
because
easily.
there's a difference between letting go of anger and bottling it up.
Well, that's the thing. Am I not just letting go of anger in that
No,
moment,
because you're
then bringing
constantly
myself
always
back?
angry. You've said it yourself. So that to me, that says, well, we may need some work on the way that you bottle your emotions up,
I should have
then you act
explained that
out
when
in different ways.
the way I should explain that better is I'm constantly angry subconsciously because there's always something in the back of my mind to
Yeah,
be
and that's
angry
what they're
about.
trying to fix, the
But
subconscious. Yeah,
no, you can't fix
because
that.
that's the one that comes out when you don't want it to
No,
in
my subconscious is
certain
reserved.
areas.
No, see, my subconscious is reserved for it's just thought. I only use it for thought. My subconscious doesn't invade, like this discussion. There's no voice in my head right now. He's silent. He's sitting on the bench at the moment because that's where he needs to be for me to be able to pay attention to you and give you 100% of my attention. The voice in my head needs to go on timeout. I've taught myself to put him on timeout. The only time he comes, and the voice in your head is consciousness, let's not fuck around. The only time consciousness comes to me and the voice in my head is, when I'm alone and thinking about shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I can separate from it. You know what I mean? Like,
So how would you react now today? So if your psychologist came up to you now and said the same asked you the same or said the same thing,
what do you mean?
I think you should go see
Well,
an
you
angry
wouldn't say that to me
anger.
now
How,
because I'm no longer angry. That's the thing. I'm no longer angry
but
as a
just say, for
result
instance,
of my
he just comes up
existence.
to you and says that to you now. Would you
Well,
still get angry at it now, or would you actually go, I can understand where you're coming from, but I'm not no longer angry. I'm empowered to the point. You
yeah,
can't tell me that I'm angry anymore.
and he would say, "Well, why are you not angry anymore?" And I would respond with the simple answer of, "I know why I'm not angry anymore because I'm not
Mm.
forced to inhabit a system that I didn't feel was just. I didn't feel the system was right. I didn't think it was giving me my fair share. I tried my motherfucking hardest. I injured myself, and then that system
Yeah.
wanted to
So you
then
wouldn't get
push
angry
me
at that
harder."
anymore.
Well, yeah,
You
no,
wouldn't get
no,
angry
no,
because you've
no,
already
because
justified it,
no,
haven't you?
if you tried to push me back into it, I would. I'd get angry at that because you're trying to push me back into a system that you know I don't fit into. I've asked you to give me the break of the system and leave me the fuck out of it, and that will make me not angry. And guess what? It has worked so far. You try to change that now, that's going to make me angry. I'm sorry. You wanted me to be a peaceful, human, law-abiding citizen. This is what I'm doing. This is the price you pay. That's just what it is. Otherwise, the gloves are off. You know what I mean? Like, you're forcing me into your jungle. Yeah, well, I'm going to tear shit apart and I do it my way. And people aren't going to like it. So that's, it's that simple. I'm not here to
Have you ever
conform.
seen the movie
I'm not here to
Goodwill?
conform, Chiefy. Like,
You've seen Goodwill Hunting, haven't you?
yeah.
How fucking good is that movie?
My argument to the system is a simple one, Chiefy. They present to you a system of conformity. And as I said to my psychiatrist, tell me that society is not this. And he couldn't tell me that it's not this. But as I said to him, I said, society is designed as a cookie cutter formula. You take the youth, you put them in school, you teach them this textbook shit to fit into this cookie cutter that you want them to fit. You teach them to be smart enough to do their job, but not smart enough to question why they're doing their job. And then you let them out into the workforce and you brainwash them with, oh, you'll get a job, then you'll have a relationship, then you'll have kids and a family, and that's the job of society done. That's what they do. Then they unleash it out. It's a system of conformity. Conform to this cookie cutter, and be done. I'm not going to conform. There is nothing on this planet that can fucking force me to conform to your system. Kill me if you have to, but I will not conform to your brain dead cookie cutter shaped system that does not fit me. Why must I conform? Why must I go and work in a stupid dead end job that I hate every day just to earn shit that I don't care about, to talk to people that I don't care about shit that I don't care about. Like, oh, look at my new car, look at my new TV, shit I don't care about, but let's talk about that because these are the discussions I value, Chiefy. These are the discussions I value. This discussion with you that's deep, insightful, and is not about just bullshit. It's about something. You know what I mean? But you don't get these discussions in society.
You don't get it every day. Look, I can acknowledge that. And
I need it every day. I need it every day, Chief. That's the thing.
But at the same time, you do see partial in some people though.
But that's the thing. I need it. But see, that's the thing. I know how demanding I am because I need it every day, Chief. And I can't exist in a society that's not going to give it to me every day. If it's going to try to, conform me into this thing that's not me, it's going to kill me. You know what I mean? And it was killing me, Chiefy. I need enlightenment every day. I need an in-depth discussion with another human to know that my fucking heart's beating, for lack of a better word. To know that I'm fucking alive, that we're here and that we're doing our job, that we're not talking about shit that doesn't matter. We're trying to talk about shit that does matter because we fucking care. And see, that's the thing. The cookie cutter formula doesn't allow me to care. So guess what? I'm out. I'm done. And that's when my psychiatrist just went, fuck me dead. I can't argue with this cunt because that's flawless. Put him on the bench and be done. And I win. Later, Drag's cashing out or checking out. True, that's my life in a nutshell, Tracy. I love it because it's the truth. And it's brutal and it's honest and it's what I wanted and it solved my anger and everything because I just wanted to be left alone. And that's it.
Could he have just done it? Do you look at the way he dealt with it and said, like, it's over with?
I'm never going to be rich. I'm not going to have excess.
Not much more.
I'm going to eke out a living. That's it. I'm going to eke out a living down here on welfare for the rest of my life, Chiefy. That's going to be my life for the rest of my life, eking out an existence on welfare. I'm not going to have extra. I'm not going to have holidays. I'm not going to have all of this fancy shit that everybody else has. That's the sacrifice that I fucking accept. I don't need any of that shit to live. I just need to be free to live. And I'm as close to free as you'll ever get. In my eyes, as close as humanly possible in this modern society. Yes, I still have to follow certain rules, but I'm as close as you can get to utterly free. I've got a roof over my head and shit. I've got responsibilities in that I'm willing to commit to. But the rest of society's responsibilities are friggin'
So what if
orders?
One day they turn around and say, like, they just, they're not doing government payouts anymore, Social Security. What if they just did that one day?
Well,
that's a reality too.
No, it's not. It's actually the furthest thing from a reality, Chiefy.
I reckon that's a reality, man.
No, you've even got rich people in the world.
Someone like, say, liberal if they've been getting
but you've even got rich people like Elon Musk, who's like pretty much a fucking genius, but even he's smart enough to sort of say to these other rich bastards that are alongside of him, as much as we don't want it, we're going to have to create a universal living in the future. Because if you have Elon Musk's way and all the rest of it, and all these other tech giants that are making all these technologies to make our lives easier, and we have robots that can do most of the menial jobs that us humans do, if you're going to put a mad portion of the population into unemployment, because you will, these are hypotheticals. Self-driving cars, take hold, right? There's your entire automotive industry in the fucking unemployment line. Your taxi drivers, truck drivers, Uber drivers, all that shit gone, right? So they all jump into the unemployment queue because that's all they know, right? That was their entire life. Okay? Then look at what happened with the assembly line. We went from people building cars to robot building cars, right? And all those people went into the friggin' unemployment line. There is many industries out there that will suffer the same fate of that automation, and all of those people get to join the unemployment line. You've got customer service roles that were wiped out pretty much instantaneously, and not one of yous gave a fuck. And that was my industry, personally. I'm a customer service person. I used to stand behind the counter. I used to serve you. Now you serve yourself. So my industry's dead. all of my people's joined your unemployment lines. So, as Elon Musk says, we're moving to a technological future where a lot of the work will be done by robots and technology. So, whether we like it or not, we're going to have to establish a universal wage for everybody. The system's going to have to pay people to live in the future, because the only way the system keeps going is to accumulate money off the people, yeah? And if the people are all poor and don't have money...
The people are working, though.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
So what do you say to the people
I'm just saying
that
that
are
when
working? Are you just saying that they shouldn't be working? They should be on a universal...
Hear me out.
A happy
Because
life.
the people that are currently working, Chief, will not
Then
be
there'd be
working...
nothing getting
hear me out.
done.
But the people that are currently working now will not be working in the future as their jobs slowly get filtered out. It's going to be a progression where we move to a digital future where half of the menial jobs that people used to do are not even on offer no more. And now you've got 8 billion people on the planet, and you can't even give you can't even give 2 billion of them menial work anymore, because menial work does not exist anymore. It's now all done by robots. So what, you expect those 2 fucking billion people to all be tech fucking people now, designing programs? That market's not big enough to incorporate the influx of all these other people that have now had their jobs obsoleted by technology and now have to find jobs in technology. The new best job for a human to have is to be able to design a computer to take a job away from a group of humans. If you're that man, you're rich, because a company will pay you through the roof for that technology. You've just cut their costs by like fucking 100%, because a computer doesn't need to sleep, computer doesn't need human rights, doesn't need sick pay, doesn't need any of that shit. If you approach a company and say, here's this new technology I've developed, it's going to replace your workforce. That company is jumping on that. Where's that workforce going? So what, they've all got to become computer designers now? There's not enough room in the market, I'm sorry, so we have to create new jobs.
The market's always, exactly, so the market's
so we've got to create new jobs.
Changing.
Where are these?
So name
new jobs that have been created, Chiefy. I mean, you can look it up yourself. I've looked at the stats myself.
You can look at the history. So what was unemployment?
Right, so from the 1800s, right, so from the 1800s to the year 2000, we created fucking literally thousands of jobs. We created jobs over that period. From the 1800s to 2000, we literally created thousands of jobs as the human race. Ever since we've hit the 2000s, you know what the new job is? Create fucking robots to replace those jobs. You've got computers now that can write fucking news articles, music, films, like all of those industries are going to be dead soon too if this technology gets too far ahead. But it's the inevitable future of the human race, and it's good for
I'm not that black and white about it.
But it's great. No, you've got to understand the greatness of it. It frees up humanity.
I acknowledge history in the sense that there's always been evolution during history.
But would you agree that if you've got a future where there's no jobs for people to do, but there's still people, right? If that future comes to be, that there's no actual just average jobs you can go get, unfortunately there's no jobs, so you can't do it. They have to initiate a sort of like global minimum wage for everybody, because the system needs money to keep on going. That is the principle of the system. Without money going into that system, the system will grind to a motherfucking halt. You know what I mean? Like, that's capitalism. It needs money to fuel it. And what is the money? Well, the money is us, technically, because we're the ones that are putting it into the system. We choose where we spend it and how we spend it. They give it to us, and we choose.
We put it in circulation.
Yeah, we put it in circulation. We put it into their system,
so
and
into
then
the industries,
and then they employ us. Give a little bit of it back to us for us just to put back into the system. It's the endless, infinite loop. You know what I mean? Like, so they need us to spend money. It's why our government in this pandemic gave all of the poorest people in this country double the Centrelink wage, because it saved the fucking economy and shit. They gave the poorest people double the money to get all of that money back in circulation, yeah? And it worked. And we staved off the fucking economy fucking recession. It's a short-term fix, but it also proves the point that you need to give people money to spend to keep things running. It is proof in the pudding right there. You need to give people money to have them spend money to have your machine run well. It's like our money's the oil for the machine.
All it is all the money's all connected. It's in one big system.
And they just need it to keep on going around in a circle, right? They just want it to keep on going around in a circle. And it gets bigger and bigger as it goes.
Industries more
but when you agree that the circle started off small, going around in a circle really small, but the circle's getting bigger and bigger as it goes, if it makes sense, because more and more money gets accumulated. Every time it goes around once, it increases in value. Think of it that way. That every time the money goes around in the circle once, it gets like a interest on top of it. And then it goes around again and gets an interest on top of it. And that's how they've made their money since, say, the 1800s. It's been a steady progression of industry moving forward in that steady forward circle, getting bigger and bigger and bigger and accumulating more and more money. So now the system has got to a point of critical mass where it needs the money to keep on running. We've seen that recently. You know what I mean? Like with the economy crashes and shit. If there ain't money going into the system goes down. So we're in a little bit of a bind, aren't we? Do we think that this system is going to sustain us in the future? I don't, because it's at critical mass now. You know what I mean? And we've just seen the biggest wealth transfer from the poorest people on the planet to the most richest people on the planet during this pandemic. $48 billion worth, apparently. So the rich got richer.
It's just gone from one rich person to another rich person.
No, not this time, Chafee. No, not this time. It didn't go from rich to rich. No, it didn't go from rich to rich this time. It went from poor to rich. Because I tell you who, governments used your taxpayers' dollars to pay for all these vaccines to make that dude $46 billion. He just robbed the taxpayer for that.
All the farmers got the rich end of the deal.
They got the taxpayer money. They got the taxpayer money, yeah? The taxpayer money. They got the taxpayer money. Because
I'm talking about the industries, not where the taxpayers' money are going.
No, but that's the thing. No, but the industries didn't pay nothing.
So what I'm saying is that there's an evolution of the environment, the market, and the environment's changed. So one decade will be dominated by one sort of industry, and then another industry will dominate because of the necessities and needs.
Yeah, but automation is a real thing.
Automation's always been there because
and it's going to continue.
In industrial areas, pretty much automation. So
yeah, but do you think that automation is going to go backwards? Do you think it's ever going to go backwards though? Exactly.
To that era. So you've got to think.
Well, exactly. Even as Gran Turismo shows
during that time, but jobs were still created during those times.
But what do we? I named the jobs that have been created recently, Chafee. We're at a bit of a creative end for creating jobs because. Create a job,
Chafee. I believe there's always jobs.
Create a job for me.
I mean, like,
create a job for me. What's a job?
This YouTube one now is a job now. Like this entertainment industry is a big industry now.
Yeah,
entertainment industry is probably the biggest thing it's
been.
But it wasn't like 50 years ago. Like it didn't dominate the industry like gaming is now today. Gaming industry is huge now.
Well,
there's always different industries coming in at different decades.
Yeah.
So it changes. It shifts. To me, it doesn't die. It just shifts.
Well, no, exactly.
It forms in another way. It just formulates.
But see, as you just said, what's a new industry? As you just said, it's an entertainment-based industry, right?
Yeah, I'm just stating that it's another industry altogether.
But what does that industry require?
My point of view is that an industry
but what does that industry require? What does that industry require? The internet, YouTube industry. What does it require? It requires viewers. It requires people to sit for hours on end.
So it's another industry, isn't it? So that's another industry that could dominate even further.
Well, no, but think about how it's set up so far. No, but think about how it's set up so far. How it's set up so far is the only way it works is to have people watching it. So you want people to have heaps of free time to watch this shit because that's how you make your money. So they want us to be free, Chafee. They don't want us doing manual jobs. But then they still have to give us money then, don't they? They still have to give us money to be able to spend on this shit. So a universal wage is inevitable. It has to sort of be thought about in the human race. It has to. You have to give every human on Earth a basis of living.
It'll divide it, and what it'll do, it'll stop sort of any sort of progression and production.
No, it won't.
People will see that it's easy to live.
No, stop.
Why should someone who's earning who's working 8 hours a day and he's working?
But what's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing as a job? What's his job? What's his job? What's this man's job that you've just described?
Well, it could be something as important as.
Well, what is his job? Please explain what his job is.
Maybe he's in a factory making like pharmaceuticals for people that need fucking medicine.
Sweet. And then I'll tell you what, then tomorrow I come along and I invent a robot to do his job. Now he doesn't have a job.
Yeah, but that's
not just being real. Not being real. Being 100%
real. Because at the end of the,
how is it not real?
We don't know how the
How's that not real?
how much further it's going to go. Well, because it hasn't
happened.
No,
because hear me out. Because the ideal, because hear me out, Chiefy. The ideal of automation.
You're making an assumption.
No, but the idea of automation is something that moves forward. It's not going to move backwards.
So
it's going to move forwards.
Say it's automated, all right? So then we'll say he might go off and then maybe get into another industry, into something else.
When my industry, hear me out. When my industry was being threatened. But hear me out, Chiefy. When my industry was being threatened, which was customer service in my eyes, I seen self-service machines as a direct attack on my likelihood of getting a job. Because if Big W and that start having fucking self-service machines, well, I can't do that job no more, even though I've done it for 13 fucking years. I enjoy the job and I want to do the job. Not even an option for me no more. Wipe it off the table, right? I tried to fight that change and I still fight it to this day. In the respect that I will not use a self-service machine. I refuse. I will go to the person standing behind the fucking counter because their job fucking matters, because it used to be my motherfucking job and it put food on their motherfucking table. If you take that option away from a person, what else have they got to do, Chiefy? You have to give that person money now, because guess what? You've kicked them out of the system.
Yeah,
you kicked them out. You kicked them out on purpose.
You put them into the system.
No, you kicked them out on purpose by taking their job off them. They took our jobs.
The evolution of the jobs, they come and go. So you got to get into another industry. That's what it is.
So you've got to adapt and evolve. So in other words, you need to be So you need to be nurtured.
The environment of
so you need to be nurtured. Yeah. So what? So you expect to kick a person out to the cold and say adapt?
Robot, I'm going to be looking for another industry.
You're going to have to go get training. Yeah, you're going to have to go get training and stuff. Where are you going to get that money from?
Because that's
what if you don't have money? Well, if you don't have money to go do all this training, how are you going to get it? How are you going to get all that training with no money, Chiefy? How are you going to now move into a new industry and you've got no money because you've got no job?
They pay you out with redundancy and all that sort of stuff. So.
That runs out on cost of living alone. Now you've got to pay for study.
That's where you've got to invest the money into.
Yeah, not everybody's had that fucking chance. I'm sorry to say, not everybody's had that fucking blessed chance.
Everyone gets a chance. I mean, like
bullshit.
What they did to the Geelong factory people in there, they saw that they had certain skills. They closed down Ford.
I should have sued. I should have sued. Well, that's the thing. I should have sued Dan Murphy's for me back at the end of the day. I should have sued Dan Murphy's for me back and been sitting here on a fucking payout, and I chose not to. I chose to try again. And because I chose to try again, I walked away from the paycheck that could have catered to me for the rest of my life, right? But now I can't get another job because I'm technically disabled, because of my back and shit. Nobody wants to touch me and all the rest of it. The system is recognised and said, shit, this dude actually, he is going to find it hard to get a job. We can't expect him to get a job. So here you go, here's a disability to live off. It's minimum wage and all the rest of it. I'm happy with it. As I said, I'm happy with it. But that's the thing. There is a lot of people in my boat that life has dealt them a situation beyond their fucking control. You can't then turn around and say, well, you got no money, stiff shit. Good luck. Bye-bye, mate. You know what I mean? You've got to give those people money and shit.
See, I believe in service. So Centrelink's set up so that you can look for a job, get
Centrelink is the idea of it. Well, that's the thing.
That's the whole idea.
That's the thing.
That's what job.
And Centrelink is the idea of a unit. This is what I'm talking about. Centrelink is the idea. Centrelink, we're lucky because Centrelink is the idea of a universal wage. That is its
the
concept.
idea of retraining people so they can get back in the workforce.
Yeah, but it is based upon the principle of a universal wage, saying, hey, you need to give people X amount per week to be able to live, train, etc., and change their futures. You can't give them $0 and expect them to fucking change, because it's impossible. Even our system here in Australia goes, well, shit, the downtrodden of society, we will give a baseline to live off so that they're not in poverty and homeless, because we don't want a poverty and homeless crisis.
At the condition that they are retraining to move into another industry, you still have to work.
Unless you're like me, where they go, well, no, you don't, disability, we'll just leave you alone.
No, but
that's the truth. That's the truth, because there's no restrictions on me. No one's forcing me to do shit. That's the thing. No one's forcing me to do shit, Chief.
That's why I think that's a bad idea, because it sets a precedent that everyone can do that. Then we have nobody work in the workforce. Why work in the workforce? We just sit back, play games every day, and you don't have to work for a living. Everyone's trying to achieve that. That's what.
And it's going to happen, Chiefy, and it's going to happen. No, that's the thing. That's the inevitable.
Like, if it happens, it happens. Well, we're not going to sit by going, we're not going to live a certain way because it might happen.
You said it last night.
You said it last night.
No, that's
why are you going to live in fear in the future?
Well, no, it's not fear of the future. It's the greatness of the future.
Well, that's what it is.
No, it's not.
The future.
Where's the fear?
You're not doing something because you fear that your job's going to be taken by automated.
For me, I just got the early pass, bro.
You're just putting in all this time and effort.
Take this way, I got the early pass, Chiefy, because I've only got, say, 60 years worth of life left, apparently, according to, say, doctors and shit, when they released me from the mental ward, right? My argument to them was that I'd make it to 60. Their argument is I'm going to make it to 100, right?
Well,
now, this is the...
hear me out.
But this is the conundrum. Yeah, exactly. But this is the conundrum, right? This is the conundrum. I went to a mental hospital, blah, 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 blah. I lost my mind, Chiefy. Went to a mental hospital, blah, 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 all the rest of it. So now, on the checkout and all the rest of it, to evaluate me and how I view life, blah, 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 they had this big conversation with you and shit, this interview. He turns around to me and goes, Mr. fucking Dragon, how long do you expect to live? And I turned around to him and said, you want an honest answer? 60, right? 60, easy, bro. And he's like, why do you say 60? I said, well, I smoke. I've chose bad life habits of smoking, etc., etc. You know, like fucking I'm 30. I feel I've got about 30 years left in me. I reckon that's a fair equation. The grandfather died of lung cancer. I'll probably go the same way, right? And he's like, well, that's not true. I said, well, what do you mean? And he goes, well, what would you say if I said that you're going to live to 100? And I said, well, you'd be full of shit. And he goes, well, no. You will probably live to 100, Mr. Dragon, because I'm telling you that within the next 30 years, the time where you've predicted your death, right, we'll have technologies for most of these things and medicines for most of those things to prolong, you know, them or whatever and cure them, hopefully, whatever. But we are progressing forward, not backwards, and we will have, you know, progression and fixes for these things. And so therefore, I can guarantee you a life of 100 years. By modern medicine standards. And I said, all right, sweet. So you're telling me I'm here for another 100 years. So I've got fucking, at that point, 70 years up my sleeve. I'm now down to 60, because it's been 10 years since that day, right? So, you know, 70 years ahead of me, right? And as you said the other night, imagine what it's going to be like in 20 years' time when we look back. I get to do that every day, Chief. I've imagined the future in countless ways that you could probably never perceive, because I've got nothing but free time and I sit here alone. And that's what I enjoy doing. I'm not scared of the future. I foresee a future of where we do create all these fucking robots. We do take all these stupid jobs off people that they don't need to do. We give everybody a basis to live off. And you free humanity to use its fucking brain to start thinking of new shit and all the rest of it. Because you can't expect humanity to grow at the moment in its current state because we're just lemmings taught to do jobs and that. The future's beautiful, where you actually free everybody up so that we can sit here and play games and shit all day, Chiefy, and we're given just a little bit of money to live off to feed their system because, hey, that's what they want as well, so fucking it keeps them happy. It's a good balance, so they give everybody a universal wage. Then people start getting bored of playing games and that, and they start searching for greater things. They want to learn things. It gives so much incentive to everybody to go out and learn something new. You're free. You don't have to do a menial job that you hate no more. You don't have to do all of this grind that you hate anymore. You're free to search whatever you want in your heart, your soul, and your mind. Imagine how much growth the human race is going to go through during that period. We're going to reach the fucking stars, Chiefy. Because you're going to free people to be able to sit there and go, oh shit, I want to invent a new rocket and stuff. You know what I mean? You're just going to have freedom for the brain and the human consciousness to like hit expansion. Because at the moment, we're just doing fucking monkey work.
But at the end of the day, all that whole vision is going to come
at a cost. Oh yeah, and that's
labor.
about. Oh yeah, and that's going to be about 20.
Cost of people living.
But we're going to have. Oh, but that's the thing. We're going to have like robots doing all this menial job at this point.
Yeah, but who makes the robots? The people have to be working right now.
To the point where to the point within the next 30 years where we have self-replicating robots, which we're halfway to now. Robots that make robots.
How do you get to that point?
We're halfway there now.
To that point. We're halfway there. But
we're
if
halfway
everyone stops right now, we're not going to get there. Everyone stops now, starts playing games, get on the universal
but hear me out.
Thing.
Yeah, but
there's going to be no work done, so we're not going to get to that stage.
No, you see, you're dismissing the fact that you are dismissing one fact, that the work that needs to be done is being done. That's it. Do you not have faith in that?
By people.
Yeah, exactly. And I have complete and utter faith that the work of the universe that needs to be done right now by the human race, everything the human race needs to be doing right now, guess what? They're doing it. And that's the beauty of Wu Wei, of friggin' Taoism, to be able to look at the universe as simply as that. Everything that encompasses our existence, my existence, yours, everybody's. The universe is doing exactly as it should be doing right now. The human race is doing exactly as the human race should be doing right now. It's ugly parts, it's good parts,
right now,
and it's leading. But it's leading us to the inevitable. But it's leading us to the inevitable future that I just described. We're heading towards a utopia in the future that technology is going to give us. We're going to create a technological future that's going to free up humanity to achieve greater heights than we've ever seen, because at the moment we're doing monkey work, Chiefy. We're doing monkey work making these machines that are going to guide us to a brilliant future in, say, 30 to 40, quote me, I'm honest, 30 to 40 years now. We're going to look back at this discussion and we're going to go, Drags, you hit it on the head. We're all sitting here now completely free, able to do whatever we want. We've got a universal living, and humanity's growing leaps and bounds at that moment, because you've got young minds doing what they want to do through passion, and they're not forced into this shit that we've done in our lifetime. It's going to be a new lifetime for the generation that comes in 30 years, Chafee. They're going to see a future that's just digital and just a utopia, where they can go to universities and study whatever the fuck they want, and they'll be paid to do so. You know what I mean? They'll be paid to educate themselves, because that's what the universal living will give them. They'll say, here you go, here's money for food and shit like that, and now go to what you want. And these kids will go to university and expand their minds and learn what they want to learn and create new things. You know what I mean?
To get to that point, though,
we're getting there now, Chiefy, and it's happening. But that's the thing, but it is happening. But it is happening. So that's the thing.
For progression, for progress.
But that's the thing. No,
everything.
It is
people
happening.
Need to be working. People worked on, the pandemic. People worked in pharmaceuticals to get to that point to, get the vaccine.
And it is happening. It's true. It is happening as we go. Like, you know what I mean? It's nothing. In my eyes, it's nothing to stress over.
People need to be getting up at 8 in the morning, 6 in the morning.
Some, not all, Chiefy. Some,
everyone
not
needs to be working at some point.
No,
what makes that person have to get up in the morning? What makes them and the person at home sit at home? Like, I don't get it.
You need people like me that are unemployed in your society, as I always say to people. You need people like me in your society that are unemployed, because guess what? While you're working, you're providing a service to me to a degree. I'm your customer. You know what I mean? Like, say you're in customer service and you own a little shop. You need people in your shop all day. If everybody's fucking working, who's in your shop? No one. So you need unemployed, You need people to be customers and unemployed to keep the balance of your system. You need those that are employed doing jobs, and you need people that are not employed putting money into the system to give those people jobs.
Different times and different... And
exactly, but that's the thing. But you have to acknowledge the fact that not every single person has to work. That's a bullshit argument to say that every human must work. Well, all right, let's encourage child labour and everything, because everybody's got to work,
Not children, that's extreme. Not children.
You're saying everybody's got to work. That was your statement.
Yeah, every adult. If you
but that's not possible. There's not 8 billion. Chiefy, there's not. Chiefy, by no stretch of the imagination is there 8 billion jobs on the planet, but there's 8 billion people. By no stretch, all right, even in our own country, even here in our own country, Chiefy, we have an unemployment rate of 10 to 14% or whatever, because there's no jobs for the people. You can't expect people to work if there's no jobs.
I'm absolutely...
those people can't work by default.
No, but
so your argument goes out. Your argument goes out the window that everybody should have to work. Yeah, that's a good ideal if there was jobs for everybody, but there's not jobs for everybody. So your ideal has to go out the window. There is not jobs for everybody.
And then keep working towards getting everybody jobs.
Then create jobs.
At the same time, I'm questioning your justification in the fact
it's
that
balanced. My justification is
you
just
justified your justification.
I
is
did
that
work.
You can sit at home
I
because
did work.
It's your right
Hear me
to
out.
sit at home and do nothing.
Hear me out. No, my justification is quite simply this. I did work.
You believe in something that
I
hasn't
did work.
Yet,
Hear me out. I did work. I tried to fucking work. I injured myself at work. Therefore, I was forced into the situation of, hey, now I'm on the dole, right? So now I'm in a situation that, hey, because I injured myself, that's where I ended up, right? I could have sued Dan Murphy's. I chose not to because I didn't want to concede to defeat. I was like, nah, fuck this. It's a back injury. You're better than that, Aaron. You can get back up. You know what I mean? Because that's what I taught myself as a kid. That you can get knocked down, that you can get back up. The back injury knocked me the motherfucker down. But I was like, no, it won't beat me, I'll get back up. But guess what? It did beat me, Chiefy. Because so I have now permanently fucked my back.
This is the reason.
Yeah, no, but hear me out. But I've now permanently fucked my back as a result, right? So now, that's on me.
So you have a disability then?
Yes, so now hear me out. So therefore I approached the system, and the system was at first going, we don't give a fuck, get back out there and try to work. And I was like, sweet. So I did that, and I went and did other jobs, and then I failed drastically at them because my back, constantly, it just kept on coming up, my back. After 5 years, the system finally agreed with me and went, no, all right, Mr. Clark, you cannot work no more. You know what I mean? You are constantly in our queue of unemployed. You're unemployable. They did all the checks through, psychological, everything. They put me exactly. They put me through psychological. Yeah, because I tell you what, because see, you're neglecting it like them. You know what triggers my fucking mental and my anger?
No, I'm just trying to understand.
I can't work, Chiefy. No, because I can't work. I want to fucking work and I want to be able to do my life normal and not risk injury to myself. I want to be able to live life, do a job, and not risk injury to myself. You know what I mean? That's all I would like to be able to do in my life.
I'm just trying to establish what the real reason is. Is it physical, or is it...
But that, yeah, but they don't... No, hear me out. But they... No, hear me out. Hear me out. They have put me down. They have put me down for mental reasons because I'm angry, because I've hurt my back. Get me? How stupid is that? They put me down for mental reasons because I'm angry that I hurt my back. So shouldn't you put me down for the physical reason of hurting my back, which has now made me angry? Not that fucking mental reason of me being angry. The fucking point is, I hurt my motherfucking back. Did they not want to listen to me for 5 fucking years? I went and tried and I hurt it again. And now I've got to live a life where I couldn't even pick up my 6-year-old fucking daughter, Chiefy, and carry her to bed. Little Davey down the road here at Sarah's house comes up to me and wants to cuddle and shit. And Sarah said, oh, she panicked because I can't pick him up, bro. He weighs too much now. I'm not even fucking human at this point, in my eyes. I'm a 40-year-old man that can't lift 20 kilograms, bro.
So why couldn't they
acknowledge that? Why couldn't they acknowledge that?
So what was it?
Well, they pushed me to anger then. Because they were like, fuck you. They didn't want to believe it. They're like, nah, just get back into the grinder. Go get a job because we want you to have a job. They had your opinion. Everyone's got to work, right? That's their opinion, Chief. So that's why I'm angry about your opinion. That's the only reason I'm angry about your opinion, because it's from the narrow-minded fools that were telling me, get back out there and work, Mr. Clark or Mr. Dragon. Just get back out there and work. Try again. And I tried and I tried and I tried until the point that I just got fucking mad because they didn't want to listen to me when I said, hey, I've got a back problem here and I can't even lift 25 kilograms. How about you give me a break or give me some help? They didn't want to hear those cries, Chiefy. So you pushed me to anger. So then they now go, well, you're mental, Mr. Drags. You're too angry. Did you not help in making me angry? Is my question. Did you not help? Oh, you did, but you don't want to acknowledge your part of it. Does that make sense? That's why I'm angry at the system, Chief.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Do you get it? Because they didn't treat me with any respect at all. No, so why should I be fucking happy?
Obviously, the system sort of failed in that sense.
Oh, it failed miserably. So it got a fucking D-.
So it was trying to identify the fact that you had a physical disability.
No, it didn't want to acknowledge any of that, Chiefy. They did not want to acknowledge that because they pay their doctors. That's the thing. I went to 3 doctors that said this dude's back's fucked. 3 private doctors of my own choosing. And they all said, fucked back, fucked back, fucked back. went to Centrelink doctors.
Centrelink doctor went.
And what did Centrelink doctors say? Oh, no, I'm not fucked by our scale. Well, what fucking scale are you looking at, considering that 3 other doctors said fucked back, and you're paid by Centrelink, and you get to say, nah, we don't agree. Nah, sorry, you're paid by fucking Centrelink to not agree, and I've got to call your bluff on that one, and now I'm going to get angry and yell at you, and now they're going to go, well, now you've got to go see a psychiatrist. Bring it on, bitch, because you've made me angry, and I'm going to tell him the same fucking thing, and I'm going to get him to agree that you need to back the fuck off. And essentially that's what my psychiatrist did for me. He basically turned around to Centrelink and said, you push this motherfucker anymore, he's going to snap. And you want that? That's on you. And they went, maybe we should listen to that one. Because it's the fucking truth, Chief. I stand for the voice of, not everybody has to fucking work. Some people can be free like me. Some people can just be free and feed your system to keep you in a job and keep you employed. And we'll just be giving out an existence that is fucking bare minimum and be happy with it, like I am, because I am. I'm happy with my bare minimum existence. I don't need riches. I don't need to buy shit that I can't take to the grave with me. I'm not ignorant, you know what I mean? Like, I'm happy just to be able to have a roof over my head, fucking food on my plate, electricity in my house. That's it. That's all I want. Done. I'm out. If you give me that, I'll be a nice little quiet boy.
I think you were pushed, obviously, through that sort of experience, but at the same time, I was questioning more sort of the
anger. There's the reason for the anger.
No, the justification
it stems from my physical
living in your ideals around it. And
because so, that's what society wants.
Did your ideals change after that? Did your ideals change after that experience?
What do you mean? Ideals in what respect?
I mean, your ideals of that, you know, you shouldn't be. All the ideals we've been speaking about, like you don't wish to work, or you don't wish to work because of so and so. Like you don't.
I've had the luxury. Take this way. I've had the luxury.
System, I can. System stuff. All that stuff.
I've got a free window to sit here. This way. I'm experiencing the future that I've predicted in 30 years' time. That you're going to have a lot more people like me sitting around just expanding their fucking minds, studying and researching and looking at things they want to look at. You should see the shit I study on a day. Like, in a day, Chief. I'll go through fucking 10 different fucking topics. I've got, like, this magical little window in front of me that's called the fucking internet that is full of all of human knowledge. And I get to look at all of it, Chiefy. Like, I've expanded my intelligence in the last 6 years tenfold as to what it was when I was working as a lemming. I'll tell you that much, tenfold. You know, I've been able to, you know, just create ideas and just freaking search what I want to search. You know what I mean? Like, hence why I wanted to do some fucking YouTube channel to share knowledge and shit. You know, I want to take knowledge off people, but I want to share some too. Like, that's my whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, while we're all doing this monkey fucking work, we're wasting our times and it's useless. And I'll tell you what, I think the human race has got past that point where it's not needed no more. That we now need to look towards a future where, you know, we free ourselves and start heading for enlightenment again, because we've become kind of stale, you know what I mean? And we, as you said, you know, like, you know, why fear automation of jobs and that? It's inevitable and it's going to happen, but we've got to now prepare for the case of when it does happen to create a utopia where we seek enlightenment and move to that so we can create new jobs and create new things and all the rest of it. That only comes with freeing us up for enlightenment. It's a great future. I'm not fearful of it. I just can't wait for it, for lack of a better word. It's going to be a shame that we're going to be like, what, fucking 70 years old for it. But hey, you know, it is what it is. It's a good thing, Chiefy, but you've got to accept the change that we're going through now. But yes, it's a shame that we've got people that aren't working and all the rest of it, but there isn't jobs for everybody. That's the shame.
Oh, no.
That's the shame. There isn't jobs for everybody. We've got to fix this ourselves in society. We've got to come up with a solution.
That's not what the argument's been about. It's been about the ideal of having a job or not having a job. Like,
I don't think the ideal of having a job is the principle.
Everyone should be in it together.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But I don't think that the ideal of having a job should be the driving factor of the human existence. It's very sad.
I think we should all have a role to play in society. We should all be working towards
I'm playing
something.
A role right now by talking and having a discussion with you and interacting. That is a role, believe it or not. It's whatever it is, it's still a role, is it not?
The fact that someone has to wake up early in the morning, right.
I feel sorry for that dude. I'm telling you, I feel sorry for that dude. But guess what? I also envy. Yeah, but that's the thing. I also envy that dude too, because he's got a purpose. He's chosen his purpose. His purpose is to work. He's happy with that.
It's a purpose for everybody.
Yeah, exactly. And you've chosen.
It's a purpose.
Shouldn't you be allowed to choose your own purpose? You're happy to have chosen? No, that's the thing. Some people are happy to choose to work.
Sometimes we need people that that have to work to get to that point.
Chiefy, I met this Sheila that I used to work with, and she made my blood boil one day. It's half the reason I lost faith in my industry and shit, because I was working with dodo birds. But this Sheila I used to work with, slack as fuck. You know what I mean? Didn't like her. She had a pretty piss poor attitude for the job. You know what I mean? She didn't care about the job. And this is one of her statements. No, I don't even really need this job, you know. I could have called in sick today, you know. Like, my husband works out at the APM. He gets paid like $150,000 a year. You know, I only do this job as, you know, extra spending money for when we go on holidays. And I turned around and I went, bitch, quit. I said, I need your job. I need your hours. I know other people that need your hours because they're struggling to survive. And you're going to sit here in front of me and tell me that this is just pocket change for you and you don't care. And you could take the day off. Quit. How well do you think that went down, Chiefy? But I was right. I'm 100% right, because you've got young people lining up for your job, but you're just here. Oh, yeah. As I said to her, I said, my grandmother, you know, like, goes out and does charity work, because I can understand that you don't want to be sitting at home bored. Because that's why she goes, I don't want to be sitting at home bored doing nothing. You know what I mean? Look, go do some fucking charity work or something. Go find a fucking hobby or something. Don't take a job off someone for some fucking pocket change just because you're bored. Seriously? Your husband gets $150,000 a year. You don't need it. You don't need it. You selfish person. You selfish motherfucking person. You understand why I'm angry at society and shit? These are the people I have to work beside, Chiefy. How am I meant to go to work with a smile on my face? How am I meant to look at you in a positive light and interact with you and pat you on the back? No, fuck off with that bullshit. That's a joke at that point. I'm here struggling for my survival and you're here for pocket change. There's a lot of people working at the moment, Chiefy, that don't deserve the jobs that they have. They should be filled by people that do deserve those jobs. And you want to talk about balanced equality and shit like that, that's the thing. Like, there is no such thing. It is as it is at the moment. It's working and it's leading us to a good future, so let it be. As we would say in the Taoist philosophy, way woo, the job's getting done. We don't have to do nothing about it. Some people don't have to work, some people do. It's unfortunate, but it's a true statement. Correct? And even those that don't have to work sometimes choose to work. Like that bitch, you know.
I think everyone should be
I'm serious. Like that bitch. She didn't have to work, but fuck if she chose to work, take the job off somebody else that needed to put food on the table.
She's doing the right thing in
yeah, but like is it really the right? Is it really the right thing? Is it really the right thing if she's taking? Nah, but is it really the right thing if she's taking the opportunity off somebody that deserves it and can do the job just as well as her? Is it really the right thing then if she's taking the job off somebody that now is in the unemployment line? Yeah, but now that person's in.
She needs to be doing.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But now she's just put some. Yeah, but she's just put somebody. Well, her having that job has put somebody in the unemployment line, Chiefy. Her having that job has done that.
Not everyone can have the job. No one can have the job. She got the job. She's got it. She's holding on to it.
But did she need to work,
doing all the necessary things.
But did she need to work? Her husband's already pulling in the bread money of $150,000 a year.
Oh, yeah.
That's more than enough.
Living at the moment.
Did she need to work on top of that? No, she did not need to work on top of that. Not when you want to have the brave statement of this job here that I work is just goes into a fund to spending money for when we go on holidays. That's not needed money. That's you being selfish and fucking greedy.
She wants to go
Get the fuck out of the way. Then let the husband pay for it and save up a little bit of extra money out of his wages. Don't rob somebody else of a job to pay for your spending money on holidays. Are you really that selfish that you got to support that person? When I could have had her hours and I could have started saving money to maybe go on a fucking holiday. Because I've never been on one of those, Chiefy, ever in my entire life.
So there's not enough jobs for everybody.
There's not enough jobs. There is the truth. There's not enough jobs for everybody.
I'm a big advocate to want to bring the jobs to people. And what I'm watching at the moment is there's a bunch of bullshit from governments that can't fucking
create jobs.
The squeeze on people that are dependent on the
the governments that are meant to be fucking leading us can't create new jobs because where are they creating new jobs? They're meant to be the driving factor of creating new jobs and shit, but they don't do it.
This is the core. This is the core fucking thing to poverty at the moment. This is the core reason for me. And that's the thing I would work on as a.
If you don't take this way, Chiefy, if they don't agree to bring in a universal wage for people as these jobs disappear, guess what? Then you will be looking at poverty.
Not enough jobs.
Exactly, you'll be looking at worldwide poverty if you don't bring in universal wage because nobody is going to be able to afford to live.
We have a wage when you're unemployed, so we've got a wage.
We do, Chiefy. We're lucky. America can't say the same. There's a lot of other countries around the world that cannot say the same. You know what I mean? Like, but isn't our way the right way? At least we're doing it the right way because we recognise that, hey, you've got to give a universal living and you've got to look after your downtrodden. We've acknowledged human rights to a degree that, fuck, you've got to treat them like a human. You know, you can't, just let people be homeless. We could have the same homeless problem as America if they wiped out Centrelink. And that's the only reason they won't take the benefits off the unemployed people in this country, Chiefy, because they know the day that they do, we have the homeless problem that America has. Do we want that for our country? Do you think our government wants that for our country? Fuck no. Do you as a citizen want that for our country? Hell no. I don't want to have a society full of homeless people. Fuck no. You've got to give a minimum wage even to your most downtrodden of human people. You know what I mean? Even if he's a fucking alcoholic and he just wants to sit there and piss it up against the fucking wall, you still got to give him a fucking wage to piss it up against the wall. Oh yeah, but tell me that you don't like his money when it's paying for alcohol and all the rest of it, and that makes your company run, so you don't give a fuck beyond the point of he's paid for the alcohol. Yeah, but the mental health issues don't get taken into account. Fuck his mental health issues. He bought it grog. He profited the system. He's happy. Yeah, they like.
Gets taken into account.
And then they'll give him fucking, next fortnight they'll give him money to do the same. And then next fortnight they'll give him money to do the same. You know what I mean? The system's happy because the money's rolling. Yeah.
Just for now. Just whilst there is a bit of money that we've got and the taxpayers are happy that we're doing that, that's fine.
Well, that's why I said my existence I'm fucking very pleased with. Well, I'm living the hypothetical future.
Plus more, that's when I'm going to be like very stringent on it.
Well, so that's the thing. I feel that I'm living like 30 years. Well, you understand what I mean by I feel like I'm living 30 years ahead of the game. Like, I'm seeing the sort of future now in the respect of everybody's going to sort of end up like me, where you're not really needed in society anymore, sorry to say. That we've got,
there might come a time it might evolve that way, but...
Yeah. Oh, it's inevitable. Within 20 to 30 years, it's inevitable.
You can't think it's inevitable, right? You can't expect it to be that way.
Technology goes forward, not back. Technology always goes forward, never backwards. It never goes backwards.
Progression is all it's evolution.
Exactly. We're progressing as the human race. We're not going backwards. Well, that's the thing. The human race is never going to get to a point where we go, all right, that's the end of the road. Let's turn around and go back now and start going back through history. We're never going to do that. Like, the human race is a machine of progression. It goes forward and only forward. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. Everybody says, oh, you can't stop using. But that's the thing. Everybody's like, oh, you can't stop using fossil fuels and all the rest of it. What about the jobs? You're advocating for those people to go into the unemployment line. No, I'm not. I'm not advocating for that at all. I'm advocating for you to sort of retrain it. Yeah, exactly. Those people that were doing those jobs can now, I don't know, fucking make solar panels and install solar panels and shit. You know what I mean? So you can just transfer the market. They don't lose jobs. No one loses jobs in that scenario. They just move from that job to that job. It's a new job. You know what I mean? It really is. It's just an upgrade. Yeah. It's an extreme narrative to say, oh, you're advocating for them to lose their jobs. Hell no, I'm not. I'm saying that they get to do a new job. Are you an idiot? Like, because you just created a new job. They're going to do that job, yeah, because it's in their field. Are you that much of a numbskull? You know what I mean? Like, and is that not a good thing because it created a new job, and new training, and forward thinking, rather than sitting there going, "Oh, well, we've got to keep on using fossil fuels until they're all gone." I mean, that's pretty naive because that's what you want to do if we let you, correct?
Yeah, it's fucking, you don't, it's hard to see where it's going at the moment. You kind of have
We
the
need a
idea you see
revolution. That's the thing. We need a revolution from the people's perspective where we say we own your motherfucking system because we paid for your motherfucking system. So now we're in control of the system, not you, because at the moment they're in the driving seat. But we need to sort of take the reins back and say, no, 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 we built the system. You know what I mean? We built this city on rock and roll, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, I'm serious. Like, we built the system, and, you know, human rights and shit need to be acknowledged. Well, as I said to my psychiatrist, it's an undisputable logic. I was not asked to be born into this system. If this system is established off money, which it is, you need money to be part of this system. I didn't ask to be part of it, but you've branded me already because I've got a barcode. I am Centrelink number. I won't say it because I'm on stream, but I am Centrelink number. Blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like, you have branded me, but I can quote that number better than my own name, Chiefy. I'm telling you that. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm branded. You've got me in your system. So I'm part of your system. I can't escape it. You won't let me. Give me some money then, please. Your system's based on money. So please pay. That's fair. You won't let me free of your system. Then you have to give me some money to be part of it. You have to give me a handful of coins at least, yeah? And that's what they do. They give you a handful of coins and go, there's the basis of what we believe it costs to live for a fortnight. You know what I mean? One of our treasurers about 5-6 years ago said that poor people on Centrelink should not own cars because that's a privilege, not a right. Now everybody spat the dummy at him for saying that because it was kind of rude shit, but he's 100% right. On what they give you for Centrelink wages, you can't afford a car. That's a luxury. You know what I mean? Because the cost of petrol has shit skyrocketed over these years and all the rest of it. That's an unachievable goal for the person on Centrelink. It's an undue expense. If you want a car, go get a job, little man.
You may have a car from prior to.
If you're lucky, but it's actually a burden to you in the modern time. If you're on Centrelink, a car's a burden. It's not a fucking luxury. It's a burden because you can't afford the fuel. I used to run a car, Chiefy, when I was unemployed, and I could tell you, I never had enough money to fucking do services on time. I never had enough money to change my tyres on time. I barely had enough money to put fuel in the fucker. My rego, god damn, that was always overdue. But that's because I was only living on minimum wage.
Every person that's unemployed has to be on
public transportation. And that's fair. I actually sort of agree with that because I do feel that for somebody that is living on the baseline of society, where they give you the, you know, relevant amount of money to put a roof over your head, food in your cupboard, pay your bills, that's fair. If they cover those costs, that's fair. Everything else is a luxury at that point. Everything else is a luxury at that point.
You lose your job, and then you're forced to go on Centrelink, and then
you were lucky to maybe have saved some cash if you were, you know, future minded. But me in my 20s, I wasn't very future minded when I injured myself.
You work years of fucking hard blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah.
You don't.
You're cutting out. I didn't hear that last part.
Sorry. So for 10 years, 20, 15 years, you've been working.
Yeah.
And
paying my taxes like a good little boy.
Paid your taxes. So you're not entitled at the end of that period, if you become unemployed, you're drafted, to have a car. So you're not allowed to have a vehicle during that time.
Well, no, it just became too much of a cost. No, in my eyes, it just became too much of a cost of living. You know what I mean? That it was unachievable. That I couldn't afford it. Face reality, just couldn't afford it. That what I was given on Centrelink, I was running at a negative if I wanted to keep that car running. that's it, I was running at a negative. Yeah, I mean, I had to fucking basically, instead of putting, like, if you own a car, you should be able to put like a full tank of fuel in it, etc., etc. If you're relying on putting $5 at a time in it, because that's all you can scrape together, can you run that car? No, you can't. It's beyond your means,
yeah? You can't run that car.
Well, exactly, so it's beyond your means. So it's beyond your means.
Should there be something, but I don't think, look, you deserve the right to be able to have that car and own that car.
Yeah, but guess what? You can't afford to run it, so you might as well put it in a garage somewhere and look at it, because that's about the best you can do with it.
Some sort of.
But that's the thing. But that's the argument at the moment, because alright, the price of that reporter that was asking ScoMo, what's the price of milk, right? What his question was really saying was, what's the price of milk was saying, do you realise that for the cost of living for the common man, shit's just gone up and up and up and up and up and up and up. But the minimum wage that you give to people and the Centrelink payments that you give to people that you call minimum wage, they haven't went up in the longest time, but inflation has. So in order to balance this equation, shouldn't the minimum wages of everybody employed go up, and the minimum wage of people on the dole go up, because inflation's went up? So you've got to balance that out. But the government doesn't want to do that. That's what his question was. What's the price of milk? Showing you that ScoMo was out of touch with the fact that milk has gone up in the last couple of years to ridiculous prices, considering what they once were back in the day.
Yeah,
and then that's the petrol. I mean, you replace milk with petrol or any other product is more or less what that dude was asking. Replace the word milk with petrol, bread, anything common, and he wouldn't have known the answer. He's out of touch with what the common man down here that is just scraping ends together is paying. Like, he can't afford a car no more. I'm telling you, people on Centrelink now are putting petrol in their cars at like $5 or $10 a time, just limp around. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're never filling up their tanks. You know what I mean? Because it's, totally not affordable. So running a car is beyond their means. Yet they have owned the car previously where it was, within their means. Now it's not. Because your minimum wage is not going up with inflation. True point, though? Because it is the truth. And that's all that reporter was trying to get ScoMo to sort of say that, yes, we'll raise the minimum wage type shit. You know what I mean? But it didn't go that way, yeah? But that's what he was trying to point out, that, we need to raise the minimum wage, because in the future we're going to need it for everybody. It's going to have to become a universal thing for the entire planet. At the end of the day, even Elon Musk himself has said that. He sort of looks at our country as an example and says we need sort of like what Australia's got going on, to get rid of homelessness and poverty and all the rest of it. We need that, you know what I mean? Like, and he's a wise man, because he's 100% correct, yeah?
Yeah.
But we need it. We're ahead of the game. Universal. That's the thing. We're ahead of the game here to a degree, because we're already giving our people that.
Threatening it always. They're threatening it though with control.
Right. So well, look at when Ron was in power.
They want to start using cards and being controlling of what you spend your money on now. So that's the next precedent for that is, okay, we'll give you. You can be unemployed. You can do this and that, but all this is going to be. But then you're going to be paying for is what we want you to pay for.
Exactly, and that I don't agree with, because I'll tell you what, might as well fucking slap a couple of fucking chains around my legs and call me a slave. Because you're telling me what I can do, and what I can't do, and what I can buy, and what I can't buy, and I'll revolt at that, because you might as well call me a motherfucking slave. Dirty, dirty word, but you might as well. Because that's how you treat me. Or a prisoner, or fucking something really ugly like that, because that's how you're treating people. That's dehumanizing. That's against human rights. That won't be stood for. That will cause outrage, I hope. Because if you let that go, then when they come for you, don't fucking be crying foul. because they'll come for you sooner or later.
So they're already trialling that in Northern Territory for
that's
Indigenous people up
so
there.
If you support that type of activity, bad move. Don't support. I cannot
support
that.
mainstream now. I think WA has started doing something like that.
Yeah, but you can't support that. Because
no.
If you support that, it just doesn't affect you.
I support it to a certain degree, because I must say, I grew up in a poor family, and one of the main things as to why we were poor was basically because of things that parents were spending the money on.
Yeah, but
things like gambling and alcohol.
I understand your perspective. It's a slippery slope because it is. It's not black and white. There's this big, huge grey area in the centre. Yeah, there is a big, huge grey. That's the problem with it. But it is against human rights to tell people how to spend their money and shit like that. You can't do that. You know what I mean? And anyone that supports that, it just doesn't affect them in my eyes. They only support it because it doesn't affect them, and they've been brainwashed that it's their money that's paying for it. It's not your motherfucking money, it's the government's money. None of our money is our money. It's always been the fucking government's money. Get over yourself. You don't own your money. Your money owns you. You think you own your money, you're an idiot. That's all part of the system's money. They're going to get it back one way or another. It's their money, yeah?
Because it is their
Can you burn a $100 note in front of a police officer? No, you'll go to jail for that because it's fucking government money. It's written on the fucking note, for fuck's sake. So it's property of the fucking bank, not property of you. It's only property of you because it's in your hand. Do you know what I mean? But on the note it says property of the fucking bank. Try to burn a fucking $100 note in front of a cop. Watch how fast you go to jail. That's it. Watch how fast you go to jail. Because it's actually a crime. You're not allowed to destroy their money. They own it. Get it?
They own it to a certain.
You can't burn your money, Chief. Go for it. Yeah. Go burn money in public and create a news story and watch the charges you got for burning money. But it's your money, isn't it?
So
but it's your money. You own it, right?
Put in as law.
Yeah, but you own that money, yeah? No, you don't. They're going to actually put you in jail for burning their money, even though it's yours.
Well, obviously not. The money's in circulation, so it's obviously not your money. It's just
exactly. So do you own money at all?
You don't own money. You never own money.
You never own money. You're just holding it for a time.
You own value, but you don't own the money itself.
Yeah, but even if you've got money, you're just holding it for them until you give it back to them. That's all you're doing. You don't own the money. You're just holding their money until it's needed to be given back to their system. They're always going to come up with a way to make you put it back in.
The banks, and it's the corporate banks as well.
Exactly. You don't own money. Money's got you enslaved as a human. Like, I'm serious. Money has got you enslaved as a human if you think that you own money. If you think that you're working and your paycheck is yours, you're a bit of an idiot. They gave you that paycheck because they know you're going to put it back into the system through your bills and expenditures. It's not your money. You can't burn it in front of a cop. If I could burn a $100 note in front of a cop and walk away a free man, then it's my money. But I can't do that. True. Because that's against the law. Burning their money. Well, it's my money. I earned it, bitch. I should be able to wipe my ass with it. I should be able to eat shit if I want. I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want with it. True? But you're telling me that I've got to spend it into your system, and that's the only thing I can do it. So it's a fun token. Is that what it is? A fun token? That can only be spent in your fun park? Is that what you're giving me here?
You don't spend it, someone else will.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. But so it's a fun token to spend in your circus. It's a fun token, only valid on the planet Earth.
My question is, what happens to all that money that does get burnt off and stuff like that?
Well, they do they do that, but they are the only ones that are allowed to burn money. They'll take in certain notes that are worn, you know, and they'll be like, oh shit, this one's got a bit damaged, worn, and then they'll burn that one and print new ones, you know. They're the only one that's allowed to destroy money. They're the only ones that are allowed to destroy it. Because they can keep track of it. Exactly, because that's why it's got serial numbers on it.
They keep the ledger, they keep the balance sheet.
But
they know what's going on.
Well, think about the statement that Heath Ledger's the Joker makes in Batman: The Dark Knight, where he's got that big pile of money and he just lights it on fire. Right? Yes, it looks cool, but what he's actually doing is he's burning their money. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's him, like, saying the biggest fuck you to the system ever. You know what I mean? That your money's worthless. Like, you know, to him it's worthless, and he's just watching a pile of paper go up in smoke. To the system, they're watching fuck knows how much of their money being burnt that they've now got to fucking go through their catalogue and go, oh fuck, which ones are gone? You know, because now you can counterfeit those. You see, the system crumbles. The system panics because you just burnt their money. They owned that property, and he poured petrol on it and burnt it. So that's how impactful that seed is.
Money to get back
exactly.
To, them, so
to get back to them. That money was going to go back into their system, but he just turned it to ash. And he just turned it to ash. You get all the Joker's saying now.
Keep track of the ledger. It's just all to.
Yeah, it was him fucking the ledger. It was him saying "fuck you" to the system. Your money's got no control. That's what the Joker's statement is. Yeah, that's what his statement is. It's his big "fuck you" to the system to say that your money doesn't control me. Because everybody else in the movie, like the gangsters and all the rest of them, they're all controlled by the money. Yeah. And that's what he's showing you in the movie, the joke, is showing you that he doesn't give a fuck about money, he just believes in chaos. Money's just, it's not yours, it's theirs, so it doesn't matter, burn it. Oh, but you're not allowed to, because their little laws will come along and tell you that you can't. No, you're free, they say. No, you're not. You're a slave to their money, and that's it. Yeah, it's all we are to them, slaves to their money. And I just clued onto that, Chiefy, and challenged my psychiatrist to shit on this type of stuff, and they just went, God damn, can't argue with that, man. It's the truth. Money has enslaved us, and it's a sad, sad thing, because I think the human race is better than being enslaved by money, but it's what we have, yeah.
But you can look at it in two ways. Like
it's done its job. It's done its job.
Or it's progression.
But that's the thing, it's done its job to make progression, but now it's turned to greed. That's the thing. And it's not about money for progression no more. Now it's about the rich accumulating money for themselves, and they're not putting it back into progression like previous generations did. Most of the biggest companies...
How much power they get from
well, exactly. But most of the biggest companies that we know were built on the fact of they started as a small company, then they made a profit. They invested that entire profit back into their own company. And then they grew bigger. And then they invested that profit back into their own company. And they got bigger. And then they got to a point somewhere along the lines where they were like, oh, we only need to put X amount back into the company. We can keep the rest. And we only need to put X amount back into the company and we can keep the rest. See, we're at that point now. Do you know what I mean? See? But up until that point, we were growing by putting everything back into the system. Like, they created it, you know what I mean? But now they chase profits. Now they keep so much for themselves, they put X amount back, and they call that progression. They could be putting a lot more in and seeing a lot more progression. They only want to put in X amount now, just to meet the target, you know what I mean? Like, that's it. Yes, it is still progression, so they can still call it progression. But fuck, we could do so much more. True. Considering that you've got people on Earth sitting there with billions of dollars in bank accounts doing absolutely fucking nothing. Think about what that money could do to help everything in the system. Put it back into the system, as their philosophy is. Put it back into the system. Put it back into the system. But not them. They get to keep it out of the system. We've got to put it back in the system, yeah? That's the rules for us, not the rules for them. Their rules are different. Their rules rely upon you putting your money into the system so that they can take it out of the system and put it in their bank accounts, correct? That's just how the system of business works. It's simple. And I refuse to be part of the slave show. That's what I told my psychiatrist. I just refuse. I want to be free again. Like, I didn't ask to be here. If you're telling me that friggin' I've got to be part of your system and you're not going to give me any money, and I go commit suicide. Catch you later. And he went, oh, no, you can't do that. You can't get... Well, why can't I? That's what I want to do. Oh, but you can't. You're not allowed to. It's against the law to commit suicide? Wow. Okay. Shit. Then pay me, bitch. And let me sit on the couch and leave me the fuck alone. Because you what? What? That's sad. Really, think about your existence, Chiefy. I mean, am I asking much? I mean, like, there is a lot of people out there like me that are just going, fuck me, dead. Like, really, honestly. Didn't ask to be born, and I can't even fucking kill myself because it's illegal. Like, what the fuck, Chiefy? Think about that conundrum. It's a bit of a fucked up one, yeah? Because technically suicide is illegal, yeah? Technically?
Oh, yeah.
It is, it's illegal. Says who? Are you not in charge of your own life to be able to make your own choices? You're not allowed to call it quits when you want to call it quits, alright? Then we're trapped here. We're slaves. You know what I mean? Tell me that, please, because it's the truth. Somebody just tell me the truth once in my life. You are a slave. And I'll be happy, because I'll go, okay, I can accept that at least. You told me the truth. Yeah? That's the way I look at it, Chief. Simple as fuck. Because as soon as I threatened suicide, they reacted fast, going, "Oh, you can't do that, it's illegal." Shit. Oh my god. It made me not want to commit suicide though, because I found it so fucking funny that you actually want to make it illegal. Wow. Damn. What a wonderful world we live in. We'll keep people alive even against their own will. Call it freedom. Freedom! You can do whatever you want. You can be whatever you want to be. Bar dead. You can't be that. We don't want you to be dead. You can be anything but dead, alright? You can be a worker. You can be a fucking unemployed person. You can be anything you want. But you can't be dead. No. The system says no to that one.
Who'd encourage death?
Me. Because if it's your choice, and I would. I'll tell you what, I would. Because if it's your choice and it's what you want for your existence, do it. Do you. No one should ever be able to tell you what you can and cannot fucking do in your existence. At all. Who the fuck are they? God? Did they create you in existence? Fuck off. Don't tell me ever, at any moment, what I should do and not do in my life. Because I won't tell anybody else what they should be doing theirs. It's fair. That's my understanding of life. You're just not allowed to do that. So, no, I don't condone telling people what to do with their lives. No, fuck off. It's rude. Would you like to be told what to do with your life? No?
It's for the benefit of me.
Yeah?
Not for my benefit.
Yeah, but you would choose it, yeah? It's got to still be your choice, yeah? It's got to be your choice though, Chief, yeah? You would not accept it if it was not your choice. If it was forced upon you, you wouldn't be happy. You would only accept it if it was your choice, correct? Choice is the key.
Well, you would just do it anyway.
Well, why is it somebody wants to commit suicide? Shouldn't they be allowed to have their choice?
Oh, it would.
And that's the kicker. That's the kicker with suicide. You can make it as illegal as you want. Once a person kills themselves, you can't take it to court. Dumb. Like, dumb. You know what I mean? Like, fucking really dumb. But they will then, certain companies won't pay out an insurance policy and stuff like that. See, so the rules say you can't kill yourself. You know what I mean? Like, the rules say, no, if you choose to take the exit, your money's forfeit to the system, is what they're saying. No, it's essentially saying it's just you take the out road, your money's forfeit to the system. Done. That's their rules. Because it's their money. They want it back, yeah? You're dead. They don't need you no more. Job served. Give us the money back. I witnessed that with the old fella that I found dead at my last property. I watched how they came in and picked through his possessions and erased him from history, bro. From everything. Everything that old man owned and accumulated over his entire lifetime. He had no one to leave it to, no family, nothing. No one cared about him. And when he was gone, bro, they came with a truck. They took all the valuable stuff. They threw all the shit that they see as meaningless, all of his memories of shit, in a bin, and that's it. He's gone now. Nobody remembers George. Ever. Well, he's done.
So how about this point?
They got all of their money back and they were happy. He's done.
Yeah.
It's sad, isn't it? I mean, it's a sad life, and you wonder why I'm angry all the time.
It's a sad life, but it's a sad way of
do you understand what I mean by I'm angry all the time? Because this is the world we live in. It's a very fucking place that you can't be sort of happy with. But you've got to control your anger and not be angry at everything. You can't be angry at everything. I mean, like, that's a realistic thing. I mean, like, I'm angry all the time, but I'm not angry at everything. I know what things piss me off and stuff like that, and I wish that would change, but I can't let it consume me because that's not doing anything. So, do I need anger management? No, I understand my anger better than anybody does. I know when to use anger to get my point across. I know when to use anger to destroy a person if I need to. You know what I mean? I know when to rein my anger in because, like this person's disconnected. I understand anger quite well. It's a tool. It's one of your emotions that you use. And to turn around to people and say, oh, you need anger management and that, you're trying to program them to never be angry. That's what you're trying to do. Because it's just an emotion you don't want humans to have. Because it's one of the most powerful emotions we have. When we have something that we dislike, we get angry about it. And I don't like it when we're angry, because it's the only time we do shit. So if they can wipe that emotion out from us, like, and encourage, like, don't get angry, calm down. You're not, like, look at when you call up a telephone company. We'll hang up on you if you raise your voice. So you're not even allowed to get angry at people in society because that's the way it's happening now. Like, if you get angry,
well, we've conditioned
yeah.
society now to a certain
So what? We're going to wipe
act in a
out a
certain way.
pure no. So what? We're going to wipe out a pure human emotion just because we don't like it. Yeah,
Well,
is that what we're going to do?
it's very ineffective to deal with
No,
angry
it's not.
people.
It
So,
has certain. It does have
oh
effectiveness
no,
to it.
I've been
Anger
a
can be used
security
as a
guard. I've
tool,
dealt with angry people.
and you've
There's
had
no
to
way
get
of settling
angry over
down
the.
and trying to.
Yeah, but
There's no
sometimes you've
way
had
of
to get
reasoning
angry
with
over the
them.
top
You
of them.
can't reason with an angry person sometimes because they're too much in a rage. So you
Oh,
can't.
exactly.
They don't
But
see
it points,
rationale.
but it also
So
points
anger
to
is
there being a
ineffective.
problem. The anger
Oh
is
yeah,
only a
it
result
does
of a problem,
absolutely.
and focusing on their anger is only ignoring the problem.
But the thing is, people are at different levels of anger,
But would
and
you agree that when you're focusing
what
on
works
the
with
emotion, when
one
you're
person,
focusing
that's
on
why
the,
you've got to
but
have
that's
a
the thing.
standard across
But
the
it's a
board to say
total,
everyone's got to
it's,
act a certain way,
yeah,
so
but
that
that's the thing. But it's choosing to ignore the problem of what made that person angry. It's just saying to that person, don't get angry about it. We're not going to change it. What made you angry? Who cares what made you angry? You know what I mean? Don't get angry about it. Stop getting angry about it. That's
there's
what they're
certain
teaching. You know what I mean? Like, so what? You're going to ignore the problem that made the person angry in the first place, which is an obvious problem because it made the person angry,
I
and you're
think
going to tell that
there's
person, don't
toxic
get
anger,
angry about
and
the
then
problem. There's a
there's different
problem.
forms of anger. So like I think there's rage anger, there's
That's what
toxic
I mean.
anger, there's
Exactly.
constructive anger.
That's
I
why I
think
mean
there's
it's a powerful emotion, Chief.
disappointment anger. You know,
Exactly.
like
That's
just
why I said it's a powerful emotion that
it's
you can't
knowing
wipe out.
what's what.
It's key to being human. It's
Yeah,
like taking
well, there's
away a part of a human. You
certain
can't do it.
consciousness.
It's
That's
part
why
of
I
us.
think
Yeah.
that's I was arguing the same point a few weeks back. I think you remember over an umpire decision
Yeah.
to award against
Yes.
someone who just threw their arms up
Got angry and had
or
emotion.
laughed. Actually,
Yeah.
didn't even bloody.
Yeah.
He laughed. He didn't
Laughed.
in like
Yeah.
sarcasm.
In sarcasm.
It was
Yeah.
sort of it was lateral, but and we know that that's an emotion that's obviously triggered by anger, which is. But yeah, why are we penalising people now for
Yeah.
showing
Emotion.
those sort of
Like
emotions?
emotion. Like, you know,
Yeah,
like you get to the point where you're picking and choosing which emotions the human being is allowed to experience and feel, and that is against my whole existence, my entire philosophy of life, Taoism, fucking Wei Wu, all the rest of it. You cannot at any point tell a human how to live. That's not your job. It's not your duty. It's not your right to say. I exist. Like, you can't stop me from existing. Yeah, unless you want to kill me. Like, you know what I mean? You can't. You know what I mean? We both, like, everybody exists. Yeah? You can't tell humans how to exist. If you do, you're enslaved humans. Humans are not free.
I think
Humans are a tool.
humans have come together to
But,
provide to lay out
but we did that ourselves. We didn't
a
need nobody to
system
tell
that
us
we
to do
can
that. We
all
did that
live by.
ourselves. And now we're
We
actually
came.
letting
That was a
people
collective.
tell us what to do.
Well, based on a collective. I mean, that's
Yeah,
what
but
democracy is all
we've
about.
let
We're a
yeah, but
collective,
we've let our
and we've all
democracy become
decided together
corrupted.
what system we want to live by under, under a
Yeah,
free
but our
system.
democracy's become corrupted in the respect that it's not democracy like it was first established, where you have a say, you the
No,
people, and
there's
it's
been
no longer
corruption that
that.
has
It's
crept in, but
corrupted beyond
it's
the
still
point of
been held
recognition.
off. That's not completely out of. There's still good in there running the place,
Yeah,
but we're still in control. The people, when we're out of
to a
complete
degree.
control, that's when it's in the hands of
Yeah,
God,
but
like
is it not an illusion?
and
I
things
feel
aren't
it is
working.
an illusion.
That's when we're out of control.
Yeah,
When we get to that point, right now we've got a certain amount of control
yeah, but your
in a
politics,
democratic system.
Tom McDonald says it well in his song, that for your democracy is bought, right? But none of us have the money to buy in. But it's already bought and paid for by corporations and all the rest of it. They're the guys that fund them into power and all the rest of it. So your democracy's been sold. But guess what? You didn't even get a bid, Chiefy. Your bid's your vote, which is no dollars, just to vote. But your bid's nothing. Your democracy's already been paid for, bro. on both sides. Like Liberal, Labor, corporations have funded both of them, and they're the ones that are swaying the election, not you. Not you. Them. Because then they pay media outlets to run their stories and all the rest of it. They win. Your vote's the illusion. That's just to keep you happy on the sideline, thinking that you have power where you have no power. Your democracy's sold, bro. How much did you support Labor or Liberal? Oh, $0? And your vote matters? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The money talks, not the vote. And it's already funded by corporations. Done. They bought democracy, bro. So while democracy is able to be bought by corporations, don't tell me it's free and it's the people's voice. It's not. It's corporate voice. Because they paid for the election. If you kick corporations out of politics tomorrow and make it so that corporations can't fund politicians and that it's illegal for politicians to profit while in parliament, I will vote every time. But until you do that, don't ask me to vote because you're sold out. Why ask me to vote in an election that I don't have no say in? Please, honestly. I think it's a fair question that, why ask me to vote in that? You've already sold out to corporations. They're the ones that are pulling the strings. Don't ask me to vote and tell me that I've got to say in how the country's run. No, I don't. I'm just voting for a puppet to get up there and say, oh yeah, I'm going to do fossil, climate change. Oh yeah, I like that. I like the sound of that stuff. He's going to do that stuff. And then I'm going to watch him in power for 4 years do nothing about any of those things. Like, I'm serious. That's every time. Every fucking politician I've ever seen get in has said the same fucking bullshit. I'm going to change this. I'm going to change that. I'm fucking here for this and I'm here for that. Nothing changes. And then 4 years later rocks on and you get the next batch talking the same bullshit. And my democracy and my vote fucking counts. Fuck off. Like, seriously. A brain-dead person believes that nowadays in my eyes. Not a fucking smart-thinking man. Smart-thinking man looks at the system and goes, can't win this one. I'm out. True. I'm serious. That's why I don't vote. And that's why you can't force me to vote either. Because until you actually prove me wrong...
I'm starting to become the same. So
yeah. Until you prove me wrong, then, yeah.
The current party.
It's all corporate backed, and until you stop that, honestly, I reckon it's a fair statement to make that if you're going to allow politicians to make profit while in office and to be funded by corporations to get them there, don't ask for my vote. You've already asked the relevant people, the ones that are paying the bills, yeah? So I'm not that guy, so what's my vote got to do with shit? Nothing, yeah? I don't even mean, like, if I'm the common man and I don't even read politics, why do you want his opinion on politics? He doesn't even read politics. Does his vote matter? I mean, like Mark Twain said it best. If voting counted for anything, they wouldn't let you do it. It's too powerful. If you could actually affect change with your vote, they would not let you do that. Because it would rock their vote, yeah? So test it. Do you have the power of the people? Vote this time, if you're a voter, with the curveball like Sick Unit's going to do. Do the independent. Fuck it. I'm serious. Fuck it. If you're forced to vote, do it.
I mean, I think we should vote, but at the same time, I think there's just not much to vote. So
yep, but if you're forced to vote, why not vote for fucking independent dude that's saying fuck you?
Or just vote for whoever you believe is the best candidate. So
that's the I can't really actually support Craig Kelly because one thing you've got to realise that if you do vote for that doofus, his votes are going straight to Liberal. As that you know that honest ads channel that you showed me. Yeah. As they say, you've got to realise that a vote for this dickhead is just a vote for these ones anyway. You know what I mean? Like his votes, yes. So you can't vote for him because he's just got to go to Liberal. So really, you have to vote Labor. And that's why I encourage voting Labor, because it's the only one that's going to actually rock the vote. It's the only one, because it's really a two-horse race. We all know this. It's never not a two-horse race, yeah? It's always a two-horse race.
It's just two-party system.
Yeah, it's a two-party system. Yeah, I mean, that's what you've got. That's what you're stuck with. So, fuck it, rock the boat, put in the opposite dudes this time, just to rock the boat. Because as I said in my metaphor the other night, at the moment they're sailing on a still ocean. They've got no reason to change. They've been in power for 8 years. Why not throw them some waves or put Labor in? Rock the boat. They have to change. Yeah? if Liberal wants to then get back into power, they're going to have to fucking adjust themselves. It's keeping them honest in my eyes. I don't vote either way, so it doesn't fucking matter to me because it's a rigged election in my eyes. You know, like, the powers that be will be the powers that be. Like, I'm just lucky to be sitting here on the sidelines at this point. Yeah, you do you as a voter, but I would support rocking the boat. That's just my opinion. So honestly, I reckon governments are failing us nowadays. It's just too evident that it's a system of control. Every day. And you know, the reason it's got worse is because of social media and the reach of the internet now. Everybody's woke the fuck up.
They're threatened by that.
Yep. It's now why you see governments step in and they're trying to push fucking companies like fucking Facebook and that. We're getting 1984 again. Where controlled information, that you've got to block this, like Donald Trump being cancelled off Twitter for example. Yeah, that's information control. You see, if you start backing that people should be banned off Twitter and shit because of what they've got to say and all the rest of it, you're encouraging censorship of information. So what happens if there's ever a piece of information you want to look up and then all of a sudden you see a brick wall that says, so if this doesn't exist no more, you can't look at this, sensitive information or whatever, you're going to be like the rest of us, very unhappy that something's being withheld from you. Until it affects you, you're not going to be angry, yeah? And it doesn't really affect me, but I'm smart enough to know that you've got to support a cause when you see a good cause. And at the moment, yeah, they're trying to censor information and shit on the internet. As you found out the other day, trying to look up dictionary definitions of shit. You know, like, it's all manipulable in real time in the digital age, yeah? In real time. Previous generations, I'd have to recall books to change facts and stuff like that, you know? That doesn't exist no more. It's all digital now. They can do it on the fly, yeah? We're entering a slippery slope if you start enforcing that people should be censored for the things that they say, because sooner or later they'll censor you, and then what are you going to say then? You know what I mean? You've been censored. You can't say shit, yeah? So that's why freedom of speech is a very, very important thing, because at the moment they're trying to snuff it out to a degree, Chief, because they understand the power of free speech and that information is so freely available at the moment that we can all sit back and study and like look into things that we want to look into and start asking questions, because that's part of freedom of speech. You get to ask questions. They're not liking the question asking as much anymore, so they want to squash freedom of speech, yeah? So that you can't ask questions. You not ask that question, you know what I mean? That's their attitude. True? Should we back that change or should we not back that change? I say we should not back that change. That even if I disagree with someone's hate speech and all the rest of it, as I said, I support his hate speech to a degree because that's his freedom of speech. I don't support what he said, I just support his ability to say it. And then I have the ability to say he's a dickhead at the same time, yeah? That's the beauty of freedom of speech. True, Chiefy? You know, and that's why you've got to support both, yeah? You can't just go biased and go, oh, I support it as long as it's not hate speech, because you're a moron at that point. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah?
It has its consequences, so it's not...
Social consequences.
It has social consequences.
I'll be back in 2 seconds, Chiefy. Just go handle some business.
Cool.
Yes, nah. Where were we?
Just doing the group 4 dailies at the moment.
Group 4
Not a bad
dailies.
track, this one. I don't mind it.
Which one's that?
What is it?
Group 4 daily? What's that one?
I keep starting on pole every fucking... I'm in good lobbies at the moment. I think it's the driver rating.
Yeah.
Driver rating's
Oh,
down.
no,
I'm
no.
just fucking
What's your
chilling.
safety? What's your safety rating?
Safety rating's... I went back down to B, I think, at the moment.
B. It's not bad.
So I don't know, I'm going to keep my safety track. I've been starting on pole position now. So I recorded a good time. What am I? Oh no, I'm back up to A, so I'm A at the moment.
Also, yeah, but your driver rating will now start going up just because you're
I'm
getting
driving
like in the top
F
10s.
rated and A rated.
Yeah, you're getting into
A lot
the
of
higher
A's and
tier.
S's and probably like a few B's.
That means you're at the high end of the B group. Think of the letters as having their own little subgroups in them, like a low D, a mid D, and a high D. Low C, etc. You're probably at high B at the moment. Would probably be the best description I could give you.
Yeah.
If you're seeing A's and S's, it just means you're on the cusp of going up to that group.
Yeah.
And same in reverse. If you're seeing if you're seeing cars that are lower than your rating, you're going down. You're on the decline. You're lucky to be where you are. That type of shit, yeah. Honestly, I reckon if you're doing group 4 too, you should fucking do a couple of laps over here at Laguna. Free practice. Because that's tomorrow night's race. And while you're comfortable and warmed up. Yeah. Well, if you're comfortable and warmed up in your group 4.
A few races in do that stuff on the dailies and shit every day too.
I'll say I've done this daily.
This is more just to get my rating back up.
Well, that daily, the daily key.
Racing rating up for driver rating.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you only get that by actually being in races, like between positions and stuff. So you have to definitely do that. Get your driver rating up. Best thing I've done that Brazil track maybe 30 times this week since it's been there, and I've had 2 wins there. I'm happy with that. So I'll wait for the track to change and practice the manufacturer's contracts until then, which is what I'm doing right now. Practicing doing it. Like it's hard, I can't lie. So you slid there, so it's not part of the track you want to use. No, you gotta get on that inside apex drag, get one more off the road. That's not how you take the last one. The best is a 130.9. Send a photo on 2 wheels, JD?
No, yeah.
Send it to the group. Got up on 2 wheels, come around like in one of the corners of the wheel a second. Mad race photo. I don't know how to do that with it.
Trying to overtake during the fucking chicane it.
I love doing it anyway, Trippy. That's the thing. They don't care for, overtaking the zones. I think I'd be very track aware on where they're coming from and shit like that, to be honest. Just to always be on your guard. That's why I usually struggle if I'm behind, say, the top 5. Because if I'm just behind the top 5, that usually means that I could say, 7th and 8th are just behind me. And I start focusing too much attention on my rear vision mirror. And I start losing time. Yeah, it's a problem. But you have to. That's the thing. You can't not do that, because the moment you don't focus on the rear vision mirrors, then they dive bomb you. So it's sort of like catch-22. So that corner, you need to just hold it third, guys. I like this track. It's just a fucking hard track to get through that.
Get me on this curve. Taking that fucking corner right, but is it?
Taking it too safe, yeah.
Yeah, it must be.
I realised that was my main problem was to see it last night. In certain corners I was taking it too safe.
Yeah. Under 2 seconds now. Second and a half. Coming for you, buddy. Last lap. Just struggling. Taking laps. Fast starting or something. He's taking us to first pretty early. It's going really wide. Bloody on length, I see something.
Yeah, I know where that goes. That one is straight up the right one. Fuck, that's it. I hate that little dip very up the hill.
Yeah. Just clean yourself up early. Cayman. Daily. You can't believe they won it.
Still, yeah, no, but still you won it.
Yeah. Lobby, yeah. Still can't believe they won.
Yeah, that's a bit low.
Well, and then the same with the opportunity if I do.
Tomorrow I'm just gonna fucking enter races until fucking I board placing my liking, and then yeah, bounce out because fucking that's part of the way the game rolls. Yeah. Half of cash, essentially. Yeah, and if you go clean, it goes to about 29 or something like that. But they're going to double with that or something. Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah. If that's like part of your background of your game, that you want people to race other people, you need to set them up a little bit better. At the moment, it's kind of piss poor, I'm not gonna lie. That's like that Triple Verde last night that I was watching. I was a bit depressed about the game or something for some reason. I just didn't really understand why. Not living up these expectations or some bullshit. And I'm like, stop paying attention, and I just get like connection issues and stuff like that as well, I suppose. I don't know, so that can happen. Like you can't know, we got disconnected from race 3 and 4, so he was a bit down on that because it was affecting his stream, you know what I mean, all the rest of it. I think he was a bit down on his stream for some reason, you know, he just felt like he was failing or something like that. Like, hey dude, I streamed to fucking no one, like literally no one. I don't give a fuck, like tune the fuck up, unless you're not really watching the type thing, is what I wanted to say, bro. Yeah, like people, you got like fucking 295 people in this group, bro. Like, cheer up.
I'm not happy with that.
Yeah, how are you not happy with that?
Yeah. 200 people.
200 people?
In a hall.
In a hall, yeah, exactly.
You're going to see everything there.
Yeah.
You're going to do the same, you're going to see parties and not there.
Yeah, like, if I had like, fuck, I mean like, shit. Yeah. And I was sort of like down on that, and he's like, oh, don't worry, and like, because I typed up like, you know, that comment, like, you know, I streamed to no one, you know what I mean, like, for him, like, cheer up, bro, type thing. He's like, oh, don't worry, Dre, you'll get there. So I had to put up another comment pretty much straight after, going, no, that's the point. I don't care, I'm happy. You know, like, cheer up, type thing, like, you missed my point completely, bro. I wasn't asking for, like, sympathy there. I was giving you sympathy by saying, like, look at what you've got type thing, yeah? Like, you've got 295 people, like, how the fuck can you be down about your stream and shit? You've got 295 people sitting here watching that, like, smile a bit, bro. But he's a good racer, and he actually won that last race. You should say he won that. You should see his celebration at the end of it, cheeky. Fuck, he went off that. He's like, yes! Like, fist pumping and shit. I'm like, well, I feel that I sort of cheer a bit when I win. This dude just takes it to, like, fucking the next level. Like, he just, like, the F1 World Championship or something. But yeah, he comes first, yeah, so fair enough. And he is racing in, like, top groups. He was doing, he actually added me on his friends list, cheeky, so I can keep an eye on his time and shit. You know what he was running on that Suzuka? Do you know what he was running on that Suzuka? This dude on YouTube? 2 minutes flat, bro. He's at it, like, I'm on his friends list now, so I can actually see his time. You know what I mean? So I'll be able to tell you each week roughly what he's running, and he's like up there with like the world's fastest. I'm just gonna say that. Yeah, he was decimated against by 3 seconds on that one, Cheapy. Zara got down to like 203.9 or something, I think. Well, as you seen last night, 203 was getting you 16th on the grid.
That's regular. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I wonder what the
like twos, like no, twos, like him. Yeah, like nah, twos like him. I'm not sure, but for that race, I think it was like a 2 flat. It was the fastest lap in the world last night. Or 159 actually. I think somebody got it like a high 159. I think that was it. Yeah. The closest I can come is fucking 203.
That's exactly system.
Yeah. Like, track last night kicked my ass.
Yeah, this is Suzuka. Real time actually counts, but yeah, it's just kind of done on that track. So
What's that?
just today.
Ah, well, nah, cause I
So
can't
it shows up in the hour.
Nah, it won't show up anymore because it was just for that championship and all the rest of it. Like, it won't show up as track experience and that. If that makes sense. That was just for that championship, and that leaderboard's now raced. Yeah, it's now ready for the next one, which is the Golden Seeker. So, yeah. Which I'm really struggling with at the moment, Shelby. Really struggling. On this community is
What would he be doing? Should be at work. At work today. You get too obsessed. You feel all the same. Stop going to work nice and fresh this morning. Fuckers are going to get a bit late, stuff.
yeah, Sarah comes around, she wakes up this morning at 1 o'clock.
Worse than waking up.
Oh, I had to go get cigarettes and shit this morning, go for a walk about, but yeah, so Sarah woke up at 1 o'clock. First thing I do, I wake up, fucking get out of bed, stumble into the fucking lounge room, half fucking asleep, open the door to her, go lay on the couch, need the fucking table. Fuck that hurt, bro. It's not a successful start for the day. Yes, but being woken up in 1 o'clock in the afternoon, morning for me. Afternoon for you, morning for me, but yeah, you get what I mean.
I do love getting up on my days off. I do like getting up early. I like going to bed too late, so that's another problem.
I fuck myself
staying up during the night and just fucking around.
Yeah, I fuck myself to sleep, I'm sure, but this weapon is like I can't go to sleep until about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning anymore. Like, yeah, just can't do it. Just don't feel tired until about then anymore. Which track's this on?
Dragon track.
Oh.
Recorded at 141.
How long until the next race?
It's starting now.
Okay, so I can't really go qualifying.
Like, that was the morning, that's one
yeah. Yeah. You just click on the manufacturer's company for practice. That way you can set a time that you keep track of.
Yeah. See if I can actually get a win.
After the stuff, I'll come out.
Got to try and hold
yeah, those on set.
System. Yeah, that's my problem. Got better in the latter part of that last race.
So 141 over those good, yeah?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm sitting on. In my fucking lobbies that I'm in. I'd say they're a bit, there's counts higher than that in other lobbies. Because they're just lower levels, I guess. I'm just...
Oh, they've changed the tracks. Ah. Okay. It's new races. Okay, so the daily... Okay, that's why. Racing mediums. Oh.
Yeah,
really?
Racing mediums, so there's a bit of wear towards the last couple of laps.
I'm gonna go buy racing mediums.
Out of 4 laps.
I'm gonna go buy racing mediums.
Yep.
Where are my racing mediums? Purchase. This will be interesting. Well, this is a new race trophy. Could have told me that was not the old ones that were refreshed.
I didn't even know there was a refresh. I just came in and that was...
Yeah. That is a refresh, because Daily Race B used to be Brazil.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Cheapy's the only man at the time here with a 141.3.
Yeah.
Oh, Drag's gonna have to step up and fucking put down a time.
Yeah, show us what you got. I'll know then what...
Well, what I'll do is I'll do it. I'll enter the next race, Cheeky. I'll enter the next race. And I'll just do a qualifier as after the warm up and all that sort of, you know, as soon as entry opens. And then I'll enter it. Yeah. Try getting the same lobby type shit. This guy said a 141-ish. Fine. Chop up first. Everybody's talking about Will Smith fucking punching out fucking Chris Rock though. Even Sarah was speaking about it. And I just said to Sarah, I said the funny thing about it is Will Smith being one of those voices that says, "Oh, you shouldn't hit people." You know what I mean? Yeah. What has he just done?
Yeah.
Walked on stage and it's like, so now essentially
He
what
did his
Will's,
speech and he was talking about love and shit. And
yeah,
but you know,
and
I reckon
cried
he's a
and stuff.
person who
Oh,
just
yeah,
doesn't. He
and
doesn't
like,
take
yeah,
shit though. He's got a lot
exactly.
of.
Yeah, but look at what happened like at the Oscars, right? You go from Will Smith, super fucking angry, storms on stage, fucking slaps a dude, gets super motherfucking angry, so that's one emotion there, to the absolute one of the opposite sides of the spectrum, where he's crying through his speech. That shows some fucking serious emotional imbalance, I'm sorry to say, for a man to be able to go through emotion like that,
Well, someone
fucking that
who's
fast.
emotionally
My psychiatrist said to me because like, that was me, when I went to my psychiatrist, that you go through this huge swing so fast and all the rest of it, it's dangerous. Tell that to Will Smith. Because, I mean, like, it looks like he went through the exact same emotional arc that I was criticised for back in the past. But you can see that the man's, like, sort of under pressure and maybe is in a cage of his own creation in his head, an emotional cage that he's struggling with. Because his speech was a bit unhinged from what I've seen. It was a bit weird. I don't know, maybe he's struggling. He's got some mental problems going on. Just chucking it out.
It's probably getting all a bit heavy for him. And,
Yeah.
But he's gotten back with Jada, so I don't know what the.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, but it's a mental.
That's been at the core.
Well, as Sarah said, his speeches, he almost sort of turns it on us, the audience, that we expect too much of him and all the rest of it. No, this is a mental cage of your own making, mate. No, we're not putting. No, you're putting this pressure on yourself to perform for us. We're not asking you to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah. We're not holding a gun to your head and say, dance monkey dance, are we?
Yeah.
if it feels like that, we'll let go. You know what I mean? Like, because that's not what we're doing. You're putting this pressure on yourself, bro. But the funny thing being is, he would be an advocate for no violence type thing, blah blah blah, but then gets on stage and slaps a man. Yeah, hypocritical, much, but anyway, it is what it is. These are the things I like to point out in society, as I said, Chief, that people live with a certain set of morals that they're willing to adhere for themselves, but they imply different morals on other people. And I don't like that.
It comes in conditions.
Yeah.
The condition is you don't speak about your wife, but everything else,
everything else, go for it. You know what I mean? Like, you see, I don't like this because freedom of speech is freedom of speech, full stop. People say what they're allowed to say, and you're allowed to disagree. This is how we get progression. It's just that simple. You've got to have it. It's part of the balance. Yeah. Can't start telling people that they can't start saying shit, because how do you expect us to learn and grow if people aren't saying shit? Yeah.
Exactly.
Silence doesn't get you anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, silence is good for you to maintain control, but silence doesn't get you anywhere as far as progression is concerned, because nobody's talking about anything.
Complicit.
Yeah. And through silence, it's just you sitting there watching things happen, not having a say and shit like that. So is silence really a good option? The only way you really get things to change is through, words, talk, discussion, blah, 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 blah.
Cool.
Like, you don't get it through silence, correct? But that's what they want, you know what I mean? Like, many famous quotes from Tom MacDonald's songs. They teach young kids to walk and talk, right? But then they teach grown adults to sit down and shut up. Think about that. As a kid, you're taught to walk and talk, but then as soon as you've got those things done and under control, then they teach you to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up, yeah? Don't ask questions, just obey, yeah? It's kind of a contradiction, considering the first half of your life you were taught to question everything and friggin', experience the wonderment of life and the joy and ask questions, encourage this nurturing nature. But then you get to a certain point where they turn teenagers and that, and then you're like, nah, that's not good enough now. Now I've got to teach them to be willing enough to go out there and do a job, but not ask why they do the job, just do the job. You know what I mean? Like, that's the biggest question I find, Chiefy. That your argument earlier, everybody should have a job and all the rest of it. Why is my question. Why? Give me a really good reason why everybody must have a job. It's not really possible. It's an ideal and it's perspective. It's a good one. I'm not saying that it's not, but it's impossible, correct? It's a nice idea and That's it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not real. You know what I mean? But why must you work? You know, you work because you're told you have to. But beyond that, why? Because the system says that you need it. Yeah. Well, not as much nowadays. Not as much nowadays because we are becoming
progression is a necessity, and we should organise society in a way that we progress.
But would you not agree that most of the heavy lifting of the modern society is done through computers and shit now? That you've cut the workforce down drastically in that respect. That most of the heavy work's done by computers. Yeah. We've made these things to we've made these things to make our lives simpler.
Assist us to a certain degree.
And we created them to do that job. So are we not surprised that we're ending up with people that have got nothing to do, considering we're making these things so that it is, making it simple? Get me? It's a ridiculous loop. You make technology that gets rid of people's jobs, right, and you allow that in, like say self-service machines. I'm going to use this one as an example again, right? So let's take self-service machines. You allow their creation, you allow companies to put them in, right, which you now know is going to wipe out employees, because that replaces employees. That's what that is. It's a self-service machine, yeah. So now you turn a blind eye to it at that point and say, oh, we've got a huge unemployment crisis. But you could have stopped it with something like that. But you turned a blind eye to it because you went, oh, it's progression. It's okay. Yeah, but it's still unemployment progression. Get me? You know what I mean? Like, you're happy to take the profits and the money and stuff like that and ignore the problem that's what caused the unemployment. You can't then get on your podium and bitch and whinge about unemployment. Get me? you helped it. You helped it by letting these companies like VW and all the rest of it say, fuck you to employees, we'll put you in the shade for you. Yeah? You helped big business. Because that's in the best interest. Correct? Who pays the bills? They pay the bills. Not us.
So we're still not addressing the unemployment. So
that's the thing, but then how do you fix the unemployment? If you're allowing those technologies to be created and implemented, why are you now not saying to those companies, yes, you can do that, but now you've got to create new jobs to balance it out? You don't enforce that shit.
The way I see it is there's going to be like a barometer that says, okay, for every job that, unemployment, the higher this goes, the more that we're going to put in people's pockets for the universal wage. I mean,
so they can further education, studying, right?
And that's it. Maybe on that side, if you're not working, there's no jobs, maybe you study.
Alright, so then maybe education should be free? Yeah?
Well, I think if you're working, education should be free.
Yeah? Or if you're not working, it should be, just education in general should be free.
I think education should be free.
Because how do you expect people to want to do it if it's not for free? They've got to pay.
You can't pay.
They're not going to do it.
Pay for education. Yeah. I mean, as you said, look, you're unemployed, so you have no money to pay for that education. It has to be free.
It has to be free.
It has to be.
If you want them to progress and get off their asses and do things different, then you have to offer education for free. You can't then turn around and say, oh, we gave you that education, now that you've got that new job, pay up, bitch. Where's the incentive there, Chief? You want to talk about lack of incentive of paying somebody a dole? Where's the incentive in that argument? But here you go, here's an education, here's a new job, but now pay off the debt. That doesn't sound like incentive to me. That sounds like a choice that I don't want to commit to, because it just tells me that I'm going to get a job, and then when I get that job, I'm going to just have to pay you half of what I earn back.
I think maybe higher education, certain issues, maybe you can charge for that type of education.
As I say, we got into capitalism too late in the respect that we can't win it, because I think that everybody else has already won the game. You're just
we were born too late.
Yeah, exactly. Our generation does not have a fucking chance to catch up. Yeah, I mean, like back when say well, that's the thing. Back when my grandparents moved here, right, it was a lot of money for them, but it's now nothing for them. they bought a house for say fucking $30,000 around here, $30,000, and that was a house, right? Now, tell me how much a house around here costs now? 100,000. Oh, sorry, 190 to 200,000. Let's get into that sort of price range. So that price has went up drastically. Yeah. How much is the minimum wage and shit went up alongside it? Not fucking much. Not enough to equal that shit out. You can't afford to buy a house nowadays because it's just cost too much. And we've got a new bad move happening, which is companies like BlackRock coming in that have $1 trillion fucking funds going, oh, that house there, I'll pay you $20,000. Sorry, I'll pay you 20% more than what you want for it. And then that person that's selling it goes, yeah, jackpot, I'm selling it because I'm getting 20% more. But you just sold it to a company that's now got no intention of ever selling it. They're turning it into the commodity that it is, which is to rent it out to people for life. They're trying to turn this into a rental nation. You know what I mean? Like, you're letting these well, it's not a bad idea, it's part of socialism. All of these things work with socialism. And I don't mind the idea of socialism. I've said it many times.
Just give us some. Like, renting's not a bad thing, but they just need to give us more rights as renters. That's the only problem is that owners get too much of a say and too much control over your life as a renter. So I think that needs to be shifted.
And you're caught out of that market because it's too unattainable for you because it's too expensive, but it's easily affordable for rich corporations, correct? Yeah, I mean, like, think about it. I mean, like, it's unattainable for the common man to participate in the real estate market, but for corporations, that's pocket change, and they can buy whatever they want, whenever they want.
They can do whatever they like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've got free reign.
All we need is government to control the policy around the control factor around.
Exactly, and the system's designed to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. So how are you catching up to capitalism?
I just want to live comfortably and in control of certain things.
Well, I mean, like that was my argument to the system. So I just want to live comfortably in the respect that I don't want to be homeless, for fuck's sakes. I want to have a roof over my fucking head, food in my motherfucking cupboard, and I don't want to have to worry for it, like, you know, just for anything. If you just give me the base linen to survive, you know what I mean, then I'm a happy man. I think it's a human fucking right at the end of the day that if this is the system that you want to play, and this is the system that we're all trapped in, the reality we're all trapped in, it's only bloody fair. You know what I mean? And they couldn't argue the factor because it is. It's the truth. It's only fucking bloody fair. It's human rights. Didn't ask to be here. Didn't ask to partake in the system, but you're forcing me to. So, alright, so you have to pay the bill. You know, then I'll go along willingly with all of the changes and all the rest of the shit that you want to throw our way. You know, I won't say boo. I'll sit as the pawn that you want me to be, and even acknowledge the fact that my vote doesn't even fucking count, for fuck's sakes. You know what I mean? Just let the system do as it wants to do. That's why I have to sort of shift my mental philosophies to something like Taoism, which is the ability to let go of it all. You know, just go with the flow, way woo, not force it and let it be type shit. Because it's the only way I can find balance in this world, Chiefy. If I ain't living like that, I'll go mental.
Fucking hell. Fucking late. Luma.
You can't.
You late. You're fucking late, mate.
You keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth, executed.
What a fucking joke.
My wife's name out of your fucking mouth.
Oh, mate.
I thought you'd like that. Beautiful, huh? Fucking how crazy was that shit to see? I was just like, what the fuck? The Oscars got good.
It was just Will Smith having a fucking mental meltdown.
Fuck yeah, he lost his shit
in front of the world.
But he sort of giggled at the joke, and then as soon as he looked at the missus,
as soon as he looked at the missus, it all changed.
Yeah, the power of the pussy compelled him, and he got up and slapped a man.
Yeah. You know what? I think he just.
She's putting pressure on him.
She did. Yeah, I mean, like, because she gave him a disapproving look, and that's what made him react.
I feel like he felt pressured that he needed to do that.
Yeah, that he had to be the man.
It was all smiles and laughs until he looked at her.
Yeah, and then he was like, "Damn, I've got to get up and do the man thing and slap this guy." Fuck, you're dead. Like, you know what I mean?
He just shouldn't have gone. He could have pulled him up afterwards. Yeah. He said, "Man, that was a fucking shit thing to say."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
it was all for Jada, I'm telling you.
Exactly, but it was an overreaction nonetheless. But that's the thing, it was an overreaction nonetheless.
She couldn't have a laugh about herself. She has to take everything so
exactly,
seriously.
And as I've continued to say all day, he's the same. Will Smith is the same man that would stand there and advocate in front of you that we're going to end hatred and violence. And his solution to something he didn't like was
to go
slap a man. I'm just sorry, but I find that funny because he is an advocate for like peace and love and all the rest of it, as he said in his speech.
I like Chris Rock better than I like Will Smith.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you listen to his speech as well that he gives later on, he's advocating peace, love, and harmony. How can you advocate these things after you slap a man? You can't advocate these things. What about Chris Rock?
He's a fucking comedian, man. He's there to fucking do that.
And think about it, as I said to Chief, think about it. Whenever they want,
amuse you.
And whenever they want to get a presenter at the friggin', at the Oscars, where do they always go? They always go for a comedian, yeah? They get a comedian because they want laughs.
They're more reliable because they get laughs.
They want laughs. They don't put up a friggin' drama specialist because friggin' they don't want boredom. They want somebody that's going to make the fucking crowd laugh. Will Smith couldn't take a joke. He's bad. I'm sorry to say, he's bad. He should take a joke.
His wife couldn't take a joke, and then Will overreacted in a massive
way, massive dick way.
I think it's due to her though. Like, I think
fuck that power of the pussy compelled him.
So they've obviously she's holding him like to ransom.
Yeah.
Like you need to be in tune with my feelings, or else you're not going to be. I'm going to be unattracted to you.
Yeah, they're a strange pair, apparently.
Yeah,
so I don't want to go into it anymore.
But that's the thing, he just showed that.
Weird
but he just showed that
they're a strange pair.
Nah, but that's the thing. All he showed me was a man that's actually currently emotionally unstable. Because he went from anger to crying. Yes. He was all over the shop. That man was all over the shop, and I've been criticised of that in the past. The only reason I recognise it is because that's what my psychiatrist said to me. Your emotions are all over the place, it's dangerous. That man's suffering from what I suffer from.
Well, he's got something real going on.
He's got something real going on in his life that has eaten him up, and unfortunately it's a cage. If he wants to blame it on his fate and all the rest of it.
What a place to have a fucking meltdown.
Yeah, but in his speech he sort of blames it on the fame. But he sort of blames it on the fame in the speech, in the respect that we demand so much of him and all the rest of it. This is an emotional cage you've built of your own design, mate. No one's holding a gun to your head saying, dance, monkey, dance. You are there doing your job because you chose to do your job, and you're actually just kind of breaking at the moment. It's just probably too much pressure.
Theoretically, though, just say this was the end of his career.
Yeah.
We would forever have... Will Smith ended his career.
I'm walking up and just smacking Chris Rock.
Chris Rock took that like a champ.
He did. He took that hit like a champ. He didn't
go on with it. He didn't, he didn't fucking make it.
I just got smacked the fuck out.
Oh. It was just classic. It really was. It was just absolute fucking classic.
And he said, don't keep your wife, name any of that. And he's like, okay.
You didn't have to fucking swear and yell it out.
Yeah.
Like, that was big man macho talk.
That was the emotion that came out. I think that was the bottled emotion. And
he's got something going on.
His life's not all cracked up.
It'll come out in weeks to come. Now he's going to have to come completely, or else people are just going to think,
Oh, yeah, but have you seen all the jokes secured? Like, Will Smith.
There's plenty of them in every second video.
I love the one that Will Smith got in one little fight and his mum got scared. Now he's got to move with his arm knuckle and live in Bel Air. Because think about it, that's just the joke. And it's
there he goes, flying out right now.
Just a bit later in his career than the show predicted. Yeah, no, didn't expect that. I mean, as Sarah said, because like she's actually related to Ricky Gervais, like by extension of the family tree. But as she said, you got to bring this. Yeah, you got to bring him back now. Like, you can't not have Ricky Gervais. I mean, I just want Ricky Gervais to talk about that at the next Oscars. You know, right? And he can be like telling people not to be punching each other as they do their acceptance speeches. Because he would lead on that hard.
He probably would have said something.
Right.
Yeah, like, you know, it might have been in more tasty.
Exactly, but it's a joke. Yeah, it's a joke.
Let
That's the
people
thing.
forever.
Yeah.
Let people forever say rough.
Yeah.
Will Smith got up and fucking slapped the shit out of him.
Well, as I said to Chief, I said unfortunately the joke was not funny. But you know what makes the joke funny? It had a literal punchline. A literal punchline. It was great. It was a good joke.
People were laughing.
Masterful.
But it wasn't like people weren't.
Exactly. It just made the joke funnier.
Right up until the point where Will Smith starts walking to the stage.
And then it's like, whoa.
Oh shit. What's he gonna do?
Exactly, and the joke just gets funnier at that point because, yeah, as I said, it had a literal punchline. If Will Smith just going, done. I mean, like, it's going to go down in history. It's just that you've got to always remember it. It's always going to be referenced. It's just, yeah. What a great moment. Glad to be alive for that one. Just sort of make sure sort of go, oh,
he'll be on the fucking, he'll be on The View, he'll be on everything. Like,
everything now.
Or start out. My wife hates me, my kids hate me. I'm gonna come out and watch. My wife's sleeping with several other men.
Yeah, just funny moment. Really funny moment today. I did not expect to wake up and see that shit.
Hair was falling out.
I did not wake up this morning expecting to hear that Will Smith and fucking slap Chris Rock. I did not expect that. Yeah, that was the news for that.
That was just priceless. Yeah.
Maybe sort of check to see if I was actually awake for a second. They go, what, really? Like, this happened overnight?
For the day, that's all. It's like fucking,
Oh, fucking, every time I turn my head to the TV, there's an ad and just showing that, like, the project coming up soon. And it's just like, every time you turn your head to the TV, you just see, like, a replay of it. It's great.
And I've got to say too, Will, you picked a soft target, but Chris Rock like half the size here.
Yeah. And he played Ali. Yeah, and he played Ali. Will Smith just played Ali for 5 seconds.
You could see when he slapped him, he just sort of dummied him for a second and then the slap came whack.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to Chiefy. You can see that there was a bit of a stage slap to a degree. Like,
he wasn't meaning to hurt him, but
just make a statement type thing, like I slapped this man.
You walked all the way up on stage, I would have knocked him the fuck out and made it worth it.
Yeah. Chris Rock just like falls backwards
just give him
on the stage.
Full-on chin, yeah.
Oh, as I said to Sarah, the only thing that would have made it funnier is if they ended up rolling around on the ground wrestling each other. That's the only thing that would have made it better.
The thing that would have made it funny or better would have been if Will had lashed out at him and slapped him, and then fucking Chris Rock just come in with a 3-punch combo, just whack, whack, whack,
whack, whack,
and drop Will on his ass.
Jada Pinkett Smith storms the stage and starts slapping Chris Rock.
I'm Ali, bitch.
Why wasn't she storming the stage slapping him? Where was her support? That's all I'm going to say.
Now they're going to play the poor fucking targeted couple. I can just see it. I can see it playing out. It's going to be like a soap opera. It's going to be this thing where fucking... They're going to be on every show. They're going to be... it's just going to be garbage you watch. The lefties are going to fucking lap this right up. It's going to... Yum, yum. because it won't be Chris Rock's fault. It'll be the Oscars' fault.
Yeah.
They'll find a way to blame it on white people sooner or later.
Oh, imagine if it was like a white comedian that told that joke, or some variation there of.
I don't think a white comedian would have been silly enough to go near that joke.
Exactly, I think a white comedian would have been smart enough to just not go there at all. Yeah, I don't think he would have done it.
I don't think. Well, that's the thing. He might have done. He might have done things to other people that were pretty nasty, but all the same,
he wouldn't target something like that.
He wouldn't have targeted Will Smith.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have targeted something like that, like a sickness and all the rest of it, because he has
medical.
Yeah, he wouldn't target medical. He's done shows that sort of
more
do
after
it
privilege
well.
and shit.
Yeah,
and people's like morals and shit.
Well, if you think about the shows where he displays disabled characters and all the rest of it, he does it with humility. He doesn't do it in an asshole, fucking cruel way. He does it in a very human way that shows you who these people are and stuff like that. He doesn't poke too much fun at them in a bad way, in my eyes. You know what I mean? Like, whereas that joke was just a poor taste joke, you know what I mean? Like, it really didn't have much of a punchline to it or anything. Everybody sort of giggles type thing. It was a very shit joke.
I would have known what he was talking about if I didn't even know she had a condition.
Well, when I heard the joke, and I was watching the clip, I sort of like heard the joke, and I didn't even giggle or react to it. I was like, oh, she's bald, and so is G.I. Jane. Like, what the fuck? People,
a lot of people didn't get the joke. That was the other thing too. A lot of people didn't get the joke.
Yeah. But I mean, like, but you're sort of poking fun at her sickness. That's a medical condition. That's a pretty bad fucking joke. I mean, like, regardless of what it is and all the rest of it, it's still a shit joke, and just acknowledge that it's a shit joke and move on. But no, Will Smith had to really reinforce that it was a bad joke, and then make it funny as a result. Because then I was laughing my ass off, going, "What the fuck?" You know, like it was not funny until now. Yeah, I don't know, it was weird. That's the way I viewed it. I was like, this is not funny, and then it got really funny really quick.
It was on that much today, I got sick of watching it.
The part that really set it off was, I guess, when he yelled out.
Yeah.
That was the part that was a bit...
Well, you could say that was then, that it was
real.
No
one took him seriously, so then he needed to let everyone know that he was for real.
Yeah.
And let Chris know he was for real.
I knew it was for real. He was quite angry.
In the middle of the fucking Oscars?
In the middle of it? What were they representing?
You would have fucking pulled him up after the show and just said, man, that was a shit joke. Fucking ass falling out.
And Chris Rock would never then host the Oscars again. That would have been it. They would have went, no, this joke's poor, we're not taking it back.
Yeah, there's something inside Will that just snapped at that moment.
And shit beforehand? Is this not funny?
It's all written beforehand, but he has free range over what he says. I mean,
there's gaps that he can fill. He's got to do X amount, but then there's left to say maybe 20% of him doing improv.
Oh, there's probably more of that.
Yeah, I was just a rough figures type thing.
Yeah, there's probably more of that. There'd be set bits in between, but those bits where he fills, they're just him talking. Like he's just picking things out.
Hence why Ricky Gervais...
He would have a fair idea of what he was going to say anyway.
Hence why Ricky Gervais was able to say his famous line, which is, "You celebrities, when you get up here, accept your awards, they guys fuck off." That was his improv moment to say that. He would not have written that down, because it would not have flown by their radar. If they had seen that in the writing, they would have been, "You can't say that, Ricky." So that was, he would have kept that to himself.
They loved it that they never knew what he was going to say. They loved it.
His improv moments were the best, you know what I mean? But I guarantee you, he had not told them he was going to say that until he said it on stage. Guarantee you. But it still is the greatest moment in Hollywood, because I actually fully fucking agree with his entire fucking statement. I don't care what these celebrities are about to say. Take your shiny little statue and go home. And thank you for the movie. I'm being real. They are out of touch humans that have got no concept of what it's like down here, so I don't need to hear their political views. They don't align with mine, and I don't understand their hemisphere. I'm not going to attempt to.
They don't think so.
Yeah.
They think they are the voice the new order.
Yeah, as I said to sort of Chiefy earlier, it's recently a lot of celebrities have made adopted this opinion of, oh, we've got to save the planet and that, just go buy a Tesla. You know what I mean? Drive an electric car. How brain dead of a statement is that to make to the general population that can't afford this technology? It's a very brain dead statement to make. Yes, we all want to make a change and a difference, but we can't afford to.
And what I say to them is, yes, one day we will all be driving electric cars.
But not right now.
It is inevitable, but it's just not going to happen right now.
Unless, of course, they want to reach into their rich bank accounts and start funding, you know, everybody to have an electric car, then I'm welcome to that. But they don't want to do that, do they? Of course not. They just want to preach to you to do it.
99% of people that drive cars drive petrol cars. 1% electric cars at the moment.
And our current grid would not be able to handle the massive
we need all the infrastructure to go with everyone having an electric car. Look, they just don't understand it. They just scream, now. Gimme.
Well, this is all job creation that we're talking about in the respect that they need to start initiating these projects and funding them. And no offense, but corporations, you need to put some of the money. The big corporations do need to, you know, they've profited for so long. You know, this is a new technology of the new future. Get behind it.
They are investing in these technologies. It's just
slowly at their leisure.
But it's not even slowly at their leisure. The technology only moves as fast as it can. So,
but they're willing enough to continue to abuse but they're willing enough to keep on abusing outdated ones while they're still making a mass profit. As soon as say profits start sliding, then yes, there'll be a mad sort of change.
They're still investing in the future, though.
Yeah, they still are investing in the future.
They're still investing, especially the larger companies.
But I think we should put in more. Like as I said to Chiefy earlier, think about how one of these big businesses started back in the day. They were a small business. They made some profit. They took 100%.
What do you put the money into?
But hear me out. But that company put 100% of the profit back in, right? We're now going to a point where they only allocate X amount back into the company for progression, and the rest they get to keep in their bank accounts.
Yeah, but that's all they need to
there was a mad sort of step progress to get there first, which was 100% being put back in, but they don't want to do that no more. I mean, like, what's wrong with the old business model of every single bit of profit you make going back into the business? They don't do that no more. They keep 90% of it for themselves.
Because they don't have to.
Exactly.
They can
but it's putting profit. It's putting profit above progression, because if you actually did put 100% in, you'd get more. If you could put all of the money in, you'd get more.
No, you won't in the end.
You will.
Because, well, not really. All you're going to have is a hell of a lot of workers.
Yeah, but you're giving more funds.
If the technology's not progressing, it only takes a handful of people to try and make it progress further.
Yeah, then give them extra funding and stuff like that.
Well, they don't. That's the thing. They don't need it because they've got it already.
Well, exactly. Our current, but it's still by their standard of this is X amount that we're willing to allocate. We say this is sufficient. Whereas back in the day, before you got to this point, as you were growing as a business, you didn't even think like that. You were a business that went 100% of everything back in. To get to your greatness, you sacrificed. It's like they don't sacrifice enough nowadays, and they've forgotten the sacrifices they made in the past. That you've got to sometimes sacrifice for progression. They're not willing to sacrifice this time round because they've got too big a bank accounts.
That's the thing, they are. The technology is getting better all the time. It's just, you've got to wait for that to happen.
Then why should it be on the taxpayer stuff to fund all these products and all the rest of it when you've got these billion-dollar companies
time.
Well, yeah, but how can we as a civilization allow a certain part of the population to have, like, say, trillions of dollars accumulated between the lot of them, sitting in bank accounts doing nothing, but they demand you put your money into the system so that they can take it out and add to that pile? Shouldn't they be putting their money into the system too, or is that just your job? Because they don't put the money into the system anymore. They're just at the opposite end taking it out, right?
Yeah, but they're the ones that are giving us all these stuff.
So as I said to Chiefy earlier, you don't own your money at all. You can't burn your money in front of a cop and stuff. Like, that money's theirs, property of them.
We criticise big business, but big business gives us ultimately all this stuff we consume. So.
Yeah. To get the money that they've given us back. They pay you your wage knowing that you're going to just spend it on their products.
Yeah, but they're the ones with all the risk.
No, not really. They've got a sweet
risk.
game. No, they've got a sweet game as long as we keep on
No, if they
adhering to the
invest
system.
in something and it fails, they've spent millions and millions of dollars on nothing.
Yeah, but with no risk, no reward. The human race knows this better than anyone. We've risked many things to get to this point where we are, and it's like we've given up on the risk reward.
They're the ones with all the risk, all the same. It could drive their
then
company
they've got to
under,
be the one.
and then
That's the
why
price.
they get to make all the. No, it's not the price.
The progression.
It's why they get to make all the billions of dollars.
But it's the price. Yeah, but they've hit stale.
That's why.
They've hit stale. They
haven't really.
Well, they don't want to lose money, and they can't foresee ever taking a risk in where they would lose money. I mean, like, it's a poor example, but even in our video game sphere,
business. Business.
Well, it's a poor example, but even here in our video game sphere, we're seeing the reflection of the same thing, which is game developers don't want to take risks anymore. They just want to play the safe, copy-paste route so that they make money, right? They're scared to take risks
because they don't want to be poor.
But
it's an easy one.
Yeah, but how are you going to progress if you're too scared to take risks? How would man have ever got out of that cave and tamed the wild if he was too scared to take risks?
The thing is that there are people taking those risks for us.
They're too calculated, these risks nowadays. I reckon go big or go nothing.
Car companies are all in on electric car.
Yeah, all of them are converting their thoughts now.
They're all in on research and development on electric cars.
Which I said a couple of years ago that it's inevitable. It's where they're going. Every manufacturer on Earth will agree.
If they weren't doing that, electric cars just won't progress. So it has to be done, and they're doing it. Electric cars are becoming a little bit more prevalent as time goes on, and they'll keep doing so.
Oh, well, it's an inevitable future. I mean, like, we're smart enough as humans to go, we'll need that for the future, and we're going to do it.
That one thing, for example, that's being worked on as we speak. That's got crews of research and development on it from many different car companies.
Oh, that's the animal future, so we're heading into a utopia in the future in my eyes. We don't say it just yet. I say it, but most of us don't say it just yet.
That sort of future is a long way away.
30 to 40 years may sound like a lifetime, which it is, but it's pretty short.
You'd be putting zeros on the end of that.
I'd say 30. Within 30 years, the digital age has started. We've entered a new age. The industrial era and all the rest of it is now well and truly behind us. This is a new future with the digital age, and the digital age is very fast. So you can start actually wiping zeros off in my eyes because machines are faster than us. And that's what we're relying on. Machines that are faster than us.
Society, I don't see that.
Oh yeah, but our progression's now going to hit like fucking a speed up point, not a slow down point. A huge speed up point, you know what I mean? Because we've got computers doing our jobs 3 to 4 times faster than us. As a base example, yeah? Base example.
Yeah, but still. Give it a few hundred years and we might start to see different things going on.
Totally non-recognisable as human in 100 to 200 years. What we currently see as human will barely get previous form of us. Guaranteed.
No.
Guaranteed.
We'll be human forever.
No.
Because that's what
consciously
makes us
maybe.
us.
Consciously
no,
maybe.
Not even.
Not physically.
Don't even go down that path.
No, consciously
we'll
maybe.
We'll always be human.
Yeah, consciously.
We'll always be human.
Yeah, consciously.
No, not even consciously. Physically, we will always be human.
The physical is changeable nowadays, and we like change. We will go for it because we don't want to die. We want to live. I'm sorry, but I just understand that the human dynamic is you want to live and you don't want to die. Well, that's most people, yeah. And most people want to live and not die. So I'm sorry, you start creating technologies that prolong people's lifespans, they're going to jump on that shit because they don't want to die. Everybody on Earth is scared of death, and I don't get it.
Not happening.
Well, that's the thing, but I don't get why they're scared of death. All of these people are scared of death, and it's like, why? That's the thing, but why be scared of death? It's the inevitable step after
you want to live
life. Then live your life.
Good.
Yeah, then live your life while you've got it and worry about death when it comes.
You want to live.
people will always be people, I
That's the thing, they're going to constantly fear death, which is a tomorrow thing. Yeah, which is, but that's the thing, death's a tomorrow thing. It happens tomorrow, it doesn't happen now. Does that make sense? It happens tomorrow, not now. So live your life and enjoy your life while it's here, because you know that tomorrow's inevitably going to come one day, yeah? That's just the realism of it.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, so we're going to so given the chance, you would agree with me that humans will prolong their life as much as they can. It's just natural for a human to want to prolong their life because we don't want to die. Yeah? Being real, you can't drown yourself, as an example. Like, you cannot willingly drown yourself. It's physically fucking impossible. Your body will not let you. It will kick into autopilot mode and make you swim to the surface. You cannot physically drown yourself unless you're tired or around going. Yeah, unless you can't swim. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way you can drown yourself. But if you try to, if you try to drown yourself and have the ability to swim, your body will just kick into autopilot and do that. It won't let you die. True? It won't. It will refuse to.
Well, yeah, humans will always be.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
Nah, we prolong our lives and give them a choice. You know, and the price of prolonging the life is to replace organic with artificial.
They'll give us the choice.
Exactly, they won't give us the choice and stuff. It'll be sort of enforced. As I said to Chiefy earlier, it's a sad thought, but as I said to my psychiatrist...
No, but they're not going to have superhumans running around out there.
True. But as I said to my psychiatrist, right, I said to my psychiatrist, oh, I'm going to go commit suicide then. And he instantly went, oh, no, you can't do that. I said, why? He goes, well, because it's like, you can't, it's illegal, you can't do that. What? Suicide's illegal. So you're telling me that I don't even own my own fucking life, that I've got to be here? How are you going to tell me I'm free at that point? How are you going to tell me I'm not a slave? You won't even let me pull the trigger on myself because that's like goes for law and illegal. Not that it matters, because if I do that, like, you could take a dead man to court, but besides the point, I'm just going to, still get on the rant of, how dare you tell me that that's illegal? You're telling me how to live my existence and what my existence can be? Yeah? If I choose out, should I not be able to choose out? True? Who are we to say you can't do that? And they want to own you. That's the principle. They want to own you. You're more useful to them alive than dead, so they will do everything in their power to keep you alive and putting money into their system rather than let you die. That's what they want. They want you as the money to put into the system. Moral. But no, it's not just a moral thing. On top of that is, you keep their system running. When you're dead...
That's what makes the world go around. We all do things and we all make things and we all have a service to provide.
You need just
a new person.
Without people doing that, that's...
Oh, no, but you know what... But you know what's better than a new person, Chiefy? You know what's better than a new person? Keeping that person and having more persons. If you can keep them here for a long time and you can just increase the amount that you have, then you just make more and more and more and more. You know what I mean? Well, that's the thing, but they don't give a fuck about that, bro. Bullshit. Then where's our population control? Then where's our population control? There is none. But that's the thing, there is none. From what I know, I mean, China tried.
Depopulate the world.
Yeah, through coronaviruses and all the rest of it. There's 18 million wiped off the map with the virus. So yeah, I can believe you.
The world has more than doubled within the last 100 years, and it can't sustain that.
Nah, it's doubled in my lifetime alone. I looked it up the other day, just as an interesting... No, I did. No, I did.
It was 3 billion people in 1920 something.
No, I was looking up the statistics I saw. Actually, it's not doubled, but in 1981 there was like 4.7 billion, right? In 1981, the year I was born, there was about 4.7 billion people here. We are now at the 8 point whatever, so it almost has doubled. It almost has. I mean, just under, but almost doubled in my lifetime alone. That's just my lifetime alone, and I'm 40. So in 40 years, we've went from 4 billion to 8 billion. What do you think's going to happen in the next 40 years?
Well,
8 billion is going to become fucking 20 billion, yeah? Just chucking it out, it is.
Yeah, well, it's just what the world does to prevent that.
Yeah, population control is the only thing that you can sort of do. Like, as I said, like, I'm one of those people that sort of goes...
I wouldn't put it past them.
Well, yeah, but see, I agree with the sort of philosophy because it's sort of... Well, yeah,
if you've got fucking penalty for that.
Nah,
China had it for years.
Yeah, if you need a license to drive a car, own a gun, and all the rest of it, you need a license to reproduce as well. Man. I'll agree with that argument completely. I reckon that we need licenses to reproduce at this point because we don't really need too many more humans. But if people want to have humans, pass the test. Yeah, exactly. Pass a test to prove that you can have humans, not just because you can fuck, because you got the brain to have a kid. Yeah, let's do that test.
Too many dundares, those kids.
I would encourage a society that said, hey, you've got to have a license to have kids. I would encourage that. Because it's not like we're in shortage of peoples. So, yeah, maybe we need to rein it in a bit.
I could see that in the future. I'll just say, look, we're at a
critical mass.
Critical mass, and you'll need to stop fucking.
David Attenborough's whole fucking documentary that was on Netflix recently, he's talking about the 5 different things that could affect the planet and bring about its destruction, and the population, poor resource management, environmental issues, you know, like killing off species and all the rest of it. He breaks it down to these 5 separate categories of how we are as humans affecting it in 5 different categories. And one of the biggest ones that we're affecting it in is the population. And as he says, the population is a huge one.
What I would think the biggest one would be.
He goes, this one's taking up probably the biggest chunk of the pie, and this one here is probably the biggest issue we've got to face. That the planet can only sustain so many fucking humans, and we're pretty past that scale in most statistics and all the rest of it that they want to do and say, hey, this is the rough number of good humans for the planet. We passed that number a long time ago, apparently. And, yeah, well, that's just the way it is, yeah? You can't go around killing people just because they exist, because you can go, oh, well, then everybody that does, because you would have to live like Chiefy, oh, well, you don't have a job, you're dead. Because that's where your argument of if you don't have a job, everybody should have a job would lead to. Everybody should have a job. Oh, why? Because if you don't have a job, you're dead. That's why you would have to have a job, to avoid death at that point, because you would have to be part of their system and be productive, yeah? So encouraging that sort of behaviour is very bad, because they'll start walking around and killing us soon, JP, because we're not working. Is this what you're sort of going for? Yeah, well, but can you say that that's where it would lead to? The thought of, oh, everybody's, got to work. Well, why? Well, that's the thing. We're never going to do that. That's the thing. But we've got overpopulation. Hey, that would be the first one I would employ. It'd be the first one I would employ if I wanted to cut down the population and be logical about it. If you're not adding to the population and being productive, then sorry, you've got to go. You'd be the first on the chopping block. No, you know what I mean? Like, that's a lot. I'm not going to kill the people that are productive. I'm going to kill the people that are unproductive. Like, if I need to balance the scales, that's where I'm going.
If people can't produce jobs, then we've got to
go. But in a business sense, if I'm just if I'm an emotionless entity that needs to look at the problem and go, hey,
everybody should work.
I'd be killing the unemployed.
Why there's so much resistance to that. That should be just a given. Like, you should work. I think everyone should work.
As I said, I used to, Chiefy, trust me, I used to sit here and I've seen so many young people walk into my house that are unemployed, and they're these people that you're describing, right? They don't want to work. They're unemployed on purpose type shit.
Work.
Yeah, and you know, and that's the thing, I used to say to all of them,
you want the freedom, you should work.
I used to try weird tactics with them, Chiefy, in the respect that it's a bit of a slap in the face coming into my house unemployed and shit, bro, considering that I want to work. If I had your back, I would be working. And here you stand, not wanting a job, sounding like a sick cunt. You're not a sick cunt, bro. You're a shit cunt, because you could have a job, but you choose not to. Don't tell me you're a sick cunt, bro. I've got a bad back. Give me your back, bro, and I'll go fucking work for you. I can't do that, though, can I? And his high-vis top, like, pretending like he works. And it's like, fuck off, dickhead.
It'll get him so far. I don't know.
But at least I was the voice to tell these dickheads, like, fucking wake up. You think it's cool to be unemployed, it's not.
I mean, I'm still an advocate for, like, employment. So the employment
I am too. As I said, I am too.
High. So as long as there's jobs around, I think there's still got to be leniency on people.
Being on the dole is not living.
It's not living. It's surviving at its best, and that is it.
Surviving.
It's not
no, that is it. It is surviving at its best.
To like want to travel overseas and stuff.
Nah, none of that shit. None of that shit.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to either.
It's not supposed to, and I'm not expecting it to. No. Like the doll. I'm not expecting it to give me all that shit. Fuck that. I don't expect
to just get you by and
survive.
True. And survive.
That's it.
Oh, barely that.
Well, break it down to a word, one word answer. The goal is to survive. If you want to break it down to a one word answer, that's what it's for. To survive. Another day to then hopefully get a job in the future. That is what the doll is for. To survive.
Just get by.
Yeah, it's not to give you excess, it's not to give you extra, it's just enough to make you survive. Keep you breathing, keep you fed.
2 weeks of food to keep you alive.
Exactly. Buy you the critical life support elements that you need,
to give you that,
and that's it.
Accommodation that you don't need to pay through the roof, privately.
And it's a fair deal. I reckon that everybody on earth deserves it.
There's systems in place, and we're lucky to be in a country like Australia allows us to do that.
Think about all these other countries out there that don't have
US right now and having that mentality that you don't want to work. I mean, you'd be suffering in poverty line.
Well, you would have no money because they don't give you nothing unless you're actively looking for a job.
Look at that. And that's the thing. That's the key. Just as long as you're active.
But they've got the same they've got the same unemployment problems as us too. They face an unemployment problem, they bitch and whinge about they're unemployed, but is there enough jobs for all of them?
It's not a bit tough.
Yeah, because there's more of it. There's way more of it.
No, because the job rate is still higher than the unemployment rate. Like, I just think as long as there's enough jobs available,
I don't think there is.
You should be looking after your citizens until there's enough jobs.
Exactly, and I don't think there is enough jobs available, to be honest.
There's not enough
honestly
jobs.
Don't think
it's like here, for every job seeker, one job seeker, there's only 14 job seekers, there's one job available. That was pre-COVID. I don't know what it is now. So they reckon there's a few jobs going at the moment. So
but it's still not going to be 1-for-1 ratio, correct? Because if it's a 1-for-1 ratio, no, it will never be at a one unemployed person and there's a job for him. We're not at that ratio. We're never going to get at that ratio. It's because we're sitting at 14 to 1.
They just don't have enough industry to do it.
Exactly, because as you said, we're already behind the 8 ball. We're at 14 to 1. True.
We're taking away all that industry rather than.
Well, that's the thing. You like odds, Joe. How do you reverse? Yeah, how do you reverse 14 to 1 odds down to 1 to 1 odds? It's fucking hard, yeah. Means there's a lot of improvement needed, correct? Essentially.
Stop closing all the fucking power stations. Stop fucking.
You go into other areas.
Exactly. To create.
We almost had a heap of new fucking jobs making submarines down in Adelaide. They put a pin on that. I mean, they keep trying to make things and create industries.
You know, the best thing I've ever seen in my life, and it would create so many jobs, and it's such a good industry. It would create heaps of jobs. It would be something that you would leave for the future where you go, that's fucking awesome. You've got to look it up. It's called solar friggin' roadways, right? These people are investing a lot of their own private money into it and all the rest of it and trying to further this technology. But the concept is quite simply this. There's solar panels that you can replace the road with. And you can replace every asphalted surface on Earth with these panels. And they're solar panels. And the theory is, why do we have all of these roads in here? Yes, they serve us a purpose and all the rest of it, but can't we change them to something more useful like a power collector? Imagine if you changed I know it's a grand dream, but imagine if you changed all of the roads on Earth to be solar roads that absorbed the sunlight, that powered our cities and all the rest of it. That's a fucking beautiful future. Smart for the planet, everything. It's going to take mad investment. It's going to create lots of jobs because you've got to produce these panels and all that stuff. Why are we not encouraging this type of stuff?
I don't have the ideas here, but
isn't that a beautiful idea? Isn't that one a good idea? Like, that one's a good idea.
It is, but it's a bit of a pipe dream.
It's a pipe dream, but it will take a lot of investment, and it's something that you're leaving for the future.
How much that would actually cost a kilometre would be
There's people in America, you can actually pay this company to come, and what they'll do is they'll do your driveway. They'll do your entire driveway for you, and then that adds to your house, and that as like a prototype showing the people that it's good type thing. If that takes hold and people start doing all of their driveways that way and all the rest of it, then the next step is they do the sidewalks, and then they do the roads and all the rest of it. These roads also have multiple benefits in the respect that they've got LED lights in them, so that hypothetically an animal walks across the road in front of you 200 metres down the road, and you're going down a dark road at night. On the road, it will flash up, warning, obstacle on road. You know what I mean? You can actually reprogram these roads and the lines and the patterns at will. You know what I mean? All of these things are great things and very futuristic and a pipe dream, but wouldn't it be cool if we at least tried to invest in the project? Like, even if we do fail, I reckon it's worth the roll. I reckon it's worth the go, because if you wanted to talk about 300 years in the future, those arseholes would be sitting there going, at least they built solar fucking roadways. That helped us progress a lot. Well done to the generation of 2020 odd, because they invented this shit 300 years ago. Well done. It would be our mark in history to say we did something positive for the future, yeah? Why the fuck not invest? Oh yeah, because it's not profitable. That's why they don't want to invest. It's just that simple. It's not profitable to them, so they won't invest in it, and they'll sell you every argument that, oh, it's too expensive, it's too much. And yeah, because you don't want to let go of the purse. You want to just hold all of the money, correct? Yeah, it's going to take money. Nobody's saying that it's not going to take money, but it's worth the sacrifice of all of the monies for a better future.
Yeah.
Is that not true? Is it not worth sacrificing all of the monies on Earth for a better future? I think it's worth sacrificing all of the monies on Earth for a better future, rather than letting a small portion of the arseholes sit on huge bank accounts and not share the monies, for progression and shit. It's a bit selfish, and we allow it. We celebrate these arseholes and go, yes, well done, big business, you're the mad guy, you win. Give them the winner's trophy. Take all the money back. Let's start again. I'm being real. Like, give them the winner's trophy that they want, and let's fucking start the game again, because they've won.
Yeah,
that's it. They've won. We're playing Monopoly on the board, going around, relying on getting our $200 a go, hoping that we don't land on a big property. That's what we're doing.
The thing is,
they own the hotels.
They don't want to invest in something like that, though, because they know solar technology is striving year by year.
Exactly.
So they can't keep up with the technology in that respect. If they start working on something with today's technology,
but why is it on a small company to invent something like that and fund all of their money into it, and they're pouring all of their life savings into it and all the rest of it to further this idea, and no company wants to touch it.
When they come up with a way to make it, reasonable to buy
and cheap. Yeah, you just got to make it cheap. That's it. You just got to make it cheap, and that requires investment, as we all know. It requires investment.
With current technology, and then you do all the roads in Australia, and then every 10 years it's obsolete.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You've also creating an industry of people that are out there maintaining the roads, upgrading the roads, blah blah blah. You've created a new workforce of people that have to maintain this shit. At the moment, because we really do have all these black bits of tarmac absorbing all of this sun doing fuck all that we actually could do a lot better with modern technological standards. Solar panels is a good idea. Imagine that future. It'd be fucking awesome. When electric cars solved, your car would charge itself as you're driving on the solar panels. Electric car solved. See, it's a technology that should be invested in, embraced, and we should go that way. We've got the skill. Why don't we do it? The human race is done.
No, we need to wait a while and see where solar goes.
Nah, we'll bring the planet to the brink of destruction and then we'll act. That's what we'll do. Trying to go.
Honestly, solar's a dud at the moment because it's not great.
But what I'm saying is the human race is going to bring the planet to the brink of destruction, and then we're going to fix it.
We're not up to those technologies yet.
Well, where's the doomsday clock currently sitting secure? You know the doomsday clock. You know the doomsday clock, the atomic doomsday clock that how close we are to midnight. You know what I mean? You know that clock. 4 seconds to midnight. You don't know the clock. Come on, you're an old part. They invented this clock fucking years ago, right? And it was the invention of nuclear weapons. We invented this clock that is called doomsday clock. And what it was originally set at 15 minutes to midnight, right? We've got 15 minutes till midnight. Midnight's Armageddon. That's the end of the planet. That's we're fucked up, right? The clock's been moved throughout history at different times, right? So during the Cold War and that, I think we were at fucking 2 minutes to midnight. And that's like saying, fuck, we need to raid the nuclear weapons and shit like that. We've got to change some shit because we're getting close to destruction, yeah? So therefore we did. And like the furthest we've ever been away from midnight is 17 minutes. And it was looking good. And that was in like the fucking 90s or something, like, because we had sort of fixed a lot of shit up and we were doing quite well on that. But then that introduced new things to the doomsday clock, and they've now added climate change and climate scientists. They get a say on the clock as well, because that's important. You've got technological people that social media, since its invention, they now get to have a bit of a say on the atomic clock too, because that's how people are reacting to stuff, so they get to have a bit of a way in. The clock's now been adjusted, you know, through these extra inputs now, so we're 100 seconds from midnight. That's 90 seconds from midnight. That is fucking a lot.
Yeah,
we've got to now address a lot of those issues.
The opinion of all these people.
Well, no, the atomic clock can't be disputed. It's been around since the 40s. We've been using it since the 40s. Yeah, but we've been using it since the 40s, particularly. We've embraced it. Like the powers that they use it as a power, they use it. You can't say that they don't, because they do. It's a real thing they invented, it's a control measure. So you can't really dispute the doomsday clock, because it's scientifically proven to a degree, being real. So yeah, if we're 100 seconds from midnight, that's kind of scary, yeah? Like, just chucking it out, it's kind of scary. It's the closest we've ever been. Like, it's the closest human race has ever been to midnight, I reckon. Like, the last time we were this close, it was 200 seconds to midnight. But this time, yeah, we're like fucking, yeah, 100 seconds to midnight. It's fucked up.
I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, if we start reining in some of these things like climate control, resource management, all the rest of it, nuclear weapons, we need to sort of fucking get on top of those and get rid of them. This Russia-Ukraine shit only pushed us closer to midnight. I'm being real. It's only pushed us just that tad bit closer to midnight because it's a conflict, and that kind of thing adjusts the clock. So we need to resolve that problem quick, because that will reverse the clock a tad. Just a tad. No, not a lot, just a tad.
So climate change is a big one.
Because the goal of the clock is just to keep it away from midnight. That's the whole goal. Just think of the clock as very bad. Our goal is to keep the clock away from midnight. Yeah, right? And we've put down certain things that will adjust the clock, you know, in a certain way. And we just got to balance it.
Discount climate change from that, because all these loonies that think the fucking world's going to be over in 20 years.
Nah.
Playing with themselves.
Yeah, and even those people that adjust the atomic clock agree with you on that one. So, you know, they do agree with you that it's a problem that we are having an impact on, and we've got to watch it, but we're not sort of, it's not doomsday yet in their eyes. But it is something that we need to start addressing in the future, because the progression being the way it is, it will get bad in the future. Like, really bad. Not just yet, but maybe we should start acting.
The thing they forget is that we know some things about this planet now.
Yeah.
And one thing we do know is that at several stages it's developed. It underwent a hell of a lot worse than what we've done to it.
When it was a primordial soup that they spawned from, shit was fucking chaos there.
On several occasions it has rebirthed itself.
Oh, it will be here forever. It's just, we've got to worry about our existence.
I wouldn't say forever. I do believe in the scientific theory that it's just slowly decaying, the sun's getting bigger, and
I say forever by our perception of time.
Yeah, a couple of billion years in the future, it's going to be unlivable here.
Yeah.
And then a couple of billion years after that, this planet will be no more. Once the sun goes supernova, that's it.
This part of the galaxy called the sucked into a black hole by
it. This one's done. Yeah. No, it becomes a white dwarf for like a few trillion years. The sun actually hangs around for a long, long time, apparently.
Maybe there's nothing to stop a black hole from wandering around and about, you know, that mark and sucking it
black
up.
Holes, no, black holes don't come about really till the black hole era, is what Stephen Hawking predicted. And there'll be an era where the whole universe, the whole galaxy, everything's going to be just black holes. In the end, there will be nothing.
As there was at the beginning.
Yeah, because the black holes in the end will have nothing to feed off because they will have eaten everything.
Fuck you, Mr. Japanese man. That is for every Australian and player you have dive bombed in your driving career. That is for them. That big dive bomb on the inside of you, that's what you do to us. So no more. Drax takes 6. Beautiful dive bomb from Drax at the end to get 6 in that race, Tricky. But my driver rating went down too, sick unit. I'm back down to a B, so maybe you do have to stay consistently up the top there to maintain it, because I went from an A down to a B.
Damn, I was kind of hoping that wasn't the case.
Oh, wait, and how's this for a kicker? Chiefy finds out today how the points work for the Manufacturers' Cup. So right, you do those 5 races, okay? Now, if you in the first race get, say, first place, right? You get maximum amount of points and all the rest of it. Don't do any more races, because that's your score, right? You want that score, you want first. Say hypothetically you get 10th and you're like, nah, I could have done better than that. Do another race, you know what I mean? Because the last race you do, that's the points that count.
It's the one that counts. Oh.
Does that make sense? Like, now that we understand that makes a bit of sense.
So I went from 6th to 11th.
Yeah. Yeah, now, but how's this for a kicker sick unit? I did fucking 4 of those races last night, right? And fucking, I think the last race I finished on was 6th. And I was like, oh yeah, sweet. Entered the 5th race, my console crashed. But no, it registered that I entered the race, came last, no points.
Oh.
Because I crashed.
Even worse.
It didn't even just turn around and go, oh, well, he did 4 races tonight. We'll give him the last race that he did. No. He entered this race. His console crashes. Stiff shit dickhead. He's 0 points.
Even worse.
Oh, even worse, huh? But now that we know how that works, that we know how that works, if you get a good race where you get a good position and you're like, I'm happy with that,
you've just got to stop doing it.
Take it. Take your points and bank them. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
and also after the 4 rounds, in the manufacturers, it calculates the top 3 scores and accumulates them.
Yeah, your best 3. So you can do all 4 rounds, but it'll only take your best 3 results.
Yeah.
And it sort of makes sense, as we're sort of like thinking, because like, you could be that super fast dude that wins every race. So rather than you turn up and win every race and not give anybody else a chance, you win first place and then you go, fuck it, I'm happy, and you don't race again. You give everybody else a chance to win the race, yeah? See? It's a balance. It's smart. I like it now that I know that it works that way, because
some of them are just like the challenge of fucking getting first place.
Getting first 5 times in a row. Like, yeah, I mean, or enter every race and fucking do 4 races as a practice and do that last race as their best. So think about that race I ended up. So think about my ending on Bathurst that night. I went from 9th on the grid to 4th and beat that fucking walnut dickhead. That makes me feel even better about that, because that was my final race of the night. And that's where I got my 126 points from, that race. So, oi, Chiefy got robbed. Tell him how much you got robbed by, Chiefy.
8 points.
8 points Chiefy got for a win? For a win.
What?
Cause I think my driver rating, because I was in the lower so the
lower league?
You are on, the
less points you get. So we're in Group 2, like GT2. He's in GT3. He's getting like fucking shit points. So you can't be That's to stop racers from being really good racers, bumping themselves down to that league and then just slaughtering it and winning everything. It's to stop that.
So you get fuck all.
So you get fuck all points. It's not worth doing. Yeah, so now Chiefy's got to now grind to get out of there in the next round, and that's what he's doing at the moment. So he can come and join us in GT2, which is reasonable. It's a mid round, that's where we want to be, in the mid.
Yeah, of course. And I want to be earning some decent points.
And I don't want to be racing these cunts that are setting 2s and shit because you just can't keep up with it.
Yeah, I've got to get in and start doing those. I don't know, I just can't fucking race as quick as these cunts. I don't know what their lines, the cars, it's the lines, I don't know what it is. Both.
What I do, Chiefy, if I see someone that's fast, I try to get up near him, and I just try to get as close as I can to him if I see that he's fast, and I just watch what he does, and then I just try to do what he does. And if I
around on their slipstream screen.
Well, no, just pay attention to what he's doing and where he's braking and that, and then try that myself. You know what I mean? And if I lose it, I lose it, and if I nail it, I nail it. Sometimes it gives me improvement, and sometimes it's like, I just don't know how the fuck he did that. You know what I mean? It's 50-50. Sometimes you'll watch it and you'll be like, oh, he's braking there, I'm braking too early, as an example. You'll be able to catch yourself and go, oh, fuck, he really holds off on the brakes and brakes really, really late. So it lets you know that you can do it too. Gives you that little bit of confidence to go, oh yeah, you can push it that hard. Whereas you're racing around, braking the way you usually brake, thinking, fuck, I'm on the edge. You know, no, not yet, you're not. Not yet, you're not. I don't know, that's what I do. I follow, like, and as I said, Chiefy, I turn on the racing line if I'm unsure of the track, which is always, like, I'm still learning all this shit. So I always have that racing line, the brake zones turned on, just to give me that little bit extra, so I'm like, oh yeah, I can make the track faster. Brake on that corner, brake on that corner, brake on that corner, you know, it shows you where to brake, you know what I mean? So no guesswork required, it just tells you black and white, here, here, and here. Bang, there you go, start racing. Brake however you want through those zones, but just know that, yeah, there's those zones, yeah. Because it is important this time around to know, like, that's one thing I will say about this one. It is important now to know where the precise braking zones are and all the rest of it. If you're leaving that shit to guesswork with this new physics engine, that's a disadvantage, bro. That's a huge disadvantage on yourself in my eyes. Because one slip of the wheels and getting tyre spins costs you time, and that's frustrating there. Even if I'm not using the braking zones in the racing line correctly, I'd like to still be able to see it to know where it is. Yeah. But each person races their own way. That's just the way I race.
I just have the indicator on the little dash panel that tells me it starts getting brighter when you need to brake.
Tomorrow's fucking race in Manufacturers Cup secured it is, so that's actually a good thing now that we know how the points work for someone like yourself secured it. You can't sit there and do all 5 races because you've got to work and shit like that, right? But you can at least do the 9 and 10 o'clock race, yeah? Record whatever.
Yeah, the 11.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, like, exactly, you can at least put down the points,
yeah. Up, you know,
yeah. And you're not missing out by missing out on those last 2 races like we initially thought.
I just wish they'd have them a little bit earlier, but, you know.
But it's an evening race, it gives you the chance to do some warm-ups.
9 o'clock, is it?
9 o'clock.
Yeah, usually about 9 o'clock. Yeah.
Just focus all your attention on the 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Just do a little bit of practice before it for a couple of hours.
Shit on the first one.
Yeah. Well, Laguna Seekers tomorrow. Like,
I'm still shit on the first one.
I mean,
I've been used to racing in a crowd.
Oh, that's the thing. Laguna Seeker's going to be an interesting one tomorrow.
We'll jump in the lobby together, just us, and we'll just do some fucking rounds.
I'm Laguna Seeker. Yeah, I could. Alright, I'm gonna have a look at how to set up a lobby in that respect then.
There you go.
I haven't looked at that. I'll see if I can set up a lobby. Yeah? Because we want balance of power and shit, so it's like the daily, yeah? For that
doing a
type of practice.
championship at the moment, just need some cash.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see how this goes. So, lobby.
Yeah, I'll have a crack tomorrow night. I'm just doing my daily workout the easy way.
Yeah, I reckon we do that. If I can just do like a little bit of a practice round for the Manufacturer's Cup beforehand. You know what I mean? Just to a balance of power lobby or whatever. Set it up so it's like the actual daily race and all the rest of it. And then just, yeah, practice as a group. It'd be a bit more fun than just practicing by ourselves, yeah? So what we do, we go currently, we'd make it race for real. We would then choose the track, which would be, say, Laguna City car. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3 lap race, no time limit. Preset later. Just leave it as it is. You do rolling start, fastest first. Balance of power tuning on. Tuning prohibited. Boost off. 6 frame strength wake. Tire damage. Visible damage on. Damage none. Tire rate off. Fuel off. Initial fuel default. Yep. Okay. Would be group 4. And that would be it. Tire usage should be racing. These tires would be made for wins only. And just like that with this. Yeah, and that would do it, but my problem is you can't change the friends only. Can't save that shit. I need to fix up the lobby so I can save our settings. But yeah, we'll be able to do that, cheeky. Easy enough. Practice better looking a second tomorrow before the race starts. Fucking Chafee's got me by 0.1 of a second on this fucking track. Quick one. Yeah, 0.1 of a second, Chafee. I haven't catch that. The world's fastest is a 1:36. Damn, we're 5 seconds off pace.
That's fucked.
5 seconds? And the fastest car is the Atenza, the car that I drive.
Yeah, the Atenza, I've seen that heaps.
It's the car of choice. I love this track, the Atenza, yeah, like it is. It's a great fucking track, it's just not driving right. As you can see, the top 10 tells you that it's the fastest car here, most probably. Don't get it wrong, I reckon the Skyline would throw down against it, maybe the Mustang would throw down against it, but fucking, yeah, you need something that's really good. You can see the top end power of the Atenza, yeah, on this track.
Yeah, I think that's where they get me too, it's in the straights.
You can see why I race this car, because it's pretty balanced across the board. Fucking blocked. Still doing the dailies, Chief?
No, just doing the championship.
Oh, that's right.
Need some money. Need some cashola.
Did you see the new used cars today, Mr. Sick Unit?
I'll have a look in a minute.
For me, there was the Testarossa 91. So you can have a Ferrari
Testarossa.
Yes, Ferrari Testarossa. And the other one that I didn't have was the RX-7 GTX 90 model. The 90 model RX-7.
Is that the pointy front one or the rounded front one?
Pointy front, pop-up headlights, photo settings, I think.
Yeah.
Beautiful RX-7.
How much for that?
That's 100,000 or so, I think. Actually, I think it's a bit expensive. No, cheaper than I thought. 58,000.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
And the Testarossa will set you back a cool 350,000.
No, I won't be buying that.
I bought it. I couldn't help myself. I'm not missing a used
I don't
car.
like Ferraris that much.
I can sit in my garage.
I'm really not a Ferrari man.
I just want to, exactly, I'm not a Ferrari man, but I can look at it in my garage and go, oh, it's pretty. That's about all I want.
Take it out for a spin.
Yeah. Crash into a wall at a high speed and go, oh fuck, I just fucked a Ferrari.
We're doing a Ferrari race at some point.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. We'll be bringing those cars to the tracks, but I'm not going to be able to say I'm good at driving them.
Well, let's not forget that Fiat has owned Ferrari since 1968.
I've actually got some English cars now.
So your Ferrari is a Fiat.
Don't they own another one? Like a Mercedes or something? Don't they own something else?
No, Daimler Benz.
Alfa Romeo?
Yeah, Alpha. Yeah, I think they do own Alpha.
Oops, wrong one. Didn't want to go to chicken shop flags.
But no, not Mercedes. That's
a little change.
Daimler Benz. I think it's now Chrysler Benz actually. They own Dodge and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, Chrysler.
Oh, I got round and round, drove 500 miles on open.
No, hey, you're making your cash.
Oh, that was just to do the daily. That wasn't even for cash. I did the special stage twice. Get my ticket. Watch how much of nothing I get for it. Let's see how much of nothing I can get. I'll never get anything. I think I got the $500,000 one. One of those really good tickets.
Yeah, that was just no shit. Look at that.
Oh, baby. What's there to get? Oh. Not even anything worth getting.
What type of stock?
And it gave me the car. It gave me a Lexus RCF 14. That's about the first time I've ever got a car from it.
Yeah, I've got a couple of cars from it.
Wow. Very nice for you. That's the first one it's given me, I reckon. We have to collect the Lexus 31. I don't know that BMW 3 litre CSL. one. Wouldn't mind that Lancing Strata with it. 532,000. Own there. Ferrari Testarossa. 188,000k. That's a cunt kicked.
Exactly. For that fucking price too. For like for that price I was expecting less.
369,000. That's a Ferrari, mate. You find one Ferrari out there that's on 88,000k. They don't exist.
True.
They do not exist. Got an old Ferrari, you don't drive it. It'll break down on you anyway.
No, there's no way that test was just that 88,000 days. Like, whoever owned it didn't respect it. What did you do? Drive to the supermarket on a daily?
Yeah, exactly. That's a daily driver.
You're hoping that thing's transmission would be fucked, his engine would be fucked. It was
the engine would be rooted. Ferraris have always been the same. That's why owning a Ferrari is a disaster. Because if you're actually going to drive the Ferrari, after about a week of owning it, you're going to discover there's a problem with owning a Ferrari, and that is that very temperamental, high-performance engine. Yeah. So if you don't drive it hard, then it won't respond very well. Basically, Ferraris are built just to thrash until the motor dies. You're not meant to drive them nice. Gotta rev that son bitch. Yeah, that Lancing Strata or something really like that. And Lancia, the Stratus actually has the Ferrari Dino V6 in it. Other fact about Lancia, they still hold the record for Constructors' Championships in rally.
What's that one?
Lancia.
What's the they hold though? Most championships.
Most Constructor Championships in rally. Lancia absolutely dominated rally in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s.
That's like 20 cars.
Yeah. And I want the successor to it as well, which is the little hatchback one, the Delta. That's your Delta HS. A little four-wheel drive rally car. It's a nice little bit of gear. the best thing Nancy ever made.
Drax is spending some time.
Remember all the old Group B cars, the real fast ones in the 80s?
Was that back when they fucking had the two races run at the same time at Bathurst and stuff like that? Were those type of cars? Yeah?
No, this was rally. Road cars. Lancia had this thing.
Did they never do road cars?
Lancia? No, only ever rally. I don't think they ever raced road cars. They were very good at rally. It was Audi, you know, that thing in the game that we've got with all the wings on it.
No, yeah.
That was the thing that finally put Lancia in its place. Lancia hadn't been beaten for years with that. And Audi came along with its Quattro four-wheel drive and stole the show. Came out with the Delta.
Sharks that.
Those big long straights.
Lamar. Yeah.
So too soft.
Damn it, I had that call wrong, but I would have had one first.
We're all going to do up our Summer buses so we can do an oval and just have a slipstream race.
I'm going to have a lot of fun races. I still want to do your Jeep race that you wanted to do.
Yeah, Jeep race, off-road Jeep race. But you have to work the fuck out of your Jeep, and that's to be unlimited.
Yeah, it has to be tuned, like, first tips. Work it up.
Always start to do stuff.
set a new record. I should be happy with that. Balls in your court, Chafee, for the daily race. Trags now has a 140.4. Took a second off your time. Giving you something to chase, you know what I mean? Like, just giving you something to chase. That's all, you got to get in here 6 minutes, so we've got a third person to be prepared to against. Yeah.
I'm cheating. I need the money.
That's not cheating. You're actually earning your money the proper way. You know, you're doing that championship. You're putting in the hours.
Me cutting like fucking 3 chicanes.
Just AI. That don't count. It's AI races. It's all good. Just don't get used to driving that way.
No.
Alright. I'll say we're at 140.4 puts me on the grid now. Hey, fourth.
Don't be too long.
Fourth on the grid. I'll take it. I'll take it. Fourth on the grid is good enough for me. At least I'm up there, Chiefy. At 140 will put you fourth on the grid up here.
I'm going to pad around, I guess. This will be fun. Getting close to 11 o'clock. Come on. What's this time?
Let's go. And when my name gets read out on the YouTube comments, Chiefy, like, you know, some dude that was calling on, like, reading my comments as he was doing his stream in between races, he doesn't say A Dragon Reviews, because that's what the name is on probably, you know, YouTube, it's just Dragon Reviews. Oh, it works. Dragon Reviews, right on. Either one. A Dragon, Dragon, either one. It works. It's weird to hear your sort of name get called out like that on YouTube, though. Dragon Review says. It's like, okay. Aaron says, or Drake says, but
this could be a Facebook moment for you, Chiefy, when they drop the nut in Facebook.
Yeah.
Drop the A, man. You're going to
drop the A.
You're going to become a billionaire.
Yeah, just become Dragon. Yeah, drop the A. Just become Dragon.
Didn't you hear about that one, Chief?
What? Have you seen the fucking social fucking, what is it? What's it called? Fucking
social network.
Yeah, social network.
Oh, no.
Justin Timberlake walks in and his whole contribution.
Sean Fanning's whole contribution to the company was drop the nut.
Because they originally were going to call it the Facebook, and he's like, drop the nut. And it just becomes Facebook. And it worked. And it did work. Think about it. Facebook, you know. So that's the joke. I need to drop the A and just become Dragon Reviews.
According to Mark Zuckerberg's original business partner, that was his only contribution.
Yeah, the only.
Drop the nut.
Imagine that, you got rich off that alone.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he'd already been rich and crashed and burned, because in the movie they call him Sean Parker for legal reasons. His name's actually Sean Fanning.
Yeah, he invented Napstar and stuff like that.
Napstar. Yeah. His name is Sean Fanning.
He essentially tanked the record industry by making music streamable to a degree, and like fucking.
Yeah, he put everything. He just. It was a music share site.
Yeah, I put everything into it.
And just everybody could upload to it. So you could upload all your music collection to it. Everybody else could, as long as it was on a CD, and you could put it in a computer.
And he made up with like Tower Records and places like that, because who wants to buy Tower Records nowadays? You know, as I said, you know,
well, that was always going to happen anyway. Yeah, that was always going to happen.
Yeah. But he helped and had a driving hand in wiping out a whole fucking industry.
Well, of buying music in digital form rather than, you know...
Yeah, physical.
You can understand the artists being a bit peeved about it. Because in the end, they sort of said, well, we don't mind it even being downloaded or whatever, but you got to pay for that shit.
Yeah.
It was up for a long time, 2 years.
And he sold that company and got morphed into what it is now, the industry of selling good movies.
Well, yeah, he couldn't exactly sell the company in the end because, as he put it in the movie, it's like
it's out there.
It's like selling the stolen car to repay the whatever, you know. It's like, yeah, he couldn't sell the business in the end because he'd been sued by so many people. One of the biggest ones in it was actually the oddest coupling of all time, and that was Van Metallica and the Wayans brothers.
Yeah?
Yep. They pulled their resources and sued him into the ground. It was one of the reasons why David Wayans actually stopped producing, like stopped acting, because this guy had annoyed him so much.
Drama with Foo Fighters, yeah.
Yes, with Corey Taylor.
What happened there?
The drummer passed away.
Corey Taylor? I know.
Yeah.
No, Corey Taylor can't pass away.
Yeah.
Foo Fighters?
No, he's not Foo Fighters. Corey Taylor's...
Oh, no. Not Corey Taylor. Yeah, sorry. What's the cunt's name?
Can't be Corey Taylor, yeah, no, actor, yeah, no way.
Who was it? Not Corey Taylor then. Yeah, the Foo Fighters drummer.
Yeah. That's not Dave Grohl, no, Dave Grohl.
No, not Dave Grohl.
Dave Grohl is like singing shit.
Who's on it?
Damn, lost my concentration then trying to think about that.
Taylor Hawkins. Right. That's where I got the Taylor from.
I knew it would be either Corey or Taylor is the name of the guy. Not those two combined. Can't take Corey Taylor away from me. Fuck no. Yeah, not Corey Taylor. He's a musical genius.
He's a musical genius.
Take Justin Bieber. Take fucking Justin Bieber instead. No, yeah. Not him.
Justin Bieber.
Babes,
Fucking, I couldn't handle it if Babes went.
I'd lose my shit. I would be depressed for like 6 weeks.
Oh, mate.
The amount of coverage you did.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'd be depressed, because I wouldn't see anything else but it. Good race, peoples. I'll have fun later on watching YouTube and seeing what the Americans have got to say about their Oscars.
Yeah, big babes, instead of saying made anything like that.
Do you hear what Nicki
You're not a believer, then Chiefy. You're not a believer. No, believer. You're not a believer.
I'm not believing in his music.
Did you hear what Nicki Minaj said about him?
What's that?
Small cock.
Well, he was grinding up against her, and they were doing a song on stage. And some British presenter fucking asked her about it and said, "Oh, did you feel him behind there?" And she said, "Nah, I think he'd get from there."
Oh yeah, look at the size of her. That'd be enough for me. I could handle that. I'd give her a fucking good crack.
I reckon she'd take it in the butt too.
Oh, yeah. I'd give her anywhere.
Wouldn't put it past her.
Nicki Minaj. Right in the clacker.
Oh, I'd love to give it to her in the clacker.
Right in the clacker.
Right in the clack.
Did you see the screenshot up on Two Wheels?
That's why Australian porn just doesn't work. You're American porn, you know, I'm gonna fuck you in the ass. And then you're Australian porn, I'm gonna give it to you right in the clacker.
Right in the clack. Your clacker is mine.
The American dude sitting there going, what did he say? Where's he gonna put it?
Put your head over a biscuit and put one right in the clacker.
Right in the fucking clacker.
There's a fucking toad after it.
I don't know if it's Mall's way or not, but another one, like it is taking you to go pick some pine cones. It's always good to take a female for a walk to go pick some pine cones. Just gotta pick them off the ground.
I want to know how it got called a clacker. I'm not going to leave this alone.
I don't know where that comes from.
Clacker.
Right up the clacker. I've always saying that ever since I was a kid. Because my grandfather was big on, I'm going to kick you right in the clacker.
What am I doing? On button.
World's first instant camera, 1948. That was a long time ago. They still make the fucking things. They'd still buy Polaroid cameras. Instant cameras too. Back you right in the clacker, girl. Yeah, I want to direct Australian porn.
Direct and star.
I don't think anyone needs to see that.
If he gives a shit, I still want to star. Everybody looks at you, particularly that you know the rules.
It's got to be, yeah, but I've got to have the two extremely large African American gentlemen. And it's got to be Shaz's only, I'm going to call him. So she bends over and says, hey, fuck me in the plugger.
A knife and shagger.
A knife and shagger. Fuck me in the plugger. You think African American gentleman stand there going, where do you want me to put it?
Cloaca meaning from the Latin cloaca.
Cloaca.
Which is a sewer.
Yeah, old cloaca. Right up the sewer.
Right up the sewer. The back line.
Right up the fucking sewer. Well, it's not wrong, is it?
No.
That's an orifice where shit comes out of.
So the single orifice of monotreme, like
But just think about that for a moment, It's a hole that shit comes out of, but a woman offers it up to you, and how quick are you into it?
You secure it instantaneously.
Absolutely. Oh, like a rat up a drain pipe. I'm in there like swimwear. Who's the saddest and just likes fucking watching Chris Rock getting beat up on? Come on. So they all laugh.
Everybody laughed. They got girls.
Everybody laughed.
The joke landed.
Yeah.
How did you go from that to not laughing?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he's up on stage fucking smacking him one, and then sitting in the crowd fucking swearing.
Yeah, and yelling.
Like, Will's got some problems.
Yeah,
he's definitely.
He's got some problems. I don't know what it is, and I wish him good luck with it, but
you gotta
Will's got some
acknowledge.
problems.
Yeah, you gotta acknowledge the fact that you were a bit unhinged there, mate.
Yeah, that was a bit overboard.
First shot.
Awkward, yeah. Chris Rock sort of gathered his composure pretty quickly by the looks of it.
He's probably in the daze because of the fucking.
Well, he was.
Yeah. He would have been seeing stars for me.
Yeah, but he continued on with his job.
He only just clipped him. He didn't really hit him.
Like, as I said, like, it was like, yeah, as I said, it was more of a stage hit to sort of make a point. And he did hit him. He hit him, but he only grazed him and made it. He's a rehearsed actor on how to make something small look big. Think about that. You know what I mean? So, of course, Will Smith could hit him, make it look like a harder slap than what it was, but still hit him, yeah?
Yeah,
he's an actor. That's his job.
Chris Rock just moved back at the right moment when he saw it coming, and yeah, it just didn't connect. Like it wasn't a full smack in the mouth; it was just a clip across the bottom of his jaw. I think.
Yeah.
Didn't really get him that hard. Well,
appreciate him laughing.
Tough fucking tits, mate. I mean, really.
Yeah, he actually laughed.
People open mouth laugh and chuckle, and so let's hear the joke again.
Yeah, and they go straight to Will. Yeah, they go straight to Will.
But she fucking
yeah, I don't know. This, yeah.
I know. It's sort of. Then she robbed the ass.
Could this be a staged event even?
Fucking shot.
Will Smith just smoked the shit out of me.
I like Will Smith's style. I feel like this is the slap that he learned on
Yeah, see? I'm not the only person that thinks that I'm doing it.
That just doesn't seem like a normal slap. It seems like a movie set off that body twist.
Yeah, see what I mean, Chiefy? I'm not the only one.
It still seems fake at this point. It wasn't a punch, it was a slap. Chris Rock just eats it.
It kind of does look a bit fake.
Yeah. That's what I took from the first viewing. I was like, you're putting it on a bit, but you did hit.
Oh, that look he has now though, when he says hit, that is like a serious. Yes.
I'm going to, okay? I'm going to. I don't want to be involved with you in any way anymore. We're good. And the whole audience goes silent. I think he's saying there, oh, I could, and I'm like, what could you do? Oh, I could do it. Whatever you could do. That was the greatest night in the history of television. To give a documentary out. Give an Oscar out. That's the only flaw in the whole thing. Everything else he did was amazing. If he would have nailed the next line, it would have been great, but he's not here to give a documentary out. Not here, unless he's a producer somewhere. I just want to show you that after the punch, as far as we can see,
Punch or slap?
Yeah, exactly. He's contradicted himself.
Yeah. Never rubs it, never.
As he said punch, on the screen it said slap.
Slap.
Exactly.
Yeah. He's corrected himself after the point.
You think he would after he got hit, sort of even brush his face and go, ooh, you know, you got me, sort of thing.
Yeah.
No, none of that.
No, I mean, big winner. If this is real, I also love this look on stage, like, you guys aren't going to stop or anything, we're just right. Yeah, you want me to just stay up here and do the presentation as I had planned? Documentary now? Alright. Sounds good.
Poor Chris Rock. You got fucking smacked by fucking Will Smith.
Fucking poor old Chris Rock.
It's all a bad joke. As I said, Lester had a punchline. Even if it wasn't by the joke teller. It's very rare that the audience gets to give the punchline, yeah? But Will Smith just took that chance. Well, I'm the audience, I'm going to give the punchline. Smack.
Such an overreaction, just everything. Just bad joke, bad reaction, bad everything.
He's not even me.
Oh, no shit. I'm waiting for it. And they're going to be like shit, like when somebody says something that you don't like, and it's going to be Will Smith fucking storming the stage, slapping that person. It's going to replace that shit.
That cartoon of Batman slapping. Have you seen that?
Yeah, Spider-Man. Yeah.
Batman.
Oh, yeah.
Slap.
Yeah. Yeah, it will. It'll replace that. It's the modern. It's going to be the modern equivalent.
I'm surprised he didn't walk up there and do a Kanye. I'm gonna let you finish.
First, slap.
Beyonce had the best music video of all time.
My wife is a queen and she's beautiful and I don't care that she's got no hair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I would have liked to have said that and then the slap.
Fuck you, Chris Rock.
Yeah, fuck you, Chris Rock. Come on, you should have just Kanye Wested the shit out of that.
Fuck you, Chris Rock. You're a piece of shit, Chris Rock.
Those memes are coming. Those memes are coming.
Could you imagine if he had said something about Mike and Mike stormed up on stage and just give him the big left hook and sent Chris Rock across the stage 20 foot. And then, and then he just turns to the crowd and goes, well, he's a piece of shit.
You come across as a funny guy, but you really just a kick rat.
Shit.
Yeah, he does. He comes across as a funny guy, yeah. But he's a rat piece of shit.
I'll be dead. The world we live in, though, you never were expected to see Will Smith and Bale and Chris Rock, I'm just saying. We're not predicted it.
How he's grown up.
Well, they were all over him today. This is not a good image for his young fans.
Yeah, because he's one of those people that preaches love and peace and all the rest of it. You've just contradicted yourself in the fucking hardest way you could ever do that, through physical violence that cannot be erased because we've got you on camera. So you've undermined everything you've ever spoken about. So no one's got faith in you no more. You're a hypocrite. I never want to hear him talk about any of those issues anymore and get up on his political grandstand accepting his award, talking about his view of the world. No, mate, your view of the world is if somebody says something I don't like, I'm going to smack them. So I don't want to hear your view at that point. You know, I'm serious, I don't want to hear his view at that point because you've shown me what you would do if somebody expresses an opposite idea to you and something you don't like.
The thing is, we all know the way these things work.
Yeah.
They're big stars. They hire a comedian to come out and roast them for a couple of hours in between doing awards.
Well, as Chiefy said, you know who's not going to be invited to any roasts any time in the future? Will Smith. It might not be the wisest person to invite.
You know what the shame in that is? And poor old Chris Rock too. He was just trying to get his career back on the rails.
Well, it's back on the road now. He got smoked by Will Smith. Who else would say that?
Now it's down the toilet again.
I reckon it gives him straight cred. He got smoked by Will Smith. I'd want to hire him. You pissed off Will Smith. All right, sweet. You've got something.
Fucking crazy Scientologist.
One more lap.
Spun out the car today and it was a shit one, so I don't know what to take from that.
The Gran Turismo gave you a car, whereas giving the rest of us a pocket change. Nah,
what that car is, I'd rather just sell it.
Apparently that is coming too. You'll be able to sell cars in the future and get something for it. They are addressing that problem. Gran Turismo news, they are doing that. The community's still pissed at Rockstar though.
Piece of shit.
Rockstar's taken a mad hit in the public's eye at the moment because, nobody's really interested in this fucking GTA Plus thing that they're offering, and they're copping a lot of backlash about it, like a shitload. The negative, opinion towards it is growing. As an interesting fact, as I said to Chief earlier, back when, say, Grand Theft Auto 5 was first released, Rockstar was rated in the top 5, if not the top position in the gaming industry. They were like gold, they were untouchable, they outranked everybody else if you wanted to stack them side by side, right? Now, where do you think Rockstar ranks now? 50th. fall from grace, yeah. To go from the top 5 down to 50, that's a bit of a fall from grace, but they don't see it that way. That's the problem. Rockstar need to wake the fuck up before they capsize their entire reputation. You've already dropped to 50.
I don't think they really care about those sorts of things.
I'm just hoping that it does start to matter to them, because their shareholders start going, hey, the player base is dropping off and all the rest of it. You know, as you said, the player base isn't dropping off because you've got new fish every day.
It's fucking quite fucking strong,
Yeah. And do you know, actually, there's a thing you can buy for that game now? I don't think it's offered to us because we're well beyond it. But if you start like a brand new character and you don't have like a Rockstar account, you sign up today, right? They offer you some career builder bundle or some bullshit.
Yeah, criminal enterprises,
Yeah. You know, like fucking... So they're baiting all these new players in to buy all this. I mean, like, as I said to Chiefy earlier, imagine if you bought Grand Theft Auto today, right? And you're, you know, say a young kid, right? And you're a bit irresponsible and shit. And so you buy this game, you're playing it, and you're like, fuck, I'm like, so far behind. I want an oppressor, and I want this, and I want all those things, right? And then you go steal Mummy's credit card to get those things. How much money do you reckon you would spend in the modern world to catch up nowadays? Considering that $100 shark card would give you $8 million. You'd have to probably spend a good $500 to $600 fucking dollars to even start making, like a progression towards getting all of the cool things, correct? Yeah? How much if you want... No, hear me out.
They're going to buy what they just need for the oppressor.
Exactly, I'm just going with the philosophy of if you're going to be dependent on, entirely buying shark cards, to catch up on 9 years worth of game. Like, you've put 9 years in, I've put 9 years in. In order for you to catch up to 9 years worth of gameplay, you would be probably spending $1,000 worth, of shark cards. If you were going to rely on shark cards alone to get everything that I own, you'd be paying about $1,000, yeah? Are you willing to chuck $1,000 at it to catch up to me? I don't think that sounds stupid when you say it like that, yeah? But that's what it would take to catch up to players like me and you and everybody else in our group, true. It would cost you at least $1,000 worth of shark cards to catch up to us if you're starting day one today.
Oh, yeah, but they won't want to catch up in that respect. They won't want it all. They'll just want certain things.
I know, but that's the thing. Weak people will go and do that. But then, as this YouTuber dude said to me, he goes, every GTA player that's played the game for, say, more than fucking 50 hours knows that you only need 3 words. KO, PO, fucking heist. That new fucking heist that you can do by yourself. You know what I mean? You can just go do that and you get $1 million every time it's payout and that. And after, say, 8 hours worth of gameplay or whatever, you can have $8 million. You just saved yourself $100 instead of buying a shark card, but you're going to have to put it in the grind, yeah? You know what I mean? Like, it is an option. Not saying that it's not, but it is. $8 million is not enough for $100. $8 million for, $100 cash. Make that 16 or something. Stop being fucking greedy, true? It's $100 fucking dollars. And you're giving a player $8 million, you know the economy in GTA yourself. That's nothing, true?
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Dollar value? You're talking about shit dollar value there, true? Like terrible dollar value.
It's just their argument will always be you don't have to buy it because you could earn money in the game. And yeah.
Well, as I said to Chiefy earlier, there's about 5% of the gaming player base that actually buy these microtransactions bullshit, right? It's only about 5% of us, right? But they put in a fucking lot of money because they're what the industry classifies as whales. They're, they don't give a fuck. These are the people that are earning $2,000 a week and throwing $300 at shark cards to them. It's like, oh, fuck it, who gives a shit? I'm talking about these people exclusively. They're the poison. But as I said to Chiefy, what it would take is for the players that aren't willing to buy microtransactions to turn GTA into a ghost town. And he's like, yeah, but then you'll still have those players playing. Yeah, but they'll be playing by themselves in their fucking ghost towns. There's no way to blow up. You know what I mean? It would still bring attention to the issue that no one's playing your game no more. The only people that you've got playing are whales. And is that going to really float your economy for long enough? Especially when, being this example, say they've got 1,000 servers and they're filling up those 1,000 servers, and then all of a sudden the player base reduces to 2 servers. Well, now you've got the upkeep of 998 servers you ain't using. You know what I mean? Yeah, you've got to really keep on going. Yeah? It's like empty. You've got to empty the servers to get your point across to Rockstar. You have to.
That'll never happen.
But would you agree that it's the only way to get the player's message across to them to ghost town the game?
It might be an effective way to do it, but...
It's happened in the past. Players have done it to previous games, but they're not ballsy enough to do it to Rockstar. Like, players have done it to tons of other games, but they're not ballsy enough to do this over Rockstar.
There's an ultimate reason for that, and that is...
Because the game's too fun.
The game's not a shit game.
Yeah, it's a good game and it's too fun. So it's like, you can't win it. You know, and it's so fucking hard to win against these young cunts that don't know any better. You know what I mean? Like,
but name a game even now that stands up against it.
Nothing. I mean, like, as I said to Chiefy, I mean, like, the YouTube community is screaming this message at Rockstar. And this is the exact message that they're screaming at them. You've got the best-selling game of all fucking time. You've got the game that's made the most money out of every video game in history, like, you know, ever. You know what I mean? Like, you have got a recurring 9-year player base that continues to grow, not diminish. When is enough Rockstar? This subscription is really taking the piss, and they are pissed. Going. But that's the thing, the community is basically screaming at them saying, nah, we're pissed. Like,
I just see it as the way of the future.
I agree that it's the way of the future. If they buy it,
we've just had it too good for too long with Rockstar.
But think about it. But if the player base buys this subscription thing, as Yongay on YouTube says, if you buy this subscription service, if you're willing enough to buy it for $6 a month, and when they put it in GTA 6 at day one, don't cry, because if you don't buy it now, they won't put it in. It's testing the water.
Going to.
Yeah, but this is testing the water. Yeah, but this is testing the water to see how we'll react to it. And so far, the reaction's been, "How dare you put it in a 9-year-old game?" We're pissed. Like, you leave the game alone. You have milked the milk from the cow, and you are now milking its bones.
But it was always going to be in the new one. Every game sells a season pass now.
But shouldn't Rockstar have saved this new subscription service for GTA 6 and not done it to GTA 5? You're going to do it in the future. You should have saved that one up your sleeve, dickheads.
In the end, you don't have to buy it, and that's the thing.
Yeah, but they were greedy to implement it into the 9-year-old game and test the water. You're going to do it no matter what in the future, Rockstar.
You know,
so put it in the next game as a new idea. Don't shoehorn it into the old one.
Good business sense, that's all.
It's made very bad business sense so far, because the internet's chucking a spastic at you going, what the fuck, Rockstar?
People won't buy it. I mean, that's all that's going to happen in the end.
Well, as an example...
But people will buy it.
Yeah, but as an example...
People will buy it.
Just as an example, Secunit, if you were to hop on YouTube right now and you were to type in the words GTA 5 and then do the plus symbol, right, and then go search, you will be scrolling for at least fucking forever, I reckon. You will be scrolling forever before you find one video that goes, this is a good thing, I like this. Every single video on YouTube is a YouTuber going, this is fucking shit. You cannot be blind as Rockstar and ignore that.
Hardcore GTA players don't watch those videos. They don't care about.
Because it's actually in the trending topics, because it's got that much traction. It's actually in the trending and being pushed by the algorithm as far as anything that's searched Rockstar. This will get pushed because
if I want to play GTA, I'll play GTA. If it's got a subscription.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, the subscription... I want to play it, I'll probably buy it. Don't get me wrong, the subscription's fine with me under one condition. They should not have put it in this... Well, that's the thing. I see a problem with it as being greedy on a game that you've already milked to the bones, right? You should leave this game alone and stop trying to force any more microtransactions in it. Pull your heads out of your asses, make the next game, and then in the next game you can put the subscription service in, and on the next game you can have all the same microtransactions, but leave this one alone. You have milked it dry, and milking it any further is just showing your greed at this point. That is all it is doing. It is showing me nothing more than your willingness on greed to go, nah, it hasn't made us enough money yet, even though it's the highest selling game of all time, even though it's made the most money out of any video game in comparison. Enough's not enough for you, is what you're saying. That you are not happy until you ruin your company's reputation and drive it into the ground to be known as worse than EA now. EA ranks higher than you on the fucking charts, and that's a shame, because they're shit. Your Rockstar used to be top 5, and they're just down here now, 50. and they deserve it.
Again, that doesn't seem to be making any difference in the player base because there's still a heap of people
because we've got a
so.
bunch of naive young players that are going, it's new for me, so they don't give a shit. All they want to do is play the game and try to catch up to everybody else because there's so much content, and that's great. But now you're nickel and diming these new players for money to cut. It's bullshit. Like we've got to stand up for the new players and say they don't deserve that treatment. They don't deserve to be, have this shit put up in their face. Oh, you want a fast track? Buy this, buy this, buy this. They don't deserve that. They don't get the enjoyment that we got of the game, which was to fucking play the game, yeah? Because they're bombarded with buy this and get there fast.
Yeah, but that's just the way it's been for a long time.
Well, don't you want to sort of help those players out and save them from that microtransactions bullshit? I do.
It's not like microtransactions haven't been in the game, only just are new.
But that's the thing. If we ever wanted to remove them as gamers, we could quite simply do so by convincing every gamer to never buy another one, and that would disappear faster than you say. If you actually start a YouTube channel, a voice, and said, hey, don't buy microtransactions, and it spreads like a wildfire, and everybody decides the same thing.
Never going to develop.
Yes, they still will. They still make money and stuff. It's not the microtransactions.
They won't make DLCs if they're not going to make any money off them.
It'll force them to change. It might make them take risks and stuff and make new, better games rather than copy and pasting the same shit and selling it to you with a season pass. Just being for real. I mean, that's because that's what they do now. They copy and paste the same shit with a new skin and sell it to you with a season pass, yeah? And we've always
had to buy season passes for games.
Not always.
Yes, for Call of Duty, you've always had to buy a season pass to get all the DLCs.
True.
And that goes way back to the first
I should be allowed to choose what DLCs I want to buy and all the rest of it. And this package bullshit's got to stop. I mean, the best game for DLC management in my eyes is Warframe. But that's the thing. Warframe nails it where no other game does. They've got so many things you can buy in that game in Warframe. It's a free-to-play game, which is a bonus, because you can play it for free and get addicted for free, and then you start spending money. But the best thing about their shop is, I want that item, I can buy that item with real-world cash, and that's it. I don't have to buy extra. I can just buy that item and charge it to my credit card for just... That's a perfect store. That's respecting your fucking player base, not selling them, as you know, in COD and shit like that. Here's a season pass with 2 things that you want and 98 things you don't. Get me? That's not worth your money. That's bullshit. That's slapping you in the face instead of taking your money. Do you know what I mean? Like, it really is. Instead of slapping you in the face and taking your money.
Structured different, but that's where the one in Grand Theft Auto is kind of fair to the people with the microtransactions because
they get to spend on
they only have to spend an X amount of dollars to buy the particular item they want. They're not forced to spend millions.
No, because you can't go into GTA, right, online and go, hey, I want that car, and they go buy that car for $5. No, you've got to buy equivalent shark cards to get that car, correct? You can't just buy the car, you've got to buy credits.
That's the point. You can. That's the point. You don't have to buy limitless amounts of credits. You can just spend $50 if you want to buy a car, and that's it. That's the thing with the onus is on.
Yeah, but it's given to you. It's given to you in the form of credits. It's not given to you in the form of the object. It's given to you in the form of credits. Yeah.
If people want to spend that kind of money, then so be it. Let them.
Exactly.
I don't see a problem with it.
No, I just say that the companies that are making our games are too reliant on that market. They don't give a fuck about the other market, which is actually really paying the bills. Because we're the ones that play your game.
It's just they don't give you DLC for free, isn't it?
Yeah, I never said I wasn't happy to pay. I never said I wasn't happy to pay for DLC. If you're locking shit behind a paywall that affects, like, for an example, when me, Chiefy, and J-Mac were playing Warzone, they locked the DMR behind a paywall, which was Call of Duty fucking Cold War or whatever, right? So you had to have that game to have that gun. How is it? And it was OP'd as shit, True Chief. It was the dominant gun on Warzone for like, what, 2 weeks. How's that not locking that behind a paywall? That's locking that behind a fucking paywall big time. Because you had to buy that gun to be competitive.
You had to buy that whole game.
Yeah, you had to buy that gun to be competitive for those 2 weeks. You couldn't be competitive otherwise. You were a dead man.
Selling their game. Yeah.
But that's an evil business practice. No, that's an evil business practice. That's them manipulating the game, locking something behind a paywall and saying pay to be competitive, to play the game. You know? It really was. It was pay to play. It was pay to win. Like I've never seen it before. Yeah, but it was pay to win. Like, and you couldn't deny it. It was just sheer pay to win. Correct, Chief?
Most people go through that hell.
Yeah, that 2 weeks was hell. I'm serious. Oh. Like it was hell to win it. You had no idea how bad it was. Yeah, like pissing off the fucking community. If that was what their objective was, then they fucking succeeded because they pissed us off.
In the end, they don't really care about that. I think you'll find that most of these companies that are making these games just have the care factor of 0.
Oh, they do. Profits the only thing that drives
it. What we think is that as long as it's selling, it's like, well, who gives a shit what anyone says?
Well, that's where the shareholders are, like, the shareholders are actually starting to rise up a little bit against the developers. Like, two more lawsuits have actually been filed by the private shareholders in Activision. 2 more lawsuits have actually been launched saying, you didn't tell us about this fucking change of hands and that, and we're shareholders. What's our vote doesn't fucking count for shit. Fair, which is fair. They've got money invested. And yeah, so there's courts looking into it, you know, now further going, well, shit, that's shoddy business practice. They have money invested, they have a say, etc., etc. But it's a no-brainer. But that's the thing, it's a no-brainer. You shouldn't be disappointed that you got bought by Microsoft because somebody leaked some document that was released to the shareholders, basically saying, you know, you shouldn't be disappointed with this merger, and if you oppose this merger, our stocks will go down. Which is the truth, because their stocks will go down. Yeah. Like Activision, like that's the thing. Like the document was released that if you don't support this merger, your stocks are going to go down. But that's them telling this person that owns stocks, this is how it is. That's not free enterprise. That's them telling you, make this decision, or guess what, your money goes down. No, why is it that person wants to run that risk and all the rest of it? You can't stand over them and then say, hey, invest or just fuck off, is what they're saying. That's essentially what they're trying to say. Invest or fuck off.
It all came around when Blizzard took over. And that basically sent Blizzard broke. And then Microsoft took advantage of the fact that Blizzard was broke. And dangled a whole heap of cash in front of them.
Oh, they know what to buy, what to buy. They know that it's a good acquisition because of all the IPs that are underneath it. They know that there's profit to be made if they can secure the shit the right way.
They bought Blizzard and Blizzard has all the subsidiaries.
Yeah, so they've bought that because it's an umbrella, and they get heaps of IPs underneath it and they can profit off in the future.
Yeah, so they get smart business. They get all of them. They get Sledgehammer, they get Treyarch, they get all
World of Warcraft, like fucking. Yeah, I mean, they bought Bethesda as well. Bethesda's got Fallout and all of those games. They own all that shit too. Yeah?
Yeah, they've got all of it.
They're making business moves as you would in business. Because Sony's been killing them for years in it. Sony's now releasing the competitive game pass. So it's a balancing act. You know? It's finally reaching a little bit of parity between each other. Because Microsoft realises that Sony kills it as far as exclusives are concerned. They're going to follow suit. Sony realises that Microsoft kills it with their Game Pass, so they're going to follow suit. It's the natural progression of that.
Well, also too, Microsoft isn't too concerned that Sony's the top console.
Nah, because they're still
not really concerning to them.
They're still willing to invest to try to get there themselves. The game's not over for them.
Well, because now too the Xbox is very similar to the same games as PC. So,
well, they embraced that market first, and even Sony's copying that market now. Like, you know, they're letting and the PlayStation fanboys, doing dummy squeaks, going, "Oh, you can't put PlayStation games on the PC and that." Yeah, they can, and it's smart business because it's more money for them to make them put into games and shit. And if they don't, they're going to get killed by Microsoft. So they have to do it. Shut up, Sony fanboys. You know what I mean? Like, don't cry because a PlayStation exclusive's got to be on the PC 2 years after you played the fucking thing.
The thing is, too, it develops games properly.
Gives those developers and that more money and stuff because they've got the extra sales, correct? So then they can do better on the next game. So if you don't want them to sell it on PC, don't expect a good game next time because they made less profit.
It's just what they basically do now is they just make the hyper-speedy version for PC.
And plus, Sony also says that it's on
down for the PlayStation.
And Sony's also got the rule that it's on the console for a year first, and then it goes to PC. So you get it for a year ahead of them. You know what I mean? Like, so stop crying. You know, you get your exclusive for a year, and then they recycle it by putting it on the PC to get a second dose of cash. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just business. Quite simple. For what?
No, Red Dead. Just looking through the Red Dead at the moment.
No, yeah, that's all you'll ever get for it. Like cosmetic DLCs.
Is there a pass operating a season?
Yeah. Is there a season running, Trick?
It's saying closed, but is that because I haven't bought?
Well, is there anything you can buy? Is it
no, it'll be closed. As in closed.
If it's closed, if it says closed, that means, guess what? Game over, they've packed it in, and that's official. That's them going, no, we're not putting no more money in it because you didn't spend enough. Great, huh? Because you didn't buy content, they're going to give you no content. Games are going to be so great in the future. They're going to be so great.
That's what they're saying.
But think about it, it's going to be so great in the future because you're not going to get content because you don't buy it, so don't expect it. It's like, fuck off. Give us content anyway because you like making games. That's it, just because you like making games. I know you won't do that ever again, will ya?
Companies don't operate because they like doing stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Or they used to. No, they used to. Wait, no, they used to. They used to. That's how they got here. That's how they got here.
It only took to purchase the base copy of the game. Yeah. That's it. All the extra bits and pieces.
And also remember, back in the day, you had to release a good game that was bug-free because you couldn't patch it because you didn't have the internet. The internet has wrecked games in respect to, we can fix it later. True, we can fix it later.
Oh yeah, that's without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt.
That ruined games, the internet, because they don't have to fix it before they released it. They can do it later. Which is shit. It's really, really shit.
Well, look.
I remember the golden days of complete games.
Yeah, when you got a complete game, it was a complete game.
Yeah, in a box with a book and well displayed and everything, and the joy of putting that game in. I remember that. See, this generation will never remember that shit.
But see, now we have the anticipation of waiting for new shit.
No, waiting for shit to get fixed, you mean.
Well, waiting. But we also get new stuff in games, which probably isn't a bad thing, but it would be a good idea if they had a bit more in them from release date rather than being
bare bones. Yeah. Or that's the thing. Like, yeah, release the whole package and like put the price tag on it then, and exactly. But no, they want to give you the. I seen a good meme the other day. It's like, I'm selling you the Mona Lisa, right? Back in 1990, when I was selling you the Mona Lisa, I sold you the whole painting all in one package, nice, right? Fucking, you get the Mona Lisa. Nowadays, when I sell you the Mona Lisa, you get a left eye, and the rest is all DLC sold to you in portions. And you want the full picture of the Mona Lisa? You get all of the
parts. You gotta wait a year.
Yeah, you've got to wait. Yeah, I mean, here we've just done the eye so far. Here's the eye. You know, we'll get round to the rest of it later on. And sooner or later, you'll have the Mona Lisa. Just keep on paying us for bits and pieces of it, yeah? And then, that's the metaphor. And it's sort of like it's the truth. You know what I mean? We used to get sold a full product, complete, no bugs. Now we get sold a base little core part of the game, and they sell us the rest of the parts as they go. It used to all be part of the one box.
Doesn't matter where gaming goes now, it's always going to have that in it, that you're going to be able to buy shit.
Yeah, because there's too much profit to be made through selling fucking cosmetics and shit like that, and there's too much of the population that are dumbasses enough to buy it. Yes, I'm looking at you, Sick Unit. How many times have you bought a gun in the con store? You couldn't help yourself on you got one. You bought John McClane, Rambo. I mean, you bought a lot. They suckered you hard, and stop looking at you, Sick Unit. You're one of the people that feeds the beast.
I didn't care.
Exactly, but you're one of the people that fed the beast.
In fairness, I didn't get Rambo, but I did get John McClane.
Yeah, well, so at least you didn't buy all of them.
No.
That's the thing. You are part of the problem, and you at least recognise it.
Got a couple of trace around packs.
Yeah, exactly.
Got a couple of things.
But you know your role in the downfall of games. But you wanted those things, and you had to pay for them, so that's fair enough. Yeah?
They put shiny things in front of me.
Same, I know how you feel. They put shiny things in front of you and then they put a dollar sign beside it. And they used to put shiny things in front of you and they used to say blood, sweat and tears and grind your ass off and it's yours. And I don't even have that joy in games no more. Now it's just reach for your wallet and feel pain. That's it. That's all it is now. They took away the blood, sweat and tears and replaced it with reach for your wallet and feel pain with losing money.
They're not... And the thing is, in COD especially, they're not harmful things, so you're not giving an edge or anything.
No, they are. No, in COD, we already overruled that. When they locked the DMRs behind that paywall, that was that was for
buying a game.
To make you buy the game. Yeah, they encouraged the public of players that, hey, buy this game. And
it wasn't just a separate gun that you had to buy in a pack. You had to buy a game.
That's the thing. You couldn't buy it in a pack. You had to buy that game. But it was tied to the Warzone game, which was cross-platform between all
they were trying to do was sell a game. That's good marketing.
And they succeeded hardcore in the respect of their sales picked up.
Then, though.
Yeah, because they got blasted for it.
I think they did it with Vanguard. Because I know every gun that you got in Warzone...
Are you really going to do it a second time round after the public screamed at you the first time saying you locked it behind a game paywall? Not only a paywall, but a whole game paywall. You locked that shit behind that. Because the community during the time of the DMR, I watched it every day. For 2 weeks straight, the YouTube community basically just spat nothing but hatred towards Activision.
You could still use the gun, I think.
But you had to... I think you had to...
You can still use it in Warzone.
Yeah, but you had to unlock it
out of a loot box.
Yeah, or I think you could unlock it, but it was like a base variant, and it was like a bullshit variant. You couldn't sort of adjust it that. And remember, I bought guns from that store, and I couldn't put attachments on that gun, even though I bought that gun.
Right. That's what they
remember.
That's what they did.
So, like, how's that a good thing? You've sold me this gun, right? That I wanted to buy. I buy this gun, but then I can't put any attachments on it. It's locked to this. Fuck off! I paid money. Just give me my shit.
Like that.
Yeah. Yep. You know what I mean? Like that's a slap in the face to you. People going, "Hey, give us money. We don't give a fuck about you."
Yeah, they did some real shifty shit around that time.
But if you want to stop microtransactions in games, you've got to stop buying them, because if you stop buying them, they still will, like, the content's still going to be there. They're just going to stop selling it to you because they realise that they can't. But then how do you reach every gamer and say, stop buying microtransactions so that we can take our games back and change it in our benefit? Because it will change something. I don't know what it will change, but it will change their greedy tactics. I mean, like Rockstar's one right now, putting in a subscription in a 9-year-old game. How do you forgive that?
You don't have to buy it.
Yeah, but how do you forgive them for doing it by going, oh yeah, that's cool.
I can't understand the outrage. It's not forced on you. You don't have to buy it.
I agree, but it's targeted directly at the new players to nickel and dime them.
Buy it.
Provided that's not given them...
I don't play the game. As I agree with the YouTubers going when they say, who the fuck's still playing the game? Can you please stop so that they make a new one? Because, like, it's been 9 years since this game was released. It's still a good game to play.
It's still a good game to play.
I agree. I agree, but they're never going to make a new one at this rate. But they're never going to make a new one at this rate because they don't have to. They don't have to.
That just comes down really to people who
So then all of these same people are sitting there going, we want to see GTA 6, we want to see GTA 6, but I'm going to continue to play GTA 5 and give them no reason to make a GTA 6. Think about how dumb your argument is if you're still playing the game.
Because it's a good game.
That's the point.
Yeah, but think about how dumb your argument is to sit there and scream at Rockstar, make a new one, but I'll play your old one, so there's no reason to make a new one.
They're not the ones screaming. They're the ones that are sitting by just playing the game.
That's the thing. You can't protest about a game that you like playing.
Yes, you can. You can boycott it for 2 weeks and say, fucking change the economy and cater to us, listen to our voices, not the microtransaction whales.
Doesn't work, exactly. Doesn't work like that in the real world.
I reckon it does. People power can accomplish mad shit if you put your mind to it and actually believe in it.
I think there's too much expectation. I think, honestly, there's
should our expectation
entitlement.
What on gamers' sides? Yeah. On our side, so what? We've got too much entitlement considering how much cash we fork over nowadays.
Let them sell their pass. Who buys it, buys it.
That's the thing. Like, so you can call us entitled. Yeah, but that's the thing. We can be called entitled, Chiefy, and all the rest of it. But we fork over so much money nowadays to fucking season passes, subscriptions, fucking microtransactions, left, right, and center. You are looking at a microtransaction in a game, right? Left, right, and center now. We are paying our bills. We are not entitled. We have paid for your fucking industry. Where's the respect for the people that built your fucking industry is my argument. Like, where is it? Oh, you don't respect those people no more? You only respect the people that are injecting fucking their credit card to your system? Then gaming's doomed. Gaming's doomed if you want to do that.
They're still running. It's a business. They're still running it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why we're sitting in such a wasteland of gaming at the moment, where we've got games like Cyberpunk that come out broken as fuck, and we're sitting in an absolute wasteland of video gaming. And why are we sitting in this wasteland? Because they don't give a fuck about what we, the gamers, have got to say. They only give a fuck about what the whales with their fucking credit cards have got to say. They're the only people they want to listen to. They don't want to listen to you and me, the people that actually went and paid full price for the games, enjoy the games, want to play the games, and can say, hey, you need to fix this and you need to fix that. Oh, shut the fuck up, Mr. Man down there. You didn't give me your credit card. You don't get to speak. That's the opinion that I have of the gaming industry, and it's the truth. They don't, and you know it's the truth too. As you've said yourself, Secure, they don't give a fuck about you or me. They only give a fuck about the people buying the microtransactions, yeah?
As long as people are buying it, they couldn't give a shit.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Their focus is on those dudes now buying those microtransactions and solely on them.
The thing is, you're targeting people that want to keep playing the game.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing.
Why be critical of people that just want to play the game? It's not their fault.
No. As I said, you make your own choices in playing the game, but if you really wanted to achieve a change, there is things you can do as a group. If you really, as a group of players, want to sort of enjoy a game or want it to change, you can affect it.
That are just doing something that's natural, which is enjoying a game that they like playing.
Yeah,
and putting money in something.
But that's the thing. So we're
trying to boycott it.
They're not the reasons why we're being held behind. It's not them.
Well, when the industry is catering to them, yes. When the industry is catering to those people, yes.
Yeah, but they're just enjoying the game. So they're just victims in the whole thing as well. You can't put them down.
Yeah, but back in the day, these companies... Yeah, but that's the thing.
You can't just put them down. They've come onto the game late. It's not their fault.
Yeah, no, I'm saying exactly. If you want to buy, if you're dumb enough to buy that shit, then you be dumb enough to buy that shit.
It's not even about dumbness or smartness. It's just it's fun to play the game. There's no fucking intelligence.
No, I agree. No, takes I agree that it's fun to play a game. I'm just saying that it's fun to play the game and all the rest of it. But these same people that are sitting there having fun playing the game are the same loudest voices in the community saying, hey, Rockstar, hurry up and make a new game. You know, we're playing the game and we love your game, make a new one. And there's no incentive to make a new game when the numbers are so high. We've seen it for 9 years. Like, they haven't moved in 9 fucking years, Chief.
You know what the problem is, and I've said it before, it's competition.
Exactly, I agree with you. There's no competition, there's no reason to
go along and just keep the game. People are still paying for it.
So then the only thing that you can do as a gamer, though there is the only thing you can do as a gamer
the thing you can do as a gamer is not expect that they're going to make another game. Like,
the only way consumers have ever affected companies,
mentality say,
well, hear me out for a second.
You should be making another game.
What's the only power? What's the only power that consumers have ever had against corporations? Our wallets and what we buy and what we don't buy. We can boycott products. We boycott products all the time. Products get boycotted left and right every day of the week. I'm just saying, apply the same philosophy to gaming. And why don't we boycott some of these companies that we're bitching and whinging about, like Rockstar going, oh, Rockstar, you're so criminal. Yeah, but boycott them for 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. There's like 1,000 other games to play.
They won't do it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I agree, they won't do it. That's it.
Because but the thing is, they're not looking at it from the same point of view as you are.
I agree.
They're looking at it from the perspective that they don't give a shit. They just want to play the game.
Yeah, this game's fun. I'll play. That's it. And good luck to them. But
you're looking at it from a different point of view.
But as I'm saying, good luck to them, and I agree with them, and it's a fun game and all the rest of it. But this is why I've given up hope of GTA 6. That's the thing, this is why I've long ago given up hope of GTA 6. If you turned around tomorrow and said, oh, GTA 6 is coming, my hype level would be at about 2 out of 10. I wouldn't give a flying fuck. Because I would know that it's about 3 to 4 years off at Rockstar's pace, so nothing to get hyped about. And by the time it gets here, I don't know what I'd be expecting. I'd be expecting a microtransaction-riddled game that was bare bones like the last one when we got it. And I'm not excited for it. My hype level for GTA 6 is like 2, if anything. Serious.
I agree though, with the whole idea that they're monitoring. You know, that it's a monopoly.
Well, that's the thing. If you asked me, say 4 years ago, I would have pre-ordered GTA 6. Now,
that's the problem. Don't focus on the player base.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, to get the player base to focus on the problem, which is Rockstar. How are you going to get Rockstar to listen to you if you don't do something to get their attention?
Not constructive.
I'm not attacking the player base. As I said, you do you. Like, you do you. You want to base everything around that code. That's my opinion. I'm not entitled to my opinion that it's dumb to buy something with your credit card that you could get in the game. That's dumb. That's just, well, but it is kind of dumb. If you can unlock it just by playing the game and you choose to spend money on it, well, that's on you, and I think that's a dumb decision. Because I can earn it, so I'll
they want to spend money. They want to spend money. That's their hobby. That's what they want.
But that's the thing. They don't want to, and that's fine. And as I said, I'm not stopping these people from wanting to buy microtransactions and all the rest of it. They can buy all the shit and be there, do that, right? But I'm just saying that it's unfortunate that we don't get a voice no more. The people that don't buy that shit. Our voice has been silenced. Our voice has got. They don't care. You buy the game once and then that's it. They don't want to hear us.
Rockstar. Anyone else.
Oh, exactly. Hence why I boycott the company and I don't buy their products. And really, I'm actually ashamed of myself for buying that upgrade recently. And I really wish I could get my money back on it, but I know that that's never going to happen because the $15 I just spent on your fucking upgrade. I played it for 10 minutes. I'm not impressed by it. I would like my money back. But am I allowed that? Oh nah, it's just shit. You bought it, Drags. Good luck. Actually, lucky it was just $15. Lucky it was just $15. Otherwise I would have been pissed.
They're messing around.
But no, that was the final straw for me. That was the final straw for me to say, no, you just charged me for this upgrade and now I'm never going to buy the products again. Unless you knock it out of the park and knock my socks off, you can forget me buying the product. Plain and simple, that's just my standpoint. I am anti-Rockstar, 100%. I do not like the company no more. I used to love them, but now I don't. They fucked it up because they didn't treat me well. They treated everybody else well, but not in my eyes. Does that make sense?
We'll catch you
I think you're right. They're just treating them.
Well, that's what I mean. They're nickel and diming their player base to get as much cash out of as they can on a 9-year-old game. For me as a gamer that's been playing since, exactly. I've played games since, chiefly, I've played games since 86. Since 1986 I've played video games. So I've watched video games grow from the fucking nothing that they were to where we are now. For me it's a passion. To see video games go down this dark path is just fucking horrendous and shocking to me. They used to have integrity. They used to have fucking love for their player base. They used to listen to their player base and improve games just off suggestions. But now you've got to pay to be heard. And that's bullshit.
I agree. It's quite a bother at the moment. There's too much money involved, and that's why I suggested earlier.
So that's why I will thump people over the head for microtransactions so that they say what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, because if I thump the person over...
Because if they're going to want to try and control the industry and do shifting...
Yeah. All I'm saying is if they're not listening to us, then they're listening to the microtransaction crowd. Let's get the microtransaction crowd to say the same shit that I'm saying. Change. True. Let's just get them on board with my message because they're listening to them, not us. Yeah. That's all I'm trying to do. It's just like that. That is it. That's all I'm trying to do. Just to say to people, you have a choice. Don't buy it and shit. If you want to see change, it's the best way you'll ever get it. As long as you hand over your wallet, you might as well fucking, I don't know, bend over and be taking up the arse too, yeah? Because I don't care. I mean, I don't know. It's just a shame, Chiefy, because I've witnessed the birth of fucking video games right up to where it is now, and I feel that we witnessed the golden age. We were lucky in the, I don't know, the mid-90s to the early 2000s. We were in the golden age.
Where microtransactions wasn't a thing.
They were not a thing. It was about passion and joy of the game. Yeah.
They started seeing it as a vehicle, as a tool to
make money. And that's it. And they've just corrupted it ever since. It's just not what it was back in the 90s and 2000s. It's just not it. It's just not it. It's a shame. And that's the problem with all of these younger generations. I mean, think about it. Most of the kids playing GTA now, what are we in, 2022, and say they're, 18 now, jumping on GTA 5, right? So they were born in what, fucking 2003-ish, yeah? Yeah, roughly. Let's go with that. So, the game's been out for 9 years, but that generation is in the stage of when microtransactions was normal. They know no different. They were born when microtransactions were just starting to get implemented, if that makes sense. This new generation that's playing GTA 5 has no idea of what life was like before microtransactions, and they wouldn't believe if you told them. Because ever since they've been born, microtransactions have been a thing, correct?
No, that's all they've known.
2003 was about the time they started bringing in this pay-for-content bullshit, so this entire young generation don't know what gaming used to be, correct? They don't. They don't know that you used to get this shit for free. As far as they know, you've always had to pay for this shit, yeah? And isn't that the sad point? Because we now know ourselves as the older gamers that have been here for, I don't know, 30 fucking years playing video games, and I can tell you almost everything about them, that there was a golden age where we actually got content for free because the developer had passion and wanted to share his passion with you. Now he just wants to sell it to you.
They were happy to take away the profits for the sale of the game.
Like, look at Doom.
Now they've internal.
Yeah, well, look at the original Doom. How they did that game was, it was a passion project, right? And he just wanted to redefine the first-person shooter. That's all he wanted to do. So he starts making Doom, right? Releases the first level for free to the internet. Everywhere you wanted, just for free. Here you go, here's Doom's first level for free. It was addictive. It was a good game. And then you know what he said? If you like this game, buy it. And sold you the rest of the game. The inception of selling you content happens with Doom in that respect. And then the industry ate it up after that, if you get me. They realised that wait a second, so you can give a person a portion of the game, get them addicted and sell them the rest. Because that's what Doom did, yeah? And Doom's a household name now. Yeah? They changed everything. It was the smartest video game business move ever conceived. Here's a level for free, get addicted, buy the rest. And they were the first company to ever do it.
How are Warframe doing it at the moment?
Well, they run their game for free, they give you the game for free, and you play the game to earn your shit in that. But if there is something that, that's hard to earn, and you don't want to fucking grind to earn it, you can buy it. Yeah, you can buy it though. You can go, I want that item, and I'll buy that item. And everything you buy in Warframe is actually useful You don't get shit. In Warframe, they don't sell you a pack that's got 2 items you like and 10 you don't. You buy a pack in Warframe, everything you get in that pack is the shit you wanted. Yeah?
I always thought after it was like, you know, hero crime aspect.
I suppose that's all I want to be, like a different voice in the YouTube community to say, hey, there was a golden age and we've left it. Can we go back to the golden age? Do you know what I mean? Where companies cared? That's all I want. I just want to go back to the time where these video game companies cared.
Where they're just doing it for the love of it?
Yeah, look at Warframe. They listen to their community. They find that game when it started, Chief, is unrecognisable to what it is now. Think about how much it's been upgraded.
I can't believe how much,
yeah. And you know how it got upgraded?
They're just fucking sick.
Yeah, and how did it get upgraded, Chief? By them listening to their community and their community saying, hey, we want this and how this is a good idea and we don't like this. And they listened to them and changed everything according to the players who play for free and then as a result buy microtransactions because they enjoy it. True? So Warframe is the golden formula in that respect because it's a free-to-play game where they say, here it is for free, get addicted to it. Oh, you want this shit? Buy it. You know what I mean? But it's fair in the sale. They don't rob it. And they've actually put the money that they've made from said microtransactions back into the game. Because as you know yourself, the game's like unrecognisable to its original self, correct? They almost look like 2 totally different games at this point. Yeah. But that's how you do it right and not milk your customer base, as opposed to Rockstar's, approach, which is just milk. True? It's just milk. That's it. That's all they do. Milk, milk, milk. And only listen to the people that put their credit card up. Which is, yeah. You gotta pay to talk now, Chiefy. It's not pay to win. It's pay to have an opinion. You know what I mean? Like, being real. Let's get to that point of video games. Pay to have an opinion. You won't listen to your community unless your community buys shark cards. Can you put a shark card out in your community for us, and then we'll listen to you? You know what I mean? Like,
that's normal, I guess.
Well, that's business in their eyes. Can you put a shark? What you want to say something to us, GTA community? Can you put a shark card commercial in there, and then we'll listen?
The most influence are the people that put in the most to the product, I guess.
Nah.
That's how it works.
The people that have the most influence are essentially the YouTubers that have
they're called
huge channels.
the biggest investor, yeah. So they're
the YouTubers have the power.
Puts the more money into it.
Nah, YouTubers have the power. YouTubers have mass followings of like 1.3 million and stuff like that. These dudes that play games and have built their entire channel off playing games, you have a huge responsibility to change the gaming landscape, because guess what? You reach 1.3 million people as an example. You can change 1.3 million gamers' opinions and mindsets on how we should game by encouraging them not to buy microtransactions and stuff. If that spreads, it disappears. So unfortunately, YouTubers have to have an accountability as a gamer. If their entire channel's built on gaming, be a responsible gamer. Educate the youth if you love games so much. True? Like, let's enjoy them all together and not get robbed in the process. And as gamers, unite, as you said, create unions and shit to say no, enough's enough. These greedy companies have got to stop. Because Rockstar, that's all they've kicked off here with this whole subscription thing. The argument of, is the gaming landscape becoming too greedy? That's all they've done. They've ignited that fire again. True? It's not like that fire hasn't been lit 6 times beforehand. Like the game, and that's the thing, like these gaming companies go, oh, because of your backlash on our product, we're going to listen to you now. So what, you don't look at any of your other sort of competitors in the industry and watch the backlash they cop and learn off their mistakes? You wait until it happens to you before you do it? I would look at my competitors and go, well, gee, companies like EA and all the rest of it, they're copping backlash for having loot boxes and all the rest of it. I want to be better than those guys. I'm not going to do it. Why copy them until your audience spits the dummy? That's just stupidity. And then you throw your hands up there, oh wait, we didn't know it was a problem until our community talked about it. And look at the gaming landscape as a whole thing, you dumbass. You're a gaming developer. You know what I mean? Like, fuck me dead. Like, it's not hard.
I'm heading off.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
But what is it, Chafee?
Getting a bit late.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm thinking myself, it's fucking midnight and fucking... it's
I'll
like...
talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, no, too easy, Mr. Chafee. Do some Laguna, right? We'll fucking get a...
We'll do Laguna here.
Yeah, and I reckon you, mate, will try to get 6 unit in there, and we'll just run fucking laps.
And give it some laps, yeah.
Yeah, we'll just run laps, and I don't know, every like fucking 10-15 minutes, just have like a, I don't know, a 3-lap race between us.
Try and get a good round in.
Yeah, just try to better each other's times like we're doing last night on Suzuka, but on the same track, yeah. Which is essentially it. Why not? Anyway, Chafee?
I'll catch you.
Have a good night. I'll see you soon.
You too. So.
And that's the end of the stream.